The Royal's Best Friend, written by Melanie Jacobson, narrated by Lorena Hoops, audio copyright 2023. Chapter 1. Will. Will grimaced when his phone chimed with a text, probably his assistant telling him about a new meeting on his schedule tomorrow. Brilliant. Just what he always wanted. Another meeting. It would be hard to pick what he hated most about being a barrister, but if forced to, he'd rate the wigs he had to wear to appear before the court as the second worst, and the meetings with clients themselves the very worst. He picked up his cell and smiled when he saw his friend Peyton's name on the screen instead. He calculated the time difference. London was 5 hours ahead of South Carolina. That meant she was most likely just finishing up work, while he was wishing he could finish preparing this wretched brief and go to bed. He opened the message. Click this link.
How do I know it's not a trick to get me to download a virus?
Will typed back. Peyton's reply immediately popped up on the screen. Because it's me?
Prove it's you,
Will responded. You drunkenly sang the Spice Girls in the Trevi Fountain on the last night of term in Italy. Will grinned.
I'll click the link,
he texted. He laughed when it led him to a news story about a hurricane named Bianca forming off the American coast. He opened a video call with Peyton.
Very funny,
he said when she answered. I didn't name the storm after your ex-girlfriend, she protested, grinning at him. Although if the National Weather Service had consulted with me, I'd have told them to go with Bianca.
On the way home?
He asked, noting he'd caught her in her car. Currently parked, but no, about to head out to Magnolia Bay to check on our place. My family has a weekend home, and I want to make sure it's storm-proofed. Our neighbor usually keeps an eye on the place while we're gone, but he's elderly, and I don't want him to have to worry about his place and ours too. He glanced at the link she'd sent him again, only now noticing that the storm was currently off the eastern Atlantic coast.
Are you in any danger?
He asked. Not currently, she said. It's heading more for the Georgia-Florida line. I'm just taking precautions. I'll head back into Charleston once I've got our place secured.
How far is it? He asked. Can you get in and out quickly?
It's only a half hour from here, she said. There's no rain yet, and the roads are pretty clear. Folks already wiped out the grocery shelves, and now they're hunkering down.
Why aren't you? He asked. Can't one of your brothers check on the place?
He winced as soon as he said it. Sexist much? She asked with a laugh. Why is it more their job than mine?
You're right. Apologies. Let me rephrase. How did hurricane proofing fall to you?
Because they think I'm overreacting, she admitted. They think the house will be fine and I should just go home.
That's got my vote.
He'd heard Peyton mention weathering hurricanes before, as a South Carolina native, but they were an utterly foreign phenomenon to him as a Londoner. He regarded them almost as mythical.
I'm going to be very cross if you're downplaying this. Who else is going to listen to me whinge about my love life if you get blown away in a hurricane?
It's fine, Will, I promise, but I do need to get out there if I want to get the boards nailed up before dark.
What are you?
Bye, Will. She gave him a cheeky wave before winking out of digital existence.
Goodbye,
he said with a scowl she wouldn't see. He set the phone down. Hurricanes sounded dreadful. How could she be so flippant about one spinning toward her? He checked the link again and discovered it included a live map tracking the storm's progress. Currently, it appeared she was right. It would be landing well south of her. But he refreshed for the next couple of hours just in case. If he'd found it difficult to concentrate on probate law before, It was nearly impossible now. Finally, at midnight, he went to bed. Worry for Peyton still gnawed at him, but he clung to her promise that she was in no danger and the storm would stay on its course. But he didn't sleep easily. The thing about Bianca's is that they never behaved as they ought. When his alarm sounded in the morning, he grabbed his phone from the nightstand and checked the storm tracker straight away, bolting upright when it confirmed his worst fears. Wily Bianca had picked up speed in the warm waters off the Florida coast and used it to barrel further north, making landfall in, he squinted, Charleston. He called Peyton immediately, but it went directly to voicemail. Cursing, he tapped out a text, asking her to confirm she was all right, even as he raced for his laptop so he could pull up a few news sites. He tried the telly too, but the London networks hadn't concerned themselves in the least with America's weather doings. So he scoured American websites instead, his distress growing with each new click. No. This was not good. Every call he made to Peyton's phone continued to go directly to voicemail, and she didn't answer his texts either. By mid-morning, he stepped out of a consultation with the unbearable Lady Smythe Whittington, a friend of his mother's who'd come on a matter concerning her father's will, to check on Peyton again. He even went so far as to check her Facebook page for one of those absurd marked safe flags. But she hadn't posted anything in a few days. By lunch, he was nearly frantic as he scrolled through more news reports. Granted, he knew American news sites skewed toward hyperbole over fact, but the reports were still grim. Images of downed power lines, toppled communication towers, roofs torn off homes. It appeared the bulk of the damage had been from the Category 4 winds, not flooding. He wasn't sure if this was better or worse. The downed utility towers might explain why Peyton had no phone service, but he was nearly climbing out of his skin with worry. Couldn't she at least find some way to let him know she was fine? She'd led him to believe that Charleston was a bustling municipality. Surely they would restore electricity and cell communication to the city soon. But what if she wasn't in Charleston? She'd mentioned going to Magnolia Bay. What if she hadn't made it back home? He returned to Lady Smythe Whittington, a sympathetic smile on his face as he listened to her complaints that her younger brother was attempting to usurp her inheritance because he wanted the books from their father's library. But they were hers, weren't they? Nothing could interest him less at the moment. And as the untitled younger son of an earl with no chance of inheriting, he found himself rather in sympathy with the bookish brother, who had asked for nothing else from the estate. Where was Peyton? Had she made it back to Charleston? She wasn't one of his oldest friends, that would be Theo and Henry, but she was certainly one of his dearest, had been since their semester abroad in Italy. The nagging worry grew until it pushed everything else from his head, and as the first of the partners began to pack up for the day and leave for wine-soaked dinners with top-flight clients, he couldn't take it any longer. He opened his laptop again and made his first impulsive decision since he'd been sewn up neatly in the offices of Clifford, Derringer, and May as a barrister. Perhaps since the time he'd sung Spice Girls drunk in the Trevi Fountain. He sighed as he tapped out his new search. Come to think of it, Bianca, the real one, had precipitated that madness too. He turned his attention back to his search. That disaster was in the past. Time to deal strictly with the disaster in the present. Chapter 2. Peyton. The calm after the storm was distinctly spooky, Peyton decided, as she stood in the front yard of her home and surveyed the damage. It was the family vacation home, to be precise. They called it the beach house, but it felt as much like home to her as her parents' place in town did. Town being the city of Charleston. She hoped they were still tucked safely away in their large and sturdy house. She'd always thought of the beach house as sturdy, too. It was big and gracious, a 2-story light blue Cape Cod-style home with white trim and black shutters facing the cove. Their grounds, her mother's pride and joy, extended a half-acre toward the beach, where a private wooden boardwalk led through the low grassy dunes to the wide-open white sands lapped by the Atlantic. When the bridge to Charleston had closed shortly before she'd fitted the last hurricane shutter in place, she'd resigned herself to riding out the storm here. She'd dragged a twin mattress into the mudroom and slept there because it had no windows. It had been a long night listening to the pounding surf of the ocean 200 yards from her front door. Normally, she had to be closer to the water to hear the gentle waves of Brittany Cove. Out on the sand, at least, but they'd crashed loud and clear all night. The wind had howled, too. She'd always heard of wind howling, but thought it a figure of speech writers used when they were trying to be fancy. But no, it had indeed howled as it raced around the house, prying shingles loose and shoving branches through windows. Mr. Cecil next door had knocked on her door early this morning to inform her of what he'd gleaned from his ham radio friends. The whole region was without electricity, but Charleston, while battered, hadn't fared much worse than a widespread power outage that should be resolved by supper time. No fatalities had been reported. Magnolia Bay, on the other hand, she sighed at the destruction in front of her. The house had good bones, and it didn't seem to have any structural damage. But the wild hurricane winds had torn chunks of the roof away. A fallen branch had stabbed through the kitchen window on the north side, and palmetto fronds and live oak branches littered the yard, smashing the lilies of the Nile her mother had planted. The low white picket fence her brothers had spent one summer building and painting was more flat than standing, but worst of all was old Cherry. The black cherry tree had stood in the yard far longer than the shell houses had even been coming to Magnolia Bay. Mr. Cecil once told her that he figured it was at least 100 years old. And now it lay cracked in half, the branches bent toward the earth in the bow of a drunken butler. She'd worried about Mr. Cecil into the wee hours until exhaustion had finally forced her to sleep. He'd weathered several hurricanes from inside his small hotel next door. He and his wife had owned the Wayfarer for 50 years, but when Coral had died 5 years before, part of Mr. Cecil had faded with her. His spry step became more of a shuffle, the twinkle in his eye gone. He was lost in memories as often as not anymore, and Peyton worried he wouldn't remember to take all the precautions he needed to. His knock on her door earlier had been the single most welcome sound she'd heard in days. Well, besides Will's voice yesterday. She sighed. It figured that a hurricane named Bianca would be the one to wreak havoc in Peyton's favorite safe space. No Bianca had ever done anyone any good. A low rumble of distant thunder made her glance up at the sky. Overhead it was blue, but above the Atlantic, gray clouds gathered on the horizon. She pulled out her phone to check the weather report and groaned when she saw the no service warning where her bars should be. She'd forgotten the cell tower was down. Time to check in with Magnolia Bay's unofficial weatherman. Mr. Cecil could tell her the 3-day forecast with a single sniff of the air. "Morning again," he said when she stepped into the lobby. "What is that?" She stopped short and breathed in a deep whiff. "That's coffee perking." "What sorcery is this?" she demanded. "That's a Predator 3500 generator is what," he said. "Bet your folks have one too.
Can't run it too long or you'll use up the gas, but it should hold you over for the important things a couple of hours a day until we get back to land for easy refueling."
"Mr. Cecil, I will sell you my soul for a cup of that coffee."
"Oh, stop," he said. "I was fixin' to bring some over anyway. Looks like y'all took a bit of damage. Thought you could use a cup before you tackle the job."
"Trying to figure out where to start first. That's why I'm here. Do I need to worry about those clouds out there?"
"Yep. Best to take care of the roof first before more rain comes and makes worse problems for you inside. Storm probably won't hit until mid-morning tomorrow. You got tarps?"
"A couple, at least, but I have more than 2 holes."
"Best thing you can do right now is just move the boards from your windows to the worst spots on the roof and nail them down. That new storm coming in won't do worse than rattle your glass, but it'll dump a sight more water than you want inside if you don't patch them openings. Do it early before the winds blow you off the roof."
"Planning on getting right to it."
"Wish I could help you, but my hip, it won't cooperate."
"I wouldn't let you up there even if it did." When a flash of aggravation chased over his face, she hurried to add, "You need to stay grounded so you can monitor that radio and answer questions for all the Bay folk you know are going to come by, asking you how to fix all their stuff."
"True enough,"
he said, appearing mollified.
"Let me get you some coffee."
He sent her with one of the Wayfarer mugs, and she finished the coffee while she poked through the storage room, opening cabinets and rifling through bins to see what she would have to work with. Shortly after noon, she climbed to the roof to investigate the damage more closely. The drips inside were enough to tell her they had problems. She was straddling the roof ridge and patching one of the holes made by missing shingles when she heard her name shouted from the yard.
"Peyton!"
It was her oldest brother Jake hollering up at her. "Up here," she answered.
"Like a dang fool," he shouted back. "Get down here. What is wrong with you?"
"I'll come down when I get this last bit hammered in place," she answered, delivering an extra loud thwack. "I need a break anyway." 15 minutes later, she climbed down Mr. Cecil's long ladder to greet her oldest brother, whom she was both pleased and annoyed to see, a common reaction to Jake Shellhouse. He was an excellent brother, except when he took the bossing too far, which was often with his only sister. "Hey, Jake." She stepped into his waiting hug and returned his tight squeeze.
"Had us scared to death," he said.
"I texted everyone last night that I got caught when the bridge closed. Guess it's open now?"
"I must have been one of the first 10 cars across it," he said. "Drove right down and waited for it to open when I realized cell service was out."
"I'm fine. Drive back and tell everyone else. Then send Caleb and Matt back to help me." Matt was her next oldest brother, and Caleb was the baby, even at 25. Poor Caleb would always be the baby.
"I'm staying," he said. "Someone needs to make sure you don't climb on any more roofs. But they're also coming, just getting stuff together first."
"How are you any more qualified to climb around on that roof than I am?" It was hard not to get huffy when her brother's overprotectiveness contradicted her feminist streak.
"I'm not, which is why I'm not going up there either. We're going to leave that ladder right there until Matt gets here, then he can climb up and take care of it."
"Fair enough," she grumbled, giving Jake another hug. Her brothers had taken over Shellhouse and Sons Construction, insisting their father Jim shift to planning and deal-making, leaving the boys to do the actual construction and site supervision. Matt did the roofing. "But I know how to swing a hammer." Jake gave her an eye roll.
"And run a chainsaw, I know, which is why you get to cut up that branch trying to invade the kitchen while we wait for the boys. I'll get the chainsaw, then check on Mr. Cecil."
"He's fine. You know he came and checked on me before I could even get out to check on him."
"I know. I just want some of his coffee."
Jake winked and disappeared around the house. Caleb and Matt showed up mid-afternoon with sandwiches and tarps, and they spent the rest of the afternoon complaining about Jake's assignments, even as they did the work. Jake sent Caleb over to help Mr. Cecil make sure he had some habitable spaces inside the damaged hotel until they could get a crew out. Caleb returned as Matt climbed down to announce they would need a new roof in a few years anyway, so they may as well replace the whole thing now. But the patches would hold, and he'd finished just in time as the next storm blew in, the raindrops louder against the sections of plastic tarp than they were against the roof.
"Y'all better head back to town," Jake announced to them.
"No," Peyton said. He blew out an annoyed sigh.
"Why? Because I suggested it?"
"Oh, was that a suggestion?" Sounded like an order.
"Pate, come on."
"You can go," she said. "I'll stay here." She actually wanted to go home to her shower, but at least she had a clean change of clothes here. They all had a few spare swimsuits and summer clothes tucked away in drawers and closets. Besides, she didn't like the idea of leaving Mr. Cecil without anyone nearby.
"Why do you need to stay? The house is rainproof for tonight, and you can't do anything without power anyway."
"Going to watch for looters." Caleb hooted.
"I'm the single biggest crime wave Magnolia Bay has ever seen, and even the DA couldn't come up with a worse charge than criminal mischief."
Even as the youngest, Caleb by far had the largest collection of shenanigans to his credit of anyone in the living memory of Magnolia Bay, according to Mr. Cecil.
"Ain't no looters, Pate. Maybe you should think about going home for a nice long shower. Power should be restored in the city." "And that's how you do it," Matt said to Jake. "You suggest, not order. For a smart guy, you sure are dumb about that. Peyton doesn't take orders."
Jake threw up his hands.
"Fine. Stay here and marinate in your stinky sweat. I'm going home. I'll be back Saturday to help with any more cleanup, but it should be fine for now." "I'll come out tomorrow," Caleb said. "I'll help with cleanup." "Me too," Matt said. "I'll come back around lunch."
Peyton waited until they'd all left, not wanting Jake to have the satisfaction of knowing she was heading back to Charleston, too. She was going because she wanted to get provisions for her and Mr. Cecil, not because Jake said she should. She'd grab what she needed and head back so she could keep an eye on her neighbor. She breathed a sigh of relief when the first traffic signal to greet her off the bridge was a red light. It meant the electricity was back, clearly, and she dug her phone out to discover that she had a signal now, and about 50 missed calls and messages. Those would be from her brothers, no doubt, checking on her last night and this morning. She parked at her apartment complex and climbed the stairs to her comfy little unit, a burst of stale air greeting her when she opened the door. She switched on the AC, took a shower, and turned on the news, while she made her supply list and sorted through her voicemails and texts, while the news played in the background. She wanted to stock up and get back to Mr. Cecil quickly. Her eyes widened when she realized no less than half her messages were from Will. The first one started with,
"The news shows the storm turned. You okay?"
From there, they escalated, growing from concerned to anxious to downright panicked by the last one.
"I'm contacting Charleston PD to do a wellness check. Please call."
She texted, even though it would be past midnight in London. At least Will would wake to a reassurance she was okay. "Sorry to worry you. I'm fine. House, not so much. But just got back cell service. We'll call in AM. Time to load up her car and head back to Mr. Cecil. She'd just packed 3 bags of non-perishables from her pantry when the news anchor announced all the Sea Island bridges were closing as a precaution, not to reopen until dawn. Oh, great. Now she couldn't get back tonight, and there was no way to call and check on Mr. Cecil. She could only hope he'd use his ham radio if anything bad happened. But she tried to comfort herself with Mr. Cecil's prediction that the new storm wouldn't roll in until mid-morning. Then she spent another hour calling her parents, returning texts from other worried friends and checking on other friends through Facebook, sending texts to anyone who hadn't yet marked themselves safe. At last, she collapsed into bed and fell into the kind of sleep only total exhaustion grants. In the morning, she called Mr. Cecil, but there was no answer. Electricity must not be restored on Sweetgrass Island yet. Mr. Cecil always answered, carrying around his cordless phone like it was a cell phone, if ever he wandered over to chat with any shell houses and residents next door. A few friends had texted back to assure her they were also fine. No message from Will. She tried him on FaceTime, but he didn't answer. Very probably he had donned his powdered wig to go argue inheritance law before the court. She turned on the morning news and listened as she dressed for a day of hard work in yoga pants and a tank top. It sounded as if Charleston and its immediate suburbs all had power restored, but the islands would take a couple more days. The anchor woman also informed viewers that the eastern coasts of all the islands had borne the brunt of the damage. "Lucky us to have a house on the cove," Peyton grumbled. Though, in fact, it usually was lucky. Magnolia Bay lay tranquil most of the year, lapped by mellow waves along its 10 miles of eastern shore, until it opened into the rougher Atlantic. And tucked within that was the small enclave of Brittany Cove, built around a gentle crescent of white sand. It made for a beautiful view of sunrises, cheerful beach umbrellas in the summer, and always the serene blue of the bay. Normally, the cove offered residents additional protection against the storms that sometimes rolled in, but Bianca's winds had been vicious, reaching into their quiet haven to wreak havoc. The images on the news made Peyton's head hurt. The more southerly the island along the Carolina coast, the worse it had fared. Sweetgrass Island had landed somewhere in the middle, damage-wise, by the looks of things. It would take at least a week to get everything put right at the beach house, and that was with a family who did construction for a living. Well, she'd have to inform her web design clients that their projects would be delayed by a week. That was the blessing and curse of freelancing. She could set her own hours and spend time cleaning up the storm aftermath, instead of finishing the 2 websites she had due. She just wouldn't get paid. She dashed off the emails and hurriedly loaded the non-perishables for Mr. Cecil, gas for the generator, and a propane camping stove for her own coffee. She needed to beat the storm that Mr. Cecil had predicted. The news was now confirming it. When she exited the bridge onto the island and took the throughway to the northeast side, she braced herself for the debris-strewn yard and tarp-patched roof. But it wasn't the shock of seeing them anew that made her hit the brakes and sent her jolting against her seatbelt when she pulled into the driveway. It was the handsome man at the head of the driveway. Taller than her by a good 6 inches, deceptively serious features that turned boyish with the flash of his smile, warm brown eyes that had convinced her they should be friends all those years ago. There was no mistaking him, standing with a duffel beside him, hands tucked into his pockets, looking a bit lost. What in the world was the Honorable William Charles Maxwell, second son of the Earl of Highbury, doing at her beach house? Chapter 3. Will. Will almost sagged in relief when Peyton's small SUV turned into the driveway and he recognized her behind the wheel. She gawped at the sight of him, quickly cut the engine, and flew from the car. "Will!" She ran at him with a look of confusion and delight, her straight, dark blonde hair flying behind her, her blue eyes shining, and he scooped her up. This was one of his favorite things about Peyton, her easy smiles and the generous hugs. And somehow every hug of hers made him feel special. Even if she hugged everyone else in sight, which she usually did. "What are you doing here?" she demanded. The slight trace of her southern accent sounded a touch thicker here than it had in Italy when they'd met in their pension on the first day of their semester abroad in Rome.
"I was worried," he said, "when I woke yesterday morning to discover Bianca had, in fact, turned and raced right toward you. I had a bad feeling. I should have expected it."
"But that doesn't explain why you're here," she prompted him.
"Oh, well..."
He felt the tips of his ears heat.
"It sounds rather stupid to say it now that I see you're fine, but I got a bit worried when I couldn't make contact with you all day yesterday."
"Sorry about that. I was out here and there's still no cell service or electricity. I didn't get any texts or voicemails until I went back to the mainland last night. I texted you immediately, though." His ears felt even warmer. He cleared his throat.
"Yes, well, by then I was already on a red-eye. Caught a flight out of Atlanta into Charleston early this morning."
He paused to wince, underscoring how early it had been.
"Then I took an Uber here."
She grabbed him and hugged him again. "I'm doing this so you don't lose sight of how tickled I am to see you. But I'm still confused," she said, stepping back. "How did you know this was our beach house?"
"I've heard you talk about Magnolia Bay often enough. I knew you were on the Cove, and you lived next to a hotel. I matched your house to some of the pictures you have on Instagram, and..."
He trailed off, shoving his hands deeper into his pockets.
"I sound like a stalker."
She took his face in her hands and tilted his head down so she could look him in the eyes. "Why are you here?" He blinked at her.
"To help."
She laughed and let go of him. "You got on a plane when I didn't answer my phone and flew across the Atlantic to check on me and... help?"
"I know the damage a Bianca can do," he said solemnly.
She laughed again.
"It's been too long since I heard that laugh in person," he added. "Perhaps I came all this way just for that."
"You're a nut," she said, threading her arm through his and tugging him toward the door that led into a cheerful kitchen. "You didn't need to worry, but I'm glad you're here. Come in and we'll see what I can do about some coffee." She showed him upstairs to a room that belonged to her brother, apologized for the lack of power, set water to boil on a camp stove, and promised to return after a quick trip next door to check on a neighbor. She returned, reported that her neighbor was fine, made their coffee, and caught him up on the damage report. A half-hour later, they were perched atop the roof, fresh caffeine flowing in their systems. She'd brought him up to show him the damage there as well as to the grounds.
"I'm sorry, Peyton," he said, surveying the wreckage. "I know how much you love this place, but I've postponed my court appearances for 2 weeks, and I'm here to help."
She leaned her head on his shoulder. "You're the best, but honestly, you remember what the Shell House family does for work, don't you?" He thought for a minute.
"Building?"
"Quite right," she said, in an imitation of his plummy London tones. "My brothers will have this place whipped into shape in no time. However..." He drew back to see where she was going with her wheedling tone. "Mr. Cecil next door, he doesn't have any kids, and he's definitely going to need some help too. Would you be willing to work over there until the boys can line up a crew for him? Most of our people are tied up for the next few days trying to take care of their own homes first. We'll get to Mr. Cecil as soon as we can, but it'll still take a minute."
"Of course," he said.
"You're the best." They sat in companionable silence for a bit, her head on his shoulder as they gazed out at the bay. This was another of his favorite things about Peyton. It had always been this easy with her, ever since they'd bumped into each other that day in the hallway at the pension. He'd done his Italy study abroad because, according to Lady Highbury, every English aristocrat needed seasoning on the continent. He sometimes wondered if his mother didn't half live in an Austen fantasy, made real in her own life when she'd married an earl. The continent, indeed. But whilst his elder brother George found France sufficient for his seasoning, Will had been drawn to the sun-soaked Mediterranean delights of Italy. He and Peyton had spent a rousing spring and summer exploring the country, all while she enjoyed a summer romance with a handsome Roman university scholar. And he'd spent many a long train ride pining over Bianca, who blew as fickle and as fierce as her namesake hurricane. He soaked in the gentle morning sun and soft breeze blowing off the bay. He was glad Bianca was gone, the storm and the woman. At length, Peyton straightened and stretched beside him, reaching her hands up toward the sky, then dropping them and giving her whole body a shimmy. "Time to get to work," she said. "I'll introduce you to Mr. Cecil." They took the weathered boardwalk that ran behind all the beachfront properties like a sidewalk, turning up the one to a hotel. They found the old man on the veranda, leaning on his cane and surveying the wreckage. She kept her voice low as they approached him, stepping from the boardwalk to a stone walkway. "My brother Caleb cleared this so Mr. Cecil won't have to pick his way over any more fallen branches," she said. "And that sign was all the way over in our yard yesterday." It leaned against the porch railing now. But while the sign may have been returned, not much else was in order. The cushions from the veranda rockers were strewn all over the property, which was considerably larger than Peyton's, and the rocking chairs themselves all lay on their sides, with the exception of one which had somehow been turned upside down, its curved rockers stabbing through the picture window that showed a dining room beyond its broken panes. "Mr. Cecil, this is the Honorable William Maxwell of Highbury, a dear friend of mine from college, and Mr. Cecil here is the proprietor of the sweetest little hotel in all of the Sea Islands."
"Just Will." "A Brit, huh?" Mr. Cecil said, shaking it. "Right brave of you to show your face here after what your people did round these parts."
Mr. Cecil scowled at him, but Will caught the twinkle in his eye. "I'm sure Will's people had nothing to do with that," Peyton said. "He's one of the good ones."
"Actually," Will muttered, "the Honourable Philip Archibald Maxwell, third son of the Earl of Highbury, served as a major in the British regiment. He helped Cornwallis capture Charleston." When Peyton and Mr. Cecil both looked flummoxed by this confession, Will gave them a shrug and a smile. "I suppose it's the long practice of the younger sons of Highbury earls to spend time in South Carolina trying to be useful. I hope I've picked the right side this time."
"That's why he's here," Peyton said. "The boys will make sure we dispatch our first crew to you for repairs, but Will is here to help you in the meantime."
"Mighty nice of you, Will," Mr. Cecil said. "They teach sons of earls how to swing a hammer these days?"
"He can help with the cleanup," Peyton said, before Will could answer. "I'll send Caleb over to do the most pressing repairs when he gets here later. Sounds like he'll have his hands full trying to handle his job site, though. The winds took down half of their new framing." Will tried not to bristle at her assumption that he was only good at picking up trash.
"I spent quite a few summers working on the estate with our land manager," he told Mr. Cecil. "Old buildings need upkeep, and I liked doing it. I'm probably more useful than Peyton is letting on."
"Well, well," she said, smirking at him. "Just when I think I know everything about you, you turn out to have a new depth. I guess I'll leave you gentlemen to it. I'll bring lunch over later." She called over her shoulder, as she walked right over the downed picket fence to her property. "Don't you dare make a fuss, Mr. Cecil. You'll eat it and you'll like it."
"Let me make it," he called back. "Got nothing else to do."
"Absolutely not." Then she disappeared into the beach house.
"She worries too much," Mr. Cecil informed Will. "I'm well aware," he answered.
The two men grinned at each other.
"Come on in and I'll get you some coffee then."
Mr. Cecil limped toward the front door and held it open for Will.
"I can make a better cup of it than she can. Then I'll put you to work." "The Wayfarer,"
Will read, finally spotting the hotel's name on the crest behind the reception desk.
"My Coral named it. I thought it was foolishness, but folks have loved it over the years," Mr. Cecil said.
2 hours later, Will cut the deeply satisfying buzz of the chainsaw and stepped back to survey his work. The branch that had invaded the dining room now lay in properly subdued chunks on the porch. Next up, he'd hammer a new board over the broken window to keep any rain out until the glass could be replaced. Mr. Cecil stepped out to observe his progress.
"You're right handy,"
he observed. He raised his voice to be heard over the hard rain pounding the roof.
"You were telling the truth. Thanks for taking care of that, son. Window company can't get out till next week. They have to service the big corporate hotels first."
He sighed.
"Don't blame 'em. That's their bread and butter."
Will hopped down from the porch and backed up to examine the now boarded picture window.
"Have you considered replacing it with French doors? You could leave them open during dining hours. Inviting the outside in is all the rage at European coastal resorts these days. No more boundaries between indoors and outdoors."
Mr. Cecil made a sour face.
"Invite in the mosquitoes, more likely. You just wait. They'll be out in full force shortly, and you won't have any more questions about boundaries."
His expression turned sad.
"Don't matter anyway. That's for the next owner to decide." "You're selling this place?"
Mr. Cecil settled himself into one of the rocking chairs Will had righted.
"Coral and I rebuilt 4 times after hurricanes, but this is the first one that's come through since she passed, and
He shook his head.
"I can't imagine rebuilding without her. My heart isn't in it. She was the heart and soul of this place."
Will didn't know what to say, but he took the seat beside the old man.
"I'm sorry, sir. How long have you owned the Wayfarer?"
Mr. Cecil smiled, but his gaze had grown distant, looking beyond the clouded horizon and into the past, Will suspected.
50 years we ran this place. Bought it from the original owner after 10 years of running it for her when it was still a bed and breakfast. Then over time, we bought the old Cooper place next to us and expanded to 40 rooms. We've maintained a 75% occupancy ever since, and we're completely booked over the summers."
His gaze cleared, and he looked at Will again.
"When hurricanes don't chase our guests away."
"Sounds like you've done a magnificent job with it. Are you sure you want to let it go?"
"I'm sure."
The old man's voice was tired but firm.
"It ain't the same without Coral. My only regret is that the buyers will likely be one of those soulless chains with their cookie-cutter rooms and corporate logos over everything. They've been hungry to get a foothold in Magnolia Bay, but most of these families have owned their places for generations. They're mighty stubborn about family land."
"Brits know a bit about that," Will said, smiling.
"I guess you do."
He sighed.
"It's a shame, but if I want to get a fair price, those corporate outfits are the only ones who can come up with that kind of moolah."
They sat in silence, listening to the sharp tattoo of raindrops overhead. Will guessed Mr. Cecil was lost in his memories again. Will wasn't thinking much at all. He was simply being, absorbing the moment in a way the hustle and dash of London rarely allowed him to. At length he rose, reluctant to leave Mr. Cecil's company, and took up the tool belt he'd found in the property shed. The groundskeeper, Danny, wouldn't mind him using it, Mr. Cecil had assured him, but Danny would want it back tomorrow when he returned to the island to oversee cleanup and repair. He spent the next 2 hours boarding up more broken windows in the rain, and he was soaked but content when Peyton's cheerful call lured him to the kitchen entrance at the back of the hotel. He found her standing with a tall glass of lemonade. She could not have looked more inviting with her bright smile and promise of food. Far less inviting was the tall, broad-shouldered man standing next to her, wearing a t-shirt with the logo of the Charleston Fire Department over one of his intimidating pecs. From the hand he rested possessively at the small of Peyton's back, Will would wager 100 euros that this was not one of the Shell House brothers. So who the devil was the hulking man laying claim to Peyton? Chapter 4. Peyton. "Will," Peyton called again, "I brought you some lunch. Take a break and come meet Connor." Will tucked his hammer into a loop on the tool belt and strode over. "Looks like you're making great progress," she said, handing over his lemonade as he approached.
"Yeah, it's coming along."
"Will, this is my boyfriend Connor," she said. Connor gave a polite smile and stretched his hand out for a shake.
"So you're the guy she's always chatting with when she's not talking to me."
Peyton looked at him, startled by the slightly possessive tone in his voice. She'd explained her friendship with Will to Connor more than once, and he'd seemed to understand. Why did men devolve to apes when a new male entered the scene? She'd watched her brothers all do this often enough to recognize this for what it was. She wasn't having it. Wasn't it so great of him to fly over to help? It wasn't a question as much as a firm communication of how she expected Connor to treat the situation.
"So great,"
Connor said, his voice still polite.
"You have much experience in hurricane cleanup there in London?" "I'm more of a specialist in Bianca aftermath," Will answered with a grin she could only describe as cheeky. "His girlfriend," Peyton explained to Connor with an eye roll, "or will be when they reconcile. Again." "Ex-girlfriend, but no, not a hurricane expert. I came because I worried a bit when I saw the storm had changed paths and then couldn't reach Peyton," Will explained. Connor's brows furrowed. "So you hopped on a plane and flew across the ocean just to see for yourself?"
Will shrugged.
"She's done the same for me. Time to return the favor."
Connor only looked more confused.
"She's helped you clean up after a storm?"
"Metaphorically, yes," Peyton interrupted, "but I'm glad he's here to help out Mr. Cecil until Danny can make it back. So you see, nothing to worry about here. The boys will be along to help with our place. Mr. Cecil's fine, and you can go back to your gran and let her order you around. You know that will do her more good than anything." A reluctant smile tugged at Connor's lips.
"True enough. I guess I was hoping you'd get me off the hook over there."
Peyton scoffed. "As if you'd let anyone else take care of her." Connor's endearing boyish grin emerged in full force.
"You're right. I'll head back over. Glad to see you're fine with my own 2 eyes."
He dropped a kiss on her lips, startling Peyton. Public displays of affection weren't their thing, but when he bid Will goodbye with a bit of steady eye contact, she barely refrained from an eye roll again. More territory marking. Even the sweetest men like Connor could be idiots sometimes, apparently.
"Nice fellow," Will commented.
"Usually he's nicer," she said. "I guess I haven't convinced him yet that we truly are just friends." She shrugged. "He'll figure it out. Come on in and eat." She turned back inside, Will following obediently behind. It was true that they'd been friends from the start. Sure, when she'd first bumped into Will quite literally in the hall of the pension, she'd wondered at first if he might be just the thing for her summer romance. with his yummy accent and adorable flop of brown hair over his brown eyes. But when he'd invited her and her roommate to join him with friends at a wine bar in the piazza that evening, he had spent so much time rhapsodizing over the fair Bianca that Peyton had filed him neatly into the friend category. Which was just as well, she grinned to herself. It left her free to spend that delicious summer making out all over Rome with the handsome and temperamental Paolo instead.
"This is a really good sandwich,"
Will said a few minutes later as they sat with Mr. Cecil at one of his dining room tables. He'd insisted Will's wet clothes wouldn't do any more damage than the hurricane had.
"Least I can offer you for all the help you're giving me and for putting up with the fussing she's doing,"
the old man said with a rueful crick of his head at Peyton. "I won't apologize," she said. "Someone's got to fuss over you."
"I never thought that was one of the things I'd miss after Coral passed on, but it might be the thing I miss most," he admitted. "Turns out all her fussing was just another way of saying I love you." "I don't know if I've eaten such a large sandwich in my life," Will said, pushing his plate away, only a few crumbs remaining of the masterpiece Mr. Cecil had made him. "I think it's given me enough fuel to chop every last branch on your grounds now that the rain has stopped." "Just the fallen ones will be fine,"
Mr. Cecil said wryly. Will pretended to look crestfallen.
"But chainsaws are such good fun. I could take down every last tree for you, no trouble at all."
"Another man succumbs to the siren song of a power tool," Peyton said, shaking her head. "Why don't women fall for them? That's how my dad sucked all my brothers into the family business. I'm sure of it. Power tools." Will pushed back from the table.
"Makes perfect sense to me. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got a date with Bold Betty."
When she and Mr. Cecil exchanged confused looks, Will clarified.
"That's what I've named the chainsaw."
Peyton groaned. "Of course you have. Get out of here. Go be with Betty." Will disappeared, and Mr. Cecil fixed Peyton with a shrewd eye.
"You sure there's never been anything between you and that young man? I've become an excellent judge of character over the years, and that's a good guy. And since I've also had thousands of case studies come through the hotel, I'm surprised you and he have never made a go of it. You sure there's not more to that story?"
From anyone else, Peyton might have waved the question away or deflected it with a laugh. But she suspected Mr. Cecil would see right through it if she tried that now. So she told him the truth. It had been almost 2 years since she'd last seen Will in person, and she'd forgotten a few things about hanging around him. "Every now and then, I guess I've seen a glimmer or two of what it would be like if we were ever free at the same time, but that's just never how fate has lined up. When I've been unattached, he's been with Bianca, and when they're on one of their breaks, I'm seeing someone. I gave up the idea a long time ago that Will and I were meant to be anything besides friends."
"But you've considered the idea, obviously, more than once."
"Not for a long time," she said firmly. Not since the night that she and Will had shared a kiss that upended her view of him entirely, only to have him forget it after waking from a wine-soaked, Bianca-fueled bender. "Are you turning soft and romantic in your old age?"
"Old?"
he said in a tone of mock offense.
"I'm not a day over 76.
"You'll be 80 next month, you old rogue." He heaved a sigh.
"Truth is, most days I'm already 90 in my heart."
"Since Miss Coral died?" He nodded, his eyes sad. "I miss her too." Miss Coral had been a force of nature and a pillowy, cinnamon-scented adopted grandmother to her for Peyton's whole life.
"It's why I'm leaving Brittany Cove,"
he said with a sideways glance at her. "What?" No, you can't, Mr. Cecil. Where will you go?
Not far. I've bought a little place on Isle of Palms, he said, naming the next island over. I want to stay in the area, but not so close that I have to grieve the wayfarer on top of everything else.
Peyton grew very still. What do you mean, grieve the wayfarer? He kept his eyes glued to the tabletop and spoke his next words slowly.
I hate to do it, but it's time I let the wayfarer go. I've got no one to pass it to, and I don't have the heart to rebuild without Coral. I've held on to it the last few years because I wasn't quite ready. I am now, but I'm sorry for it, he said, finally meeting her eyes. I know it's likely to be snapped up by a corporate chain, and I wish I could avoid that, but I need the money from the sale to live comfortably for however many years I have left.
A slew of protests rushed to her lips, but she held them all back. Mr. Cecil was clearly feeling defeated in the hurricane aftermath. He'd feel differently once Danny came back and got the repairs underway. For now, she would simply commiserate with him. When the last of the lemonade was gone, and Peyton was sure Mr. Cecil was in good spirits, Peyton returned to the beach house, intent on clearing away more debris. But the skies had a different idea. She'd no sooner pulled on her work gloves than the next squall blew in, drumming a high rat-a-tat-tat against the roof tarps. With a sigh, she pulled off the gloves and went in to make sure any leaks from the ceiling had a pot to catch them. Peyton, Will's voice floated up the stairs a few minutes later. Hey, she said, popping her head over the railing. Up here watching for leaks.
Mind if I sit out the rain with you?
Of course not.
Can I help?
No, just one more bowl to put under a leak in the master bath, and I'll be right down. Make yourself comfortable. A few minutes later, she found he'd taken her at her word and settled in at the kitchen table. She smiled at the sight of him.
Is something funny? He asked, catching her expression.
My mother would be appalled to know that a proper English gentleman, son of an earl, is sitting at this beaten-up old table she's wanted to replace for years. But we wouldn't let her. He ran a hand over the surface.
Seems sturdy enough.
It is. I don't know how many summer breakfasts I've eaten here with my brothers, or how many fights we've had over the last piece of bacon. We told her we wouldn't fight her if she wanted to replace the dining room table with something less embarrassing for company, but she couldn't touch the kitchen one.
This seems like a fine place to have spent your summers,
he said, glancing around the warm kitchen. Her mother had painted it soft tones of sand and coral with little pops of blue. I love it here, she said. I grew up here as much as I did in Charleston. In some ways, this island has shaped me more.
Is Connor the man you've been seeing the past bit? Will asked.
The past bit, but also my whole life, she confirmed. His family's place is about a half-mile down the beach. We grew up together, and over the spring I found myself spending more time here at the beach house than at my apartment. He lives here year-round, and, I don't know, we just make sense.
Seems kind of boring, Will said.
The 1 minute you were around him was enough to assess that, This was old territory for them, teasing each other over their romantic choices.
I could have not met him at all and reached the same conclusion. It's your M.O., he said. Nice and boring. It's as though you've never recovered from Paolo.
Paolo, who'd wept beneath her tiny balcony at the Pension on her last night in Rome. It had been a loud performance of his love for her, but if there was anything Peyton had learned about the literature scholar, it was that he was far more addicted to the drama of romance than he was to Peyton. It's true, I've tried to avoid the dramatic type since, she said.
You didn't need to land on thoroughly boring.
This from the guy who had dated Bianca for 5 years? She knew he was only teasing, but the barb stung a little. Just because her relationship with Connor was steady and mature, it didn't mean boring.
Touché.
Will's answering smile held a heavy trace of regret.
Those are 5 years I'll never get back.
Oh, cheer up. Bianca will come around soon enough and you'll get to ride the whirlwind again.
No. His voice was firm. We are utterly and thoroughly done. I haven't spoken to her in nearly a year.
This was a surprise. I thought you were too embarrassed to tell me you'd been in touch. You really cut ties?
I really have. She's not good for me. Never has been. Life has been quieter, but I'm finding I prefer that. Better than the constant shouting and dramatics.
She searched his face carefully. He'd sworn off Bianca many times before, but usually in a fit of anger. There was a calmness to this pronouncement. She hoped for Will's sake it was true, but she'd never seen anyone with their fingers so thoroughly sunk into someone as Bianca's were into Will. But if it were true, she thought of Mr. Cecil's question. You've considered the idea, obviously. Of course, but even if she hadn't closed that door between them long ago, she was with Connor now. The timing was off, as it always had been and always would be. She was happy with Connor, and eventually Will would either succumb to Bianca once and for all, or he'd find another woman who made him happy for real.
Why are you smiling? Will asked. You don't believe me about Bianca?
No, she confessed, although I hope you're right this time. It's just that when I was talking to Mr. Cecil, he asked if we'd ever dated.
And the idea is funny to you?
He studied her closely, still smiling. Isn't it funny to you?
I guess it is. Funny that no one ever believes two wildly attractive 27-year-olds can simply be friends. But here we are, proving them all wrong.
I wish I had a cold beer to toast that. Maybe tomorrow if the power is back on, she said.
Sounds good.
He glanced toward the window. The sky was still gray, but the rain had stopped.
I'm going back out to work on the grounds.
You mean play with the chainsaw?
Indeed, he said, grinning. This is the most fun I've had in ages.
Chapter 5. Will. It was late afternoon when Will sent the chainsaw through the last bit of fallen branch on the Wayfarer's grounds. He straightened just as Peyton's living room windows lit up. The power was back. He hoped that meant air conditioning too. This South Carolina humidity was a beast of a stripe he'd not experienced since a holiday with Theo 3 years before in Thailand. Will, she called.
Here, he called back,
and walked to the fence to meet her. The front of the hotel grounds wasn't fenced, and Peyton's family had put only a low picket fence across the front of their property line. But the property lines running back to the street were separated by a mix of wooden privacy fences and hedges. Mr. Cecil had explained it was more for the shell house's benefit, to keep inattentive guests from strolling onto their property or peeking in on their family barbecues.
Hello,
Will said when she appeared at her side of the hedge. She was half a foot shorter than his 6 feet, and he grinned down at her as her nose barely cleared the hedge line. No looming, she said. Bad enough I get that from my brothers. Fetch Mr. Cecil and come over for supper. I brought meat in my cooler and grilled. He did as she bid and collected Mr. Cecil, who brightened at the mention of dinner.
That girl cooks a mean burger,
he said, happy to join Will, who took care not to outpace the older man's slight limp as they presented themselves at Peyton's for dinner. A man answered Mr. Cecil's knock. A man with Peyton's same blue eyes, and Mr. Cecil introduced him as her brother Matt.
Caleb will be around here too, I assume,
Mr. Cecil asked.
He is, Matt confirmed, getting in Peyton's way while she grills. Sounds about right, Mr. Cecil said.
Matt led them to the worn kitchen table, which he'd apparently been in the process of setting when he'd come to answer the door. Within a few minutes, another shell house walked in from the side deck, bearing a platter of burger patties, Peyton trailing after him. "Let everyone get at least one before you start on seconds," she said.
She bosses me because I'm the only one who's younger than her, he informed Will, as he set the platter down. You must be Will. I'm Caleb.
Peyton made a proper introduction and settled in at the table, and everyone tucked into their burgers without much comment, other than well-deserved praise for Peyton's grilling. When they'd each put away 2 burgers, including Peyton, Mr. Cecil excused himself from the table with a content groan.
I believe it's time for me to turn in, he said. Gotta get enough rest to keep up with Danny tomorrow. Will, should I expect to see you tomorrow as well?
If you'll have me, Will said. I'd love to help.
Even if all the chainsaw work is done?
Mr. Cecil asked, his eyes twinkling. Will laughed. Even then. Caleb and Matt both excused themselves too, each pleading an early start at job sites in the morning.
Your brothers seem decent sorts, Will said,
after they drove off in their work trucks. The best, she confirmed, except when they're being the worst.
It's strange to meet them after hearing the stories for years. Caleb hardly looks like he's hiding horns in a tail.
Then he's got you fooled, too, because the boy has the devil in him.
The boy is only 2 years younger than you, isn't he?
She shrugged. Hazard of being the baby in the family, I guess. Would you like to go for a walk on the bay? She asked. I just realized you've come all the way to the beach without actually going to the beach. Time to dip your toes into this side of the Atlantic. It sounded like a brilliant plan. Though night had fallen, the light breeze had blown the last storm clouds away, and a nearly full moon silvered the ocean as they walked beside it, the sand cool against his feet.
I can understand why you spend so much of your time here, he said at length. It's soothing.
Sometimes, she said, but the weather report says we'll have a sunny weekend, and Mr. Cecil confirmed, so you just watch. This will be full of umbrellas and towels as far as the beach runs in either direction. Families and beach balls and classic rock blaring from someone's speakers.
Sounds terrible, crowded and noisy.
Says the man who lives in London, she answered with a snort. It's perfect on the Cove, every mood of it. Quiet nights like these, afternoon squalls, mellow weekdays with the locals only, rowdy holiday weekends. I love it all. She ended with a sigh that was heavier than he would have expected.
Uh-oh, but...
It'll change when Mr. Cecil sells. He's run that place for 50 years. I know that's nothing to the son of an estate going back 1,000 years.
Only 800, he corrected with mock smugness.
800, she said, stepping over to give him a playful hip check. But that's double my whole life. He thinks only a corporate outfit can afford the purchase, and he's probably right.
He worried about telling you?
Because he knows how much I love this place. Having a corporate giant move in next door would change our whole experience. I'm trying not to be selfish. I'm glad he can retire comfortably. I wish things didn't have to change. She stopped to stare out at the water, her shoulders hunching a bit as the breeze off the bay grew slightly stronger. He stepped behind her and wrapped his arms around her to give her a bit of extra warmth and comfort.
I'm sorry, he said. It would be hard to think of Highbury changing, of a big corporate hotel chain coming in and reshaping the fabric of our county seat.
They stood in silence for a few minutes until Peyton slipped away from him. "Thanks for putting up with my sentimentality," she said. "I think I'm going to head back and see if I can catch up on a bit of my work for my clients, now that the Wi-Fi is back on."
"I'll be along shortly," he said. "I need to do that toe dip you mentioned."
She turned and trudged through the sand toward the beach house, but as his gaze followed her, the single light burning through the Wayfarer's lobby window caught his eye. Poor Mr. Cecil, he thought, as his gaze traced the barely discernible dark and empty windows of the hotel. Will had only spent a day here, doing hard physical labor in the sticky humidity with bugs trying to eat him, and yet he couldn't remember the last time he'd felt so focused and alive. Maybe in Italy? His gaze flickered over to the beach house. Peyton was likely part of the common denominator between the two experiences. But Italy had been different, carefree, unburdened by responsibilities. Just present in the sun-soaked Mediterranean moments. He and Peyton urging each other into fresh adventures, from new restaurants to day trips to Monaco. It wasn't that he'd felt carefree today, it was that he'd cared deeply. That had been missing from his life the last couple of years as he'd earned the marks he needed, read for the law, and assumed his guaranteed place at London's most prestigious firm. And he'd been thoroughly bored ever since. Well, he had 10 days left before he had to return, and he would soak in each one of them, making them last, before the chilly damp of London and his life could press in on him again. Chapter 6. Peyton. Peyton woke to a text from Connor.
"Grab breakfast at Lou's?"
She'd love to, mainly because she was glad to hear that Lou's had fared well enough to reopen. But there was too much work to be done today, even for breakfast at her favorite cafe in Magnolia Bay. "Sorry," she texted back. "Long day ahead of me. Rain check." She showered and came down to the smell of coffee. "This is my job," she said, when she found Will in the kitchen working some magic with a French press. "Can't have you getting the wrong idea about Southern hospitality."
"Please, this is self-preservation. You're frightening before your first cup."
"Then I accept." She sat and sipped gratefully from the mug he placed in front of her. "What are you doing?" she asked as he rummaged through the cabinets.
"I've been up for ages. My body is still 5 hours ahead, so I wandered over to the little grocer."
"Sweetgrass Specialties? That's Mabel's place," she interjected. "Glad she's open again."
"The very same. Lovely woman. Anyway, she just had a delivery of eggs from someone."
"Mr. Gardner, no doubt."
"No doubt,"
he agreed, his lips twitching into an almost smile.
"But I bought a half dozen and I'm going to make you an omelette, if you'd like."
"You can cook?"
"I'm quite good."
Peyton stared at him, nonplussed. She supposed she'd never had reason to see him cook. His eyebrows rose when he caught her expression.
"Why do you look so surprised? Did you think I have a cook who does it for me?"
"Well, no." He squinted at her. "You did," he said, clearly delighted.
"Do you imagine that I also live in a castle with a whole staff of servants?"
At her expression, he hooted with laughter. "I don't know how the sons of earls live," she said, slightly grumpy. "For all I know, you all swan about and give nonsensical orders to your butlers."
"Certainly. The eldest sons of earls do, but we younger sons must do everything for ourselves, including tying our own shoes and cutting our own meat. It's grossly unfair," he said. "You're teasing me. That's mean. How am I supposed to know what royalty does?" "Not royalty, aristocracy, and we're not—" He broke off at the expression on her face. She must look as confused as she felt. "Never mind. Drink your coffee and I'll explain over omelettes."
For the next 20 minutes, he diced and sautéed, the cooking onions filling the kitchen with the warm smells she associated with the best mornings of her childhood. They chatted easily as the coffee worked its magic on her. There wasn't much to fill in since they spoke at least weekly, usually when he was returning home from his Sunday family dinner, and she was just waking up from her Sunday naps. They had always been like this, easy in each other's company. But this morning, it felt different somehow. Not bad different, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it as she watched him expertly crack the eggs and whisk them. Their time together had always been wrapped up in adventures, she realized. Roaming Italy for a summer, going on a whirlwind tour of London on one memorable 3-day trip she'd squeezed in a few years ago, when the tickets were too cheap not to pounce. It had been the rainiest, dreariest October on record in the city, and he'd apologized constantly, but she'd loved every minute of it. Even the last time she'd seen him in person had been in New York, when he'd flown in on business for a client, and they'd spent a whole Saturday tacked on to the end of his visit, wandering through Central Park, then at an off-Broadway play that had made them laugh until Peyton had cried. All their meals until now had been shared in restaurants or in the warm cucina of the pension each morning. There was something distinctly different about having Will Maxwell standing in her kitchen, his pale but well-defined legs sticking out from a pair of running shorts and a plain black t-shirt fitted against his gem-sculpted chest. She blinked when she realized a silence had fallen between them as she stared at him. He studied her with a quizzical look. "Sorry, zoned out for a minute."
"I can't believe you weren't hanging on my every word, and yet I shall reward you with a perfect omelette anyway."
He slid it onto her plate. She nearly had the fork to her mouth when there was a knock at the front door. She groaned, lowering the fork.
"I'll get it," Will said. "It's Mr. Cecil, I assume."
"Probably, and I'd love to see him. She gave a tiny gesture with her fork, careful not to dislodge any of the omelet. When Will went to let in Mr. Cecil, she discovered that it tasted every bit as good as it smelled.
"Peyton?"
It was Connor, not Mr. Cecil, who followed Will into the kitchen. "Hey," she said, standing to give him a kiss on the cheek. "What are you doing here?" Her eyes fell to the plastic bag he carried. "Is that from Lou's?"
"Shrimp and grits," he confirmed. "Thought you'd like some for breakfast, but it looks like you have that handled."
"Yeah, turns out Will has been hiding some skills, but that was so sweet of you to do."
"Of course."
But Connor stood there looking awkwardly at the extra breakfast in his hands.
"It doesn't keep," he explained to Will. "You want to eat it when it's fresh."
"How about you join us and you have it?" Peyton said, patting the seat beside her.
"Sure, but there's still one going to waste."
"Well," she looked at Will. "You really ought to try shrimp and grits. It's what South Carolina is famous for. How about if you save the rest of the omelet fixings for lunch and have shrimp and grits now? That okay with you?" she asked Connor.
"Good plan,"
he said, sitting beside her and pulling out the white to-go boxes.
"Wouldn't want to pass up a local delicacy,"
Will said, cutting the stove and sitting across from them. He was being polite, Peyton could tell. He didn't believe that grits from Lou's could outdo his admittedly superb omelet. But she hid her smile with another bite as he opened his styrofoam box and sampled Lou's specialty. When his eyes widened and then closed completely in an expression of wonder, she burst out laughing. "Good?"
"Amazing," he confirmed,
scooping up another bite.
"I'm torn between devouring it and savoring it."
"There's no wrong way to eat shrimp and grits," Peyton promised him. "Devour it today if you like. We can get it again for breakfast tomorrow and you can savor then." After a few minutes of quiet, as they each enjoyed their breakfast, Connor cleared his throat.
So, Will, are you enjoying Magnolia Bay so far?
He hasn't had time, Peyton answered for him. He worked morning until dusk at the hotel yesterday, helping out Mr. Cecil.
I like everything I've seen, Will said. Just haven't seen much so far. Took a run along the beach this morning. Some of these houses really took a beating.
Connor nodded.
The eastern-facing properties definitely got the worst of it. The bridge side wasn't quite as bad, and the interior houses did pretty well.
How's your place?
We've done worse. Nothing structural, but the wind snapped the restraint on our grill and chucked it through the neighbor's garage door, so I've been straightening that out.
The Lees? Oh no, Peyton said when Connor confirmed. That's just what they needed right now. Julia Lee's been fighting breast cancer, she explained to Will. It's not looking too good. They hardly needed a hurricane in the mix. Must feel like the trials of Job at the moment. Connor caught her up on the damage their other neighbors had sustained. A few of them had severe property damage, and no one had escaped entirely unscathed. But he confirmed Mr. Cecil's report the previous day that there had been no deaths, and only one broken leg when Walter Cook had waited too long to secure his boat in the marina. The wind had knocked him over on the dock, and the waves had bashed his boat against his leg.
Compound fracture, a bad one.
You ran the call? He's a paramedic with the fire department, Peyton said to Will.
No, his wife drove him into MUSC. He went into surgery today, but if all goes well, they'll release him tomorrow afternoon, Connor said. He'll be all right, I think.
He wiped his mouth with his napkin and rose to clear his place.
I best be going. Need to help Dave Lee replace his garage door. Walk me out? He asked her. Nice to see you again, Will.
Peyton followed him out to the porch. Thanks for bringing breakfast by. That was really sweet of you.
Sure.
He ducked his head.
Hey, Pate, this Will guy, did he stay here last night?
Yeah, she frowned. It's not a big deal, Connor. We've been friends forever. He stayed in Caleb's room.
He hesitated. It's odd to be welcomed to your home by a barefooted guy who's cooking you an omelet.
Peyton supposed if the situation were reversed, and she was greeted by a woman at his home on any given day, she might have questions too. Except she'd mentioned Will to Connor before. He'd even been in the same room with her when she'd taken one of Will's calls. Had heard how innocuous it was. His insinuation bothered her. She crossed her arms and pinned him with a look that all her brothers knew meant, do not cross. Are you trying to suggest something when I just told you there's nothing to worry about? He held up his hands in a placating gesture.
See it from my point of view.
I did, and in that point of view, your girlfriend told you there's nothing to worry about, and you realized she was right and you dropped it. When a frustrated expression crossed his face, she sighed and reached out to take his hands. Stop worrying. Will's just a friend, always has been. Mostly.
All right.
With a quick glance behind her, he leaned down and pressed a hard, fast kiss to her mouth.
Call you later.
She touched her lips as he strode off. What was that? It was nowhere near as gentle as his usual goodbyes. She turned to discover Will on the porch looking awkward.
Sorry, he said. Didn't mean to intrude. I finished the dishes and meant to head next door to help Mr. Cecil.
She'd planned to spend some time rebuilding part of the front fence, but she'd never done well with following orders. And while Connor hadn't exactly issued an order not to spend time with Will, even his concern was enough to irritate her into doing the opposite. I'll come with, she said to Will. The most pressing things are fixed or under control here, and I'm sure Danny will have more than he can do on his own. Will held up his hands, studied them front and back, then looked at her.
I thought I'd proven these weren't utterly useless.
"You have," she said, grinning. "Maybe I'm just in the mood to do some more bossing, and there's not enough opportunity when it's just me over here."
"Oh, lovely. Just what I was hoping for."
An hour later, they took a break from hauling and stacking the wood Will had cut up the previous day. Or at least Peyton did. The heat index was climbing, hovering up in the low 80s with no breeze to move the humidity around. She went into the hotel kitchen for a glass of water and brought another for Will. "Seriously, hydrate," she called to him. But he wiped his face against his shoulder and waved her off, before hauling another piece of tree trunk to the woodpile. She sat on one of the broken chairs beside the door, chairs she'd dragged over from the guest patio near the fire pit. But Will kept working. It was hypnotic watching his steady rhythm, lift, haul, stack. It was like watching a pendulum or a paddleboarder. Lift, haul, stack. Lift, haul, stack. Will had vibrated with both exhaustion and restlessness since the minute she'd spotted him in her driveway. She'd thought it was tiredness from the red-eye, but even after a full night's sleep, the restlessness still clung to him. She suspected it was what drove him to do the relentless chopping yesterday and the stacking today. Why? She could get him to tell her eventually, but it would help if she started with a good guess. He'd only hinted at dissatisfaction at work, but she wondered if that might be it. The dissatisfaction had carried a distinct hint of boredom, and Will didn't tolerate boredom well. It was one of her favorite qualities about him, since it had led him to agree to any and every adventure in Rome, and plenty outside of it, too. A half-smile tugged at her lips as Connor's concerned hint came back to her, as if there was anything remotely noteworthy about Will bunking in Caleb's room. And yet, her smile slipped. She'd been dating Connor for 5 months, longer than she and Will had spent together in Rome, and she'd known Connor her whole life. But somehow it was still far easier for her to read Will's moods than Connor's. She hadn't noticed it until Will had shown up, and she shifted uneasily in her chair as the realization sunk in. Why was it harder to read Connor? Maybe it was because he wasn't as prone to as many different moods as Will. Connor was mellow, easy to get along with, accommodating. This morning might be the first time she'd ever seen anything like annoyance from him. Or maybe the idea of 10 more days with Will under her roof stretched before her, and she was already attuning to him the way she had so easily in Rome. And that had very nearly ended in humiliation and hurt for her before Will's total lack of recall the next morning had saved her from it. "Stop it," she told herself firmly. The thought never would have crossed your mind if Connor hadn't put it there. She and Will were just friends, had always been just friends, would always be just friends. Chapter 7. Will. Will dropped the last bit of felled tree onto the stack and stepped back to wipe away the sweat stinging his eyes. "It's a masterpiece," Peyton decreed. She'd worked right alongside him, except when she had insisted it was time for him to drink or eat. With the late afternoon sun setting behind them, he was grateful for her bossing. He was suddenly starving, and it would have been far worse if she hadn't made him choke some food down during the day.
"It was deeply satisfying,"
he said, looking over the neatly stacked wood. It wasn't glamorous work, but it was work that had needed doing. It felt good to look at the long, high wall of wood he and Peyton had made. "Now I won't have to worry about Mr. Cecil tripping over any of this when he's out here." She wiped the back of her hand across her forehead and sighed. "Sorry hurricane cleanup is such tedious work. Bet this wasn't how you thought you'd spend an entire day. Thanks for doing it anyway."
"Are you kidding?" He gaped at her. "I loved it. Didn't even miss the gym.
He flexed his biceps in a move so unlike his normal self that she burst out laughing. She reached out to squeeze one of the muscles. "Not bad, Sir Will. And you're getting some color on your pasty English self, too."
"Thanks for drowning me in sunscreen," he said. "I'd be lobster red if you hadn't."
He surveyed the stack again.
"Quick, climb on top and pose. I want to send a picture to my mates, Theo and Henry. They'll never believe what I've been up to."
"Fine, but you best give me full credit for this pile." It was a bit too high for her to hop up, so he stepped behind her and assisted her with a boost at the waist. He was surprised by how small she was between his hands. He always thought of her as sturdy, somehow, but that had more to do with her presence than her person, he realized. She was bird-boned. It was a wonder the storm hadn't blown her right out into the bay.
"Smile,"
he said, as she perched cross-legged atop their work.
"Perfect."
He snapped it and sent it to Theo and Henry with a message.
"Come enjoy an island retreat where you stack wood all day, clean up glass, listen to an old man tell stories, and eat grits."
He sent it with a grin. The gents would be thoroughly confused when they opened that text.
"Thank you," he said. "Now let me help you down."
"No, I've got it." She hopped off and landed neatly.
"Perfect dismount. The judge from England gives top marks."
"As you should. Now let's get some dinner. Tell me what you're in the mood for, and I'll find it for you on the island."
"Does one eat shrimp and grits for dinner?"
He hoped so. He'd thought about that delicious breakfast no less than a dozen times since this morning. She laughed again, and he was rather proud of himself for winning 2 from her in a row. "One does indeed," she said. "Shrimp and grits is an anytime meal."
"Brilliant. Lead on."
"Maybe after we shower, supper." She broke off, and it almost looked like a sunburn washed over her cheeks. "Never mind."
"Were you seriously about to clarify that those would be separate showers?"
"No." She turned toward the beach house. He followed after her, unwilling to leave this rich vein of teasing.
"As I live and breathe," he began,
in his best imitation of Mr. Cecil's drawl.
"How dare you suggest otherwise? I am a man of impeccable virtue, and I will not be besmirched by your insinuations."
She stopped to shoot him a dry look. "We call that particular butchering of our dialect the Colonel Sanders accent."
"Who's that? A fine South Carolina military man?"
"No, the mascot for Kentucky Fried Chicken." He scowled at her.
"This is offensive."
"Good. So was your terrible accent."
"As offensive as every time you try to imitate mine and sound like a Cockney instead of properly posh."
"Exactly that offensive. Now let's go knock that stink off ourselves and get some food." 20 minutes later, she met him in the living room and led him to the garage. "I assume you know how to ride a bike?" she asked.
"You don't remember tooling through Siena on mopeds?"
"No, a bicycle." She mimed turning pedals with her hands.
"Same principle."
"Great, you take the black one." She pointed him toward a bike with a heavy frame and rubber tires nearly twice the width he was used to.
"It has no gears," he said,
looking it over in surprise. "Correct, it's a beach cruiser. 1 speed and the best way to get around the island unless you're heading into Charleston. Let's get food." 10 minutes later, they turned from the road to park in front of a bungalow, with a sign hanging out front. "Lou's," it advertised in simple black letters. Within 5 minutes, they were settled into a table with tall glasses of iced tea, after no less than 5 separate introductions by Peyton to friends she knew. "Oh, shoot," she said, when her phone buzzed on the table. "I'm sorry, I forgot to check in with Connor. Excuse me."
Go right ahead, Will said as she answered the text. It's hard to imagine you having to check in with anyone, he said, when she set her phone back down. Not like that. He and I often grab dinner together if he's not on shift, and I forgot he didn't need to work tonight. I feel bad. He showed up at my house and I wasn't there. Will worried a little that it was so easy for her to forget a standing dinner with Connor. Peyton needed someone who left a stronger impression. Pity she didn't live in London. She might be just the thing to coax Henry out of his 2-year bad mood. As if thinking of him had conjured him, Henry's name flashed in Will's phone, but a friendly older couple appeared tableside at the same moment, and he ignored the text in favor of Peyton's introduction and the short conversation as each of them inquired about how their homes had weathered the storm. By then, their waitress Lacey appeared with their orders, and Will would have ignored the queen herself once the steam curled up from his plate. The other locals seemed to respect the spell woven by the grits, since none of them approached while he and Peyton cleaned their plates. Ravenous after a day of hard labor in the sun. Incredible, he finally pronounced, leaning back with a happy groan. Finer than anything I've eaten in the best restaurants in Europe. I'm glad you are enjoying our humble low-country food. She said it with the smile of someone who held the cards to a winning hand. Humble nothing, it's fit to serve royalty. Well, aristocracy at least. He grinned. You finally got it right. I'll probably forget again to annoy you. His phone buzzed softly, reminding him he'd ignored Henry's text. That'll be my mate Henry again, thoroughly confused as to why I'm hanging about woodpiles in America. Get it, she said. I don't mind. I need to check in with the Greens over there. She rose to greet more neighbors, and Will read his text, his anticipatory grin turning to surprise. Sounds perfect. Booking a flight to Atlanta, dragging Theo along. See you tomorrow night. Send address. Peyton, he asked when she returned to the table. How many bedrooms did you say you've got? 4 more, including the master. Why? Henry and Theo want to come and help. Do you suppose you could put them to work in exchange for a place to stay? You're kidding. I finally get to meet the other gents? He'd come up through Eton with Henry and Theo. They'd all started together the same year and had quickly bonded over a strange circumstance, shared by only a handful of people in the world. They were all the younger sons of earls. While their fathers were earls and their eldest brothers were viscounts and barons as they awaited the title, the younger sons of earls were known simply as gentlemen. And so they'd been dubbed the gents by their friends and never had shaken it. After all these years of stories, you'll make their acquaintance at last. He was glad of it. It was only fitting that his 3 closest friends finally meet. Tell them they're welcome in the beach house, and if any of my brothers want a place to crash this weekend, there will be space at the Wayfarer. Really? You don't mind? Not in the least. It would feel normal to have 3 big, brutish men clanging around the house anyway. He didn't quite like being shuffled into the brother category, though hers had seemed fine enough fellows. But perhaps it was best if she thought of Henry as a brother. Will hadn't meant that Peyton specifically would be a good fit for Henry, just someone like her. He was pondering exactly how one ended up in her brother category when Connor turned up again for breakfast next morning. Perhaps not turned up exactly. Peyton had warned Will her boyfriend was coming when he'd offered to make omelets again, and she'd asked if he minded cooking for Connor. Of course not, he'd told her, but now that he was busy sautéing the onions they'd both requested while they talked over coffee, he found himself rather more irritated than he'd expected to be. Connor was so boring,
So unutterably wrong for his happy, vibrant friend. He wasn't sure who was right for her, exactly, but this was now the second of her boyfriends he'd met who most definitely was not. He listened to their pleasant exchange about friends and neighbors as Peyton reported who she'd run into at supper the night before, and it was exactly like listening to her talk with her brothers when they'd come round to help. "Oh, Peyton, please want more for yourself than this," he silently urged her. Connor's plate landed with a startling clatter when Will set it down in front of him, and the other man's eyebrow rose in surprise.
"Sorry," Will said. "Plate slipped a bit there."
He whipped up Peyton's and his own omelets in quick succession, then joined them, taking the seat opposite them. Connor was seated beside her, and Will was tempted to roll his eyes at this transparent display of territory staking, as if Peyton were a possession in need of guarding. Will much preferred to sit across from the women he dated, able to watch their expressions and meet their eyes. When Connor draped his arm across the back of Peyton's chair, Will almost laughed. He was sorely tempted to toy with Connor's jealousies, but Peyton would kill him. He chose to behave, instead smiling at Connor.
"So how goes it in emergency medical?" "Quiet day," Connor said. "The storm casualties have been low, thank goodness. We ran our usual calls, 1 heart attack." He perked up. "Got to do some CPR, and the man is doing fine. Don't have to deal with that too much in law, I guess, huh, Will?"
Was he in earnest with this?
"I guess not," he agreed. "More likely causing heart attacks, to be honest. It's a hazard when dealing with staggeringly large piles of money."
Peyton shot him a sharp look, but he ignored it. It was certainly a vulgar comeback, but he didn't really like this Connor's borderline Tarzan routine. "So you're working swing shift today?" she asked Connor.
"Yeah, should be more interesting than the morning shift." "More life-saving, I suppose?" Will asked politely. "Yeah." Brilliant conversationalist, this guy was. Connor turned to Peyton. Will tried not to feel smug at the awkward angle it forced Connor into. "I saw the Zacharys this morning," he said. "Lindsay is coming to town this weekend to help them with cleanup."
"I haven't seen her in at least a year," Peyton said.
"Yeah, she—"
And then Connor was off on a story about people Will didn't know that led to another story about other people he didn't know. He couldn't help but admire Connor's deftness in cutting him out of the conversation. He was almost a worthy courtroom adversary with that kind of maneuvering. He'd managed to capture Peyton's total attention while appearing benign, but Will knew when another man had marked him for battle. Honestly, he wouldn't even care, except he didn't much feel like losing to a Yank. Almost lazily, he slid into the conversation between Connor's breaths to do some hijacking.
"Speaking of old friends, did Peyton tell you we've got company of our own coming tonight?"
Connor's eyes flicked at the "we," but Peyton didn't notice because the idiot had sat beside her.
She hadn't mentioned it.
"The gents are coming," she said, as if that explained everything.
"What are the gents? That sounds like a male stripper group," Connor said. "You've guessed it in one," Will said. "We dress as paramedics with those clever breakaway pants."
"Knock it off, Will," Peyton said, balling up her napkin and throwing it at him. "They're Will's old friends. Apparently, he's convinced them that they'd really like to be on a small South Carolina island during hurricane cleanup instead of in London."
"Is disaster tourism the new trend with the royal crowd?" Connor asked. "I wouldn't know. I'm just an aristocrat."
Peyton shot him a puzzled look before turning to Connor. "I wish you weren't working tonight or you could meet them."
"A shame, that," Will agreed,
with a smile that showed all his teeth. Connor wiped his mouth with his napkin and rose.
Sorry to miss it.
Will rather thought he didn't mean it.
I need to help Dave Lee with a downed tree, so I better head over there before my shift. Walk me out?
He asked Peyton. Of course. Will watched them go, grinning when Connor cleared his spot at the table, then escorted Peyton out of the kitchen, with a hand possessively placed at the small of her back. He almost wished Connor could come round to meet the gents tonight, but it was definitely in Connor's best interest that he couldn't. The poor fellow had barely kept up with Will. Henry and Theo would have flattened him like Peyton's poor black cherry tree. What did she see in that guy anyway? Chapter 8. Peyton. What on earth was that? Peyton asked Connor when they reached the low gate at the beginning of the Shell House's boardwalk. Disaster tourism? Is Magnolia Bay in such good shape that we can't use 2 more pairs of helping hands if they show up to work? Connor sighed and studied his toes for a minute.
Sorry, that Will guy rubs me the wrong way.
This is so unlike you. He met her eye.
To be fair, I don't usually have to deal with a dude staying in a house with my girlfriend, who he clearly has a thing for.
Peyton's jaw dropped a tiny bit. You're kidding, right? She finally said. It's not like that.
Isn't it?
I just said it isn't. He glanced down at his watch.
I really do need to go help Dave, but I don't report to work until 2. Do you want to meet for lunch, maybe at my house, to talk this out?
No, she didn't want to do that. One of the things she liked best about Connor was that they'd never once had to talk anything out. They'd never even had a conversation about being exclusive. They'd just drifted into calling each other girlfriend and boyfriend. No discussion necessary, sliding into it as easily as the warm bay water on a July day. But she smiled and said, "Sure, I'll come by around noon." He nodded and dropped a kiss on her cheek before he headed down the boardwalk to his place. She walked back into the house, thoroughly annoyed with the 2 men currently in her life. "You were ridiculous," she said without preamble, as soon as she reached the kitchen. Will smiled.
Only because he was.
It's not funny. Now go help Mr. Cecil while I do these dishes, and I'll meet you over there. They spent the morning caulking and weather stripping several windows facing the bay. Bianca had done a spectacular job of demonstrating which of them had failed to do their job. The dirty remnants of dried raindrops on their sills, or still damp in the carpets below them. At noon, she left Will in Mr. Cecil's hands, with instructions to feed themselves like grown-ups, not frat boys, and departed as Mr. Cecil explained to Will what Hot Pockets and ramen were. Connor smiled when she walked in, showing herself to the kitchen where he was tossing pasta with sauce. "Hey," she said, still annoyed enough that she didn't give him a kiss hello. She took a spot at the breakfast bar instead and watched him plate the farfalle.
We'll eat, then talk. Don't worry.
He smiled, but it only made her feel worse.
I'm not dumb enough to walk into a sensitive conversation with you when you're hangry.
Now it was a sensitive conversation? Great. She'd never let her mood ruin her appetite before, and she tucked into the pasta now, determined to have a full belly for whatever Connor wanted to get into. She would probably have to spend a good 15 minutes convincing him that Will always had been and would be only her friend. But she drew the line at making her houseguest relocate to the Wayfarer just to spare Connor's anxious feelings. He was going to have to trust her. When he'd cleared their plates, Connor sat back down and smiled at her across the breakfast bar.
I think we should break up.
She blinked at him. This wasn't at all what she'd expected. What?
I think we should break up."
His voice was calm, the warm smile steady on his face. It was like having someone wish you a nice day while your hair was on fire. Just because Will is staying at my beach house? If that was it, she'd be shocked. She'd never known Connor to be judgmental or controlling, but if he was seriously going to dump her for this, then good riddance. She didn't need that kind of toxic masculinity in her life. Gross.
"Yes and no," he said. "Yesterday I was stupidly annoyed by how at home he was at your place. But honestly, I get it. You guys have been friends for years. You're comfortable with each other and it shows. So it both is and isn't the issue."
This helped
Not at all.
You're one of the most direct people I know, so kudos on coming right out with, "We should break up," but I wish you'd be just as clear about why.
"You're going to get mad," he said, his smile turning resigned.
"I'm already mad. You've got nothing to lose." She said it calmly, but she really wanted to smack her hand on the table.
"Well, how would you say it's been going between us since we started dating?"
Until 3 minutes ago, I would have said it was just fine.
"Me too. Fine. Just fine. And I think that might be the problem."
He leaned over and took her hand, lacing his fingers through hers.
"Do you think it's possible we fell into dating each other because it's easy? Because it just seemed like the thing to do?"
She studied their linked hands, trying to figure out what the question was designed to get at. "Yes," she said, meeting his eyes. "I feel dumb, but I don't see why that's a bad thing."
"I'm not sure how to explain this."
He fell silent, maybe gathering his thoughts.
"Have you ever thought it was weird that we've been dating for all this time, but we've never said I love you?"
"We haven't? I'm sure we have. I'm sure I have."
"You haven't, and I haven't either, and I think it's because we do love each other, but I'm not sure we're at that level of being so in love that the words come bursting out of us."
He clasped her hand with both of his and leaned toward her.
"I think we love each other because we're part of each other's history. We know each other's story. We're good together. But I don't think we've ever drifted out of the friend zone. I think we just threw in some making out because we were convenient to each other."
She winced, and he held up his hands in a placating gesture.
"I know how that sounds, but I wouldn't have said it if I thought it was all me. Think about it," he urged her. "I like kissing you. But does kissing me make your insides crazy and your head spin?"
"Lust isn't everything."
"But I think chemistry is something. And we have pleasant physical chemistry, but great friend chemistry."
"All this because Will answered my door at breakfast yesterday?"
He sighed. "If either of us felt like we needed each other to breathe, we wouldn't be having this conversation. I think if you saw the way you and Will interact through my eyes, you'd understand exactly why we need to have this conversation. You guys even talk alike. Your senses of humor are identical."
"I'm never going to try to convince a guy that he needs to be with me, so you're free to go. But as a friend, here's a piece of advice. You're putting way too much emphasis on passion. It only gets you so far. That's what flings are built on, not relationships." She knew that from Paolo, a flame that had burned bright and fast, then flickered when there was nothing to talk about during walks on the piazza.
"Pate, don't be mad."
His eyes grew wide with alarm when he saw her expression.
Sorry, not trying to tell you how to feel. Let me try again. I don't want you to be mad at me. I want us to stay friends. That's what we mostly were anyway. Friends with benefits. I do love you, but in the way I've always loved you. I think we could get married a year from now and live comfortable lives together, content. But I deserve to feel the world tilt on its axis for someone.
He leaned forward, stretching his hands out, an invitation to take them again. She sighed and slid hers into his.
And you do too.
She bit at her lip, thinking over what he'd said and whether she wanted to argue. She did, but only one point. You're still wrong about me and Will. The corners of his eyes creased ever so slightly, a smile that started there but which he wisely kept off his lips.
How do you know? I haven't even told you what I think.
Then quit talking around it and say your piece, she huffed, pulling her hands back. He settled his chin on his fists and studied her for a minute.
You two are sitting on a pile of dynamite, and you don't even know it. It's unnerving watching you both tromp all over it, unaware that it's about to go off.
Connor, she warned, almost a growl. She was tired of him speaking in riddles.
No more metaphors, he said with a small laugh. There's a tension between you. I know you well enough to know what I see. Your eyes track him wherever he goes. You're always half smiling when you watch him and think he isn't looking. You do all kinds of little things for him, like the way you filled his glass with juice before he asked because you knew it was his favorite.
I would have given you juice if I'd known you wanted it, she protested.
That's my point. You didn't. And I'm not upset. But Pate, come on. I know you too well to be imagining what I saw.
His words made her skin itch in a way that no amount of squirming or scratching would fix. It was the discomfort she'd always felt as a kid in church when Sister Evelyn caught her eye, and Peyton had just known she could see every bad thing she'd done that week. But Peyton hadn't done anything bad with Will, hadn't even entertained a thought worthy of confession. She didn't like sitting here feeling so transparent. As if to prove how well he knew her, Connor added, Don't stress. Your secret is safe. I don't have a secret.
I think it might be even secret from yourself. Don't worry. He doesn't know. I'm not sure anyone else would notice. Maybe your mom. She always knows what's up, but that's it. Will doesn't have a clue.
He looked sympathetic, and she wanted to punch him, a quick one, to make it stop. His gaze dropped to her hand, which she realized she'd curled into a fist.
Am I mansplaining you?
Yes, 100%. Would you like to tell me anything else about the feelings I apparently have?
Sorry,
he said, but his smile showed no repentance.
Do me a favor and give me the satisfaction of telling me I was right when you figure it out for yourself.
She pushed back from the table. I'm going home. He rose and followed her to the door.
Love you,
he said, grinning when she turned sharply to glare at him from the bottom of his porch step.
Just not the way we probably need to.
Connor? She didn't even know what to say. Finally, she flew up the 3 steps to give him a hug and whispered, You're an idiot, into his ear, which only made him hug her harder.
Maybe, he said when she reached the gate, but not a blind one. Good luck with everything.
Chapter 9. Will.
How was lunch?
Will asked, when Peyton stepped through the French doors leading from the hotel into what Mr. Cecil called the guest grounds. Since guests booked the hotel for its access to the beach, the grounds weren't expansive, Mr. Cecil had explained to him, but sometimes people still wanted to unwind away from the sand. He'd created a 1/4-acre garden with lush landscaping, areas for horseshoes and cornhole, and Adirondack chairs surrounding a fire pit, and separated it all from the guest parking lot with a tall hedge of holly. Will had spent the morning cleaning the grounds, picking up small branches and raking up leafy debris. Awesome morning, Peyton said. Got dumped. Did Mr. Cecil disobey and feed you a Hot Pocket?
It was quite good.
Then her words sunk in.
I'm sorry. Did you say you got dumped?
Yep. Well, that was excellent news. Connor had not been the bloke for her. He frowned. But with Henry and Theo due in a few hours, he'd have to make sure Henry knew not to flirt with her. He'd smell an easy target, and if he toyed with a newly dumped Peyton, Will would have to pummel him, and that was always a bother. "I'm fine, no big deal," Peyton said, waving her hand as if to wipe away his frown.
"I didn't know you were having problems."
She mumbled something that sounded like, "I didn't either," but she didn't look like she wanted to talk about it.
"Should we get rip-roaring drunk with the gents tonight?"
he asked. It had always helped him whenever Bianca broke up with him. "No thanks. I prefer to drown my sorrows in work and chocolate. Let me get a rake." He knew better than to press her for details. She'd tell him about it eventually, but the last thing he wanted to do after the sting of a fresh breakup was to sit and talk about it. He understood. He handed her his rake.
"I'll go find another one."
Peyton took it and set to work with so much energy that he pitied the leaves, even though they were already dying. The way she whacked at them would surely finish them off. By evening, she'd worn herself out, her shoulders sagging, every line of her body speaking of exhaustion, but there wasn't so much a blade of grass out of place on the guest grounds. Not one would dare. But she wasn't frowning any longer, and Will made a mental note to check with Mr. Cecil about finding things she could hammer tomorrow. Might be good therapy. "I'm going to take a shower and get dinner started."
"Burgers?"
he asked hopefully. She smiled at that. "I can do better than that for a bunch of spoiled aristocrats."
"Oh, trust me, burgers will be perfect. Please? Pretty please?"
She laughed. "Fine, burgers, but I'm buying the nice buns." He followed her to the garden shed at the edge of the grounds so they could return their rakes.
"I'm sorry you guys broke up. He's an idiot."
"That's what I told him." He pulled her into a hug with a laugh.
"I would have expected nothing less."
She settled into the hug and stayed there for a while, resting her head on his shoulder. He was glad he could be here for this. Most times they'd consoled each other through these things over FaceTime. It felt good to actually hold her, not just offer soothing words from across an ocean. Finally, she pulled away. "Seriously, I need to get a move on if I want to have everything ready for dinner."
"I'll be there in a few minutes to help. I just need to check on Mr. Cecil."
"Take your time. I need to shower and run to Mabel's for a few groceries anyway." He watched her go, walking straight over the flattened fence to her yard. Perhaps that could be the first project for his friends tomorrow, helping him rebuild the fence. He'd ask Mr. Cecil if that was a good next priority. He found the old man sitting at the front desk like Will imagined he had for thousands of evenings over the years, checking in guests. He'd learned from their chats that the business had slowed enough in the last few years that Mr. Cecil had let their desk clerks go and handled it all himself. It was a shame, Will thought, glancing around the lobby. Like most of the rooms he'd seen, the hotel was steeped in the 90s. Mauve and teal tones, floral wallpaper, brass-plated accents on furnitures and fixtures. But the bones of the place were excellent, and the location was as good as any resort Will had ever visited on the Maxwell annual seaside holidays. If Mr. Cecil only had a bit of capital, he could renovate it into an absolute gem. But as he watched the elderly man stare blankly down at the reception desk in front of him, his mind clearly somewhere else, Will realized it wasn't money that Mr. Cecil lacked. It was desire. His wife had been the animating force in the little hotel, and Mr. Cecil's will to run it had died with her. How would it be to love someone that way? For 5 years, he'd mistaken his love for Bianca as that kind of love, the kind that would drive him to slay dragons for her. But after their last breakup the year before, he'd come to realize he didn't miss the wild ups and downs. He'd outgrown them and her.
"The guest grounds are groomed to perfection," he informed Mr. Cecil. "Thank you, son. Wish there was someone more than a real estate agent to enjoy them, but I appreciate it mightily." "You can thank Peyton," Will said. "She and Connor broke up today, and she raked that garden like it was the idiot's head." "They broke up," Mr. Cecil repeated. "Why?" "She wasn't in the mood to talk about it, but you don't sound surprised."
Mr. Cecil shrugged.
"They would have been fine together. Wouldn't have surprised me either way."
"That's an interesting take. Seems odd to see them together as easily as apart."
"Not really. They understand each other. Their roots, their history, their most comfortable parts fit each other well. They don't necessarily bring out the good in each other, because each of them is good to start. Their good complements each other."
"Then why do you think they broke up? Too boring?" Mr. Cecil scoffed.
"No, they're both delightful. I think they just didn't make each other laugh enough."
"Laugh? Not swoon or moon over each other?"
"Maybe not enough of the swooning either, but the laughing, you need that. They'll be fine. They'll each find someone to do more than drift with."
Will realized he probably shouldn't be gossiping about his best friend with her neighbor, and excused himself with an apology.
"I've got friends coming to town, and I better help Peyton get ready for them. Thought we'd start on your fence tomorrow." "That'll be fine, boy."
He grinned at Mr. Cecil.
"You won't even pretend to respect my title, will you?"
The old man scoffed.
"This is America, son. You lost. It don't count for much."
Will left with a chuckle. As he walked into Peyton's place, Theo texted to let him know they'd landed.
"Peyton?"
"In here," she called from the kitchen.
"They'll be here in an hour," he informed her.
He blinked. She'd cleaned up all right. Freshly showered, hair blown dry. He squinted. Makeup, even. Some dewy stuff on her lips. And she wore a soft pink dress with thin straps that set off the peachiness of her skin.
"Connor was a right idiot," he thought with a shake of his head.
"Don't worry," Peyton said when she caught sight of him. "I've already gone to the store, and the burgers will be perfect when your friends get here. I'm even throwing sweet potato fries into the mix."
"I wasn't worried, just thinking you look lovely and your boyfriend is a fool."
"Ex-boyfriend." She gave the carrot she was chopping an extra loud thwack.
"Indeed. So, how can I help?"
"There's a table and chairs in the shutout back. Can you set those up on the deck so we can enjoy an ocean view at dinner?"
"Sure."
He paused halfway to the back door.
"It's a shame Connor won't be home around dinner time to see you dining al fresco with handsome Brits."
"Who says we won't do the same thing tomorrow when he's off?" She shot him a saucy grin, and he laughed and headed to the shed. The table was only meant for 4, and though not large, it was iron and rather heavy. She hadn't mentioned he'd need help, which meant her brothers most likely didn't when they brought it out. Well, if they could do it, he could too. It took nearly 20 minutes of wrangling to get it in place, but he was able to report back to her that it was ready. 4 chairs attendant. "Great. Now, can you set it?" She directed him around the kitchen to find cloth napkins and the company dishes as she chopped a sweet potato into straws. "I'll wait until your friends actually get here before I throw the burgers on the grill."
"Should be any minute."
But the rest of his words were drowned in a call of, "Hello," from the other side of the front screen door.
"Theo," he said, grinning. "Let's go get them."
He was already turning for the door, and she followed right on his heels. "My house," she said, plucking the back of his shirt as he reached for the screen door. "I'll answer." She maneuvered him neatly behind her and opened the door herself. "Hello," she said, holding it wide and waving them in. "Welcome to Magnolia Bay." His two friends clattered in with suitcases rattling over the threshold, and polite greetings and hugs for Peyton. She returned them with a smile, offering warm welcomes as Will introduced his friends, looking completely unruffled by having the British aristocracy descend on her home. It was because of her brothers, he reckoned. She was well used to the kind of foolishness and noise that came with the gents. "All right, gentlemen, Will can show you to your rooms. Get yourselves unpacked and comfortable, and I'll serve dinner in 20 minutes.
"Hamburgers," Will announced, delighted. "We're doing an American cookout."
"Prime," Henry declared. "We'd need at least 3 times as many people to count it as a real cookout," Peyton said. "But it's true about the burgers. Will insisted that's what you'd want."
"It is, and wait until you try shrimp and grits in the morning," he said, leading them toward the stairs.
"Grits?" Henry drawled. "Trust me," Will said. 20 minutes later, they reported promptly for dinner. The sun had nearly set, and they settled into the warmth of the early evening, exclaiming when Peyton came around the side of the house bearing a platter of hamburgers grilled to perfection.
"Marry me,"
Theo said after his first bite.
"No, me,"
Henry insisted, after sampling her homemade sweet potato fries.
"I'll make you a queen."
"You're not even in line for the earldom," Will said.
"Don't ruin it," Henry scowled. "I'm playing the only card I've got."
Peyton only laughed. "Best save your proposals for Lou in the morning when you try her shrimp and grits." After dinner and a cold beer each, Theo and Henry took themselves off to bed.
"Sorry," Theo said. "We'll be far better company tomorrow. We've just had a long day of travel, and my body thinks it's 3 in the morning.
"Go to sleep," she said, shooing them each up the stairs. "You were great company. I almost worry how I'll handle you both when you're not tired." Henry flashed her what Will could only describe as a wicked grin.
"We promised to be a handful."
"They're idiots," Will said when they disappeared.
"But they'll gladly pitch in with storm repair tomorrow. I promised to move them over to the Wayfarer if they get obnoxious."
She rolled her eyes. "You've met my brothers. They'd have to give it everything they've got just to be half as bad as Caleb." He helped her clear and clean, and when they each finally collapsed into their own beds to sleep, Will stared up at the ceiling. A feeling of contentment such as he hadn't felt in a long time creeping over him. He was underneath the same roof with all his best mates in the world for the first time, and it felt like coming home. In the morning, Lou's shrimp and grits won new converts in Theo and Henry. Once their stomachs were full, Will dragged them back to the Wayfarer and introduced them to Danny and the garden shed. Danny showed them how to drive the posts and when to determine if one needed replacing altogether, then turned them loose beneath Will's supervision to get the fence rebuilt. About an hour later, Peyton called down a hello from somewhere above them. They all looked up to discover her waving from her roof.
"Hello, Peyton. What are you doing up there?"
Henry called, as pleasantly as he might ask about the weather. Her answer was to send several shingles sailing to the ground. "We won't get any rain for a few days, so I'm taking off the shingles to get it ready for Matt when he comes on Saturday." She sent a few more shingles down. "How's it going with the fence?"
"We're spectacular fence builders," Theo announced. "Look at what we've done so far."
She made a big show of oohing and awing at the 4 feet they'd managed to rebuild. "It's so good, I need a picture. Pose, boys." They did, Theo flexing and Henry holding his hammer in front of him with all the solemnity of Thor. Refusing to be outdone, Will hoisted a fence post over his head. "Perfect," she said. "Y'all should do a calendar." A second later, his phone vibrated with a text of the picture. He showed it to Theo and Henry, and they all laughed at their faux machismo.
I'm posting this, he said. Pippa will have a good laugh.
His sister always laughed at their antics. He put it on Instagram and they went back to work.
Satisfying, isn't it?
He asked Henry around noon as they surveyed the 9 feet of fence they'd built so far.
Weirdly, yes. Who knew? It's been a grand morning, but I want to eat some more American food and take a dip in the bay, Theo announced. Then more fence this afternoon?
Will asked.
Then more fence, Theo agreed.
They wandered into the hotel lobby to get a suggestion of where to eat from Mr. Cecil, but he shook his head.
Right here in my dining room, he told them. Let me get Danny and then I'll feed you all the best pastrami sandwiches of your lives.
He proved true to his word, setting before each of them giant pastrami sandwiches on marble rye.
Poor sandwich, Theo mumbled before picking his up. Poor sandwich,
Henry and Will echoed before doing the same.
You're not vegetarians, are you? Mr. Cecil asked. No, Henry shook his head. But can you imagine being the Earl of Sandwich? We always pause for respect every time we eat one.
Mr. Cecil hooted with laughter, and Danny regarded them as if they were a visiting alien race. But they all dug into the lunch that was as good as Mr. Cecil had promised.
Truly excellent, Will pronounced, leaning back when his crumbs were gone. It's the mustard, Mr. Cecil explained. I buy the plain yellow mustard and doctor it with garlic and jalapeno. My cook taught me that.
His expression fell.
I'll miss Gerald, but he's already found a job over on Isle of Palms. Maybe I'll go visit him sometimes. Mr. Cecil has decided to sell the hotel, Will explained to the others. He's not attempting to restore it so much as repair it well enough to find a buyer.
The other two nodded. Theo raised his glass to Mr. Cecil.
It's a fine place. Change is difficult. It's no wonder it's hard for you to let it go. It is and isn't, the old man said. Wouldn't mind it so much if I didn't have to sell it to corporate vultures.
They all fell silent.
Ah, well, he said at last. No use dwelling on it. Go enjoy the bay. I need to make some phone calls anyway.
They cleared their places and wandered over to Peyton's.
Come for a swim, Will called up to her.
She'd declined lunch with them in favor of working on the shingles. Maybe later, she answered. I'm in a groove. Another section of shingles thunked to the grass as if to prove it. He'd just switched to his swim trunks when his phone vibrated on the nightstand with a text. He groaned when he saw the name on his screen. Bianca. They hadn't spoken in almost a year. What could she possibly want now? He considered deleting without reading it, but if he didn't answer her, she would only send a dozen more. He swiped the screen on. So like you to take a working holiday. Reminds me how I miss you. Send me the info. We're long overdue for a talk. Can be on a flight tomorrow. Oh, no. Absolutely not. The one thing Magnolia Bay did not need was another dose of Hurricane Bianca. Chapter 10. Peyton. When Peyton eventually climbed down from the roof in late afternoon to think about dinner, she descended to find a pall hanging over her living room. All three of the gents sat on her overstuffed sofas, morose looks on their faces. "What's wrong?" she asked, stepping into the gloom.
"Pestilence," Theo muttered. "Plague," Henry added.
Peyton studied the anxiety written in the tired lines of Will's face. "Bianca?" she guessed.
"It's like Peyton knows her," Theo said to Henry. "Bianca wants to come," Will mumbled.
She frowned, puzzled. "I thought you weren't speaking to her."
"I wasn't. I haven't for a whole year," he added.
"Then why?"
"She saw the picture of us Will posted on Instagram and apparently mistook it for a party, and now she wants to come."
"Will, no," Peyton said firmly. But she knew the look on his face too well. He was going to buckle like he always did to Bianca. "Haven't you had the most peaceful year of your life since y'all broke up last year? How many times have you commented on the peace and quiet?" she demanded.
"A lot of times, numerous times."
"So many times," she agreed. "You told her no, right?" Will shifted guiltily.
"Not exactly."
"Will." Her voice held the note of warning mostly reserved for Caleb when he was on the verge of one of his dumber ideas.
"Right, so the thing is, she wants closure. That's different than wanting to get back together."
"What closure?"
Henry asked. "You closed the door behind you when you found her cheating with her neighbor. That's quite literally closure." "She wants to apologize. Tell her she's forgiven. Excuse her from the trip," Theo said. "We don't need Bianca aftershocks." "You're thinking earthquakes," Will muttered.
Peyton could see Will wavering, as he had a dozen times before when it came to his ex-girlfriend. She couldn't decide if she wanted to tear out her own hair or Will's hair in her frustration. He would let that woman back in, and she and the gents would be left picking up the pieces once more. This must be stopped. "She can't stay here," she announced. "No Bianca in my house. I won't be an enabler." Henry and Theo both shook their heads.
"I already talked to Mr. Cecil," Will confessed. "He'll let her stay in one of the rooms on the garden side. Most of those didn't suffer damage."
"This is seriously the worst idea you've ever had, and you've really had some bad ones in regard to Bianca." Will climbed to his feet, pacing like she imagined he might when he faced the court. His expression had changed to one of focus, like he was about to present an opposing argument.
"Look, none of you need to worry. I truly don't want to reconcile with her. I've not been holding out hope or any nonsense like that. But you all know how Bianca is. She's relentless. She will not give up until she's heard it from me herself that it's over. Best to let her blow through and be done with it. Or you could just ring her up and tell her. Mobile phones are marvelous for that," Henry said, sounding deeply bored. "It won't be good enough for her," Will said. "Let her come here, hate this little town with all her being. Sorry, it's lovely, but not her speed," he said, with a quick glance at Peyton. "Then I'll put her on a plane to New York to go do some totally unnecessary shopping, and she'll go back to London and leave me in peace."
"Yeah, right."
"You're dreaming, mate. Delusional."
Peyton, Theo, and Henry all spoke at once, then exchanged grim smiles, the smiles of passengers on a sinking ship.
"You have no faith in me, have you?" Will asked, pausing in his pacing.
"None," the three answered in unison, then burst out laughing.
"Oh, ha ha, but you'll see," Will insisted. "I'm done with her."
Theo rose.
"If you say so. I'm off to bed."
Henry climbed to his feet too.
"I'm off to wander in the moonlight feeling sorry for my own self."
He let himself out of the house.
"Et tu, Brute?" Will asked Peyton.
She mimed turning a knife. "Definitely. I would literally stab you if I thought it would make you see sense."
"You would not."
She scowled. "Maybe not, but I would want to. A lot."
"It'll be fine. You'll see."
Peyton was still annoyed when she settled into bed an hour later, and only marginally less bugged in the morning when she woke up to make breakfast, only to discover Will already scrambling eggs.
"Frittata," he announced when she appeared in the kitchen. "Already took my run. Coffee's nearly ready for you."
"I really am supposed to be hosting you, you know." He made a dismissive sound.
"Host the gents. I fetched some tea this morning. They'll both prefer it if you want to set some on. I know you probably don't have a teapot, but I can tell you how to do it with boiling water."
Instead of dignifying that, she leaned up to fetch her mother's teapot from one of the cabinets and set it beside him. "My mom likes chamomile tea before bed."
"I stand corrected."
She set to heating the water, but her mind was still largely preoccupied with thoughts of Bianca. The woman would undoubtedly knock Will completely off kilter again. They'd broken up at least 8 times over the 5 years they dated, and each time Will had descended deeper into his post-breakup funk than the time before. Peyton would need a plan to keep Bianca from getting her hooks into him. And failing that, a plan for catching him when he fell. Again. She sighed. Realistically, she better prep for the second scenario.
"Well, that was a deeply dramatic sigh. Please tell me you're worried about the roof shingles and not me," Will said.
Definitely not the roof. He set down his fork.
"Seriously, don't worry, Peyton. I'm not going back to Bianca. There's a point at which a man must draw the line."
She gave him a skeptical look from beneath raised eyebrows.
"All right, yes, that point was probably after the 3rd time we broke up," he conceded. "But it's different this time."
"Like it was the last 5 times?"
"Different than all of those times, too," he insisted.
But Peyton didn't believe him for a second. Well, she'd have nothing but time while she was up on her roof. More than enough to come up with a put Will back together plan. Chapter 11. Will. Will found it rather annoying that the 3 people who supposedly knew him best in the world had so little faith in him. He pounded the post Theo held, turning loose his frustration on the thing.
"That's enough," Theo said. "We're not trying to get to China through Mr. Cecil's garden. You both think I'm going to buckle for Bianca. Easy as that," he demanded.
"Yes," Theo and Henry said. Will truly was beginning to find this choral response thing annoying too.
"You're wrong."
The other 2 didn't bother arguing. Somehow that was worse.
"I'm going to go move the new slats into place for the rear fence," he announced.
He didn't want to look at their smug, pitying faces a moment longer. They hadn't been there. They hadn't walked in to find Bianca wound around her neighbor, a trust fund kid whose parents had leased a luxury apartment in London for him. A guy years Bianca's junior, sprawled on her sofa, beneath her. One didn't simply forget things like that. There was no other interpretation for what he'd seen, and no explanations or excuses that would ever purge it. Will and Bianca's previous breakups had all been about the other issues in their relationship. Her resentment of the time he'd given to his schooling, then his career. His frustration with her ongoing tantrums and histrionics when she wanted more attention. The thing was, no amount of attention was enough for her. Even if she had every bit of his, she still sought more from the people around her, always finding ways to draw it to her, whether it was through the sparkle of her wit or the burn of her drama. Bianca Forsyth would not be ignored. Until finally, he had ignored her. So thoroughly and completely after his visit to her flat that she might nearly have never existed. No, he wasn't falling into her trap again. But the call. The call from her yesterday after he'd texted her not to come had been so different. She'd been subdued, even humble. "I owe you an apology, one I should make to your face. I know you owe me nothing, but please, if there was even a single moment in which you truly cared for me in our 5 years together, please let me make this right. I know it's over, but I've been doing all kinds of work on myself, and as one of the people I've damaged most in my self-absorbed spiral, I'd love a chance to say I'm sorry directly to your face." As he moved the fence slats from the garden shed to the next section of fence line, an uneasy feeling sloshed about in Will's stomach. He wasn't going to let the insane highs of their 5 years together overshadow all the dark and lonely lows. He would never go back to that place again, no matter how much Bianca had changed. But if his 3 closest friends all believed he was deluding himself, was he? No, of course not. He'd rediscovered his self-respect in the last year. It was too hard won to sacrifice again. But was that exactly what he was doing by agreeing to her visit? He growled in frustration, tired of the carousel of his thoughts. Round and round they went and got absolutely nowhere. When Peyton called down from the roof to see if they wanted to order pizza, they all shouted up their agreement. A half hour later, she called down again. "Pizza guy is coming up the walk. Come over." They had to troop around the fence to get to her property, walking up the path like civilized people now that both their fences had been repaired. She met them at the door with a box of pizza. "Can one of you boys take this to Mr. Cecil and Danny?"
"I'll do it,"
Theo said, taking the box and heading back to the Wayfarer.
"I confess I'm more jet-lagged than I expected," Henry said. "Would you think me horribly rude if I used my lunch break for some shut-eye?"
Would I think the man who flew across the Atlantic to help a stranger is rude? No, I would not. Peyton smiled at him and shooed him toward the stairs. "I'll save it for you in the fridge. Just crisp it in the toaster oven, not the microwave, when you're awake, and it will be almost as good as fresh." Henry trudged up the stairs with a tired word of thanks, and she and Will sat in the cool air conditioning of the kitchen to enjoy their pizza. "Is Henry okay?" she asked Will.
"He will be. He's more emotionally exhausted than he thinks, having a difficult time at work with his father and brother. That's why I thought a week of hard work and distraction might do him some good, give him a solvable problem and all that."
"Good thinking," she said. She picked up her pizza for a bite, chewing it with a thoughtful look on her face. "On the subject of bad thinking—"
"If you're about to bring up Bianca, please don't."
"It's just that—" She trailed off when he dropped his head on his arms with a groan. "All right, never mind. Eat your pizza in peace." He did, feeling churlish. It was insulting, their doubt, and Peyton's most of all. He didn't talk out his feelings with Theo and Henry much, maybe ever, but Peyton had talked him through some rough patches, the roughest of patches. He set his pizza down.
"You really think I'd go back to her?"
"I only know what I saw the last 8 times.
"That's cold."
Peyton looked unmoved by this accusation.
"It's different this time."
She mused. "We keep having this conversation. Would you like me to tell you what comes next? Usually, you'll bring up her terrible qualities. Then you—"
"I mean it this time,"
he insisted. He feared he probably sounded like a sulky schoolboy. It's how he sounded in his own ears. They ate in silence, Peyton completely unperturbed as his snit deepened. When his phone vibrated, he was glad for the distraction, and gladder still when it was Bianca's name, but not for the reasons Peyton might accuse him of. Rather, it was his chance to make his point. He flashed the screen at Peyton with a smug smile and answered,
"Hello, Bianca."
"Will, I booked a long layover, overnight really, in New York, so I'll be in tomorrow around lunchtime."
"You already told me that."
There. Let Peyton drink in the polite detachment of his tone. "Oh, you sound so cold, Will. Aren't you looking forward to our reconciliation?" Her voice had turned into the Bianca specialty of pouty and suggestive.
"There's no reconciliation, Bianca. I made that clear."
He shot Peyton a look.
"See? I told you."
Peyton shrugged. "I misspoke. I meant it like reunion." Bianca purred again. "It's been too long, hasn't it?"
About a year since I walked in on you with your neighbor. If anything, this feels too soon.
Take that, Peyton. She yawned. It's felt like an eternity, Bianca said. He could imagine the pout of her lips, the big eyes she would make begging him to forgive her.
Really? Because the time has flown for me. Guess that's what happens when you're having fun.
Oh, Will, you're still angry. But that's exactly why I'm coming to you. I owe you the deepest of apologies. I'm truly so sorry. You have no idea, and you deserve to hear it from me in person. Sorry wasn't a word Bianca had much practice with, and for the first time he wondered if she actually got it, truly felt regret for the damage she had done. He could believe she was sorry for having been caught, but not even sure about that. But this sounded like she meant it. Sorry for having cheated.
I'm glad to hear you say that, he conceded.
I'm thankful you're giving me the opportunity.
What's happening here? He asked. You sound almost humble.
You have no idea. I've learned and changed, truly. You'll see. Was it possible? Had Bianca really? The look on Peyton's face stopped his train of thought in its tracks. She looked resigned.
Hold just a moment, please, he said to Bianca, before muting the call. What? He demanded of Peyton. She's apologizing. She's never done that before.
New trick, same dog. Peyton rose to drop her dirty napkin in the garbage. Was she right? Panic bloomed, restricting his breath. It was the first true sign that Bianca's claws were closing in on him again. He cleared his throat and unmuted the call.
You know, Bianca, honestly, just enjoy Manhattan. You've made your apology. It's unnecessary for you to come all the way to Charleston for that. I appreciate the gesture, though.
Now Peyton turned to him, an eyebrow quirked in surprise. It was insulting, honestly. He had a backbone. He did. But, Will, I did you a grave wrong, and you deserve the fullest apology. I promise we'll both feel better once I'm done. I'll see you tomorrow.
Wait.
He burst out in a fit of desperation.
If you're thinking you're going to come to say you're sorry, and then we'll magically get back together, it's useless. I'm seeing someone.
This announcement was met by a short pause, and a look from Peyton that clearly asked what the heck he thought he was doing. She knew Will hadn't dated anyone seriously in the past year. He'd been too married to his work. I hadn't heard, Bianca said. Usually those things get back to me quickly. How well he knew it. The same whisper network was always quick to let him know when Bianca had moved on to someone new, no matter how much he protested that he wasn't interested in her dating life any longer. But Bianca sounded confused, which meant she believed him. He leaned into the lie, determined to sell it and Bianca-proof his life.
Yes, I'm seeing Peyton. You remember her?
Peyton's expression turned as stormy as he imagined Hurricane Bianca must have looked before rolling in. Peyton, your study abroad friend, the American?
Yes, the one whose house I'm staying in. That's not just because it's convenient. It's...
Oh, Peyton would kill him for what was about to come out of his mouth.
She and I, well, we've fallen in love.
Peyton reached for a knife.
It was a long time coming, and then I realized what I'd been too blind to see all those years when I was with you. Peyton's exactly who I need.
Need? Bianca repeated. How does an American fit with your life as a London barrister and scion of an aristocratic family? She can't possibly understand your life. He could feel Bianca's resolve gathering again.
It's more than needing Peyton. I want her. I love her. She's more than I ever dreamed of having.
Peyton picked up the knife and mimed stabbing him. I'm going to kill you, she mouthed. He turned his back so he wouldn't have to watch her face.
So really, Bianca, come if you must, but please don't think there's room for anything more than the apology you insist on giving.
I'll see you tomorrow, then, she said in her silky voice. He didn't know if that familiar tone or the thought of facing Peyton filled him with more dread. He stayed where he was, phone pressed to his ear even after she hung up, as he worked out what to say to Peyton. You're not even talking to her anymore, Peyton said. I can see that your phone screen went dark. He turned around slowly, very slowly. What is wrong with you? Oh, she was definitely going to kill him.
I had to, he said.
You had to make up the dumbest lie in the world instead of just telling her to stay away? Her knuckles whitened around the knife hilt.
You're not going to actually kill me, are you?
No, but I'm imagining it.
That's all right, then.
He hadn't actually thought she would, but he'd never seen her quite so angry before. No, not one thing is all right about any of this.
The only way Bianca will truly give up is if she believes she has no chance.
I don't think she'll give a rip that you're claiming you're in a relationship. So Peyton was still pretty angry then.
Pate, think about it. If I dragged the most beautiful woman in the world here to fake like she was my girlfriend, Bianca wouldn't believe it. She would see right through it, in fact. But she knows we've been friends for years. It's the only thing that has a shot to fooling her, that we've seen the light after all these years, and now we're so in love that there's no way for her into this relationship.
Peyton set the knife in the sink and leaned on her hands, her head hanging down. I just want to kill you so much.
I understand, Henry said, choosing that moment to walk in. Feel like that regularly. What are we going to kill him for?
He's told Bianca that he and I have seen the light and we're madly in love.
It's the only thing she'll believe, Will insisted. She won't go away unless she believes she has no shot at all. And you've given Bianca years of believing she always will, Henry said.
He rubbed his chin, looking as though he were weighing the merits of the plan. Henry, do not encourage him. This is idiotic. This is dumber than the dumbest things Caleb has ever pulled. It's so high school. Stop it.
Caleb? Henry asked Will.
My dumbest brother, Peyton said. Please, for the good of civilization, please be smarter than my dumbest brother.
Sorry, Henry said, but I think Will is right. It's probably the only move he can make that will convince Bianca. Please, Will asked Peyton. If I can convince her this time, I'll be done with her for good. And it's a foolproof backstory, friends for years who become something more. She'll buy it.
Yeah, except for the small issue of it's all a lie and we can't possibly fool her, you idiot.
Henry winced, but Will grinned. So you'll do it then?
She answered him by storming out of the back door and slamming it behind her.
You are an idiot, Henry said, when the glass quit rattling. Only if this fails, Will said. But when it works, you'll think I'm a genius.
Henry sat down and lifted a piece of pizza.
One thing you can be sure of, there is no chance of that.
Chapter 12. Peyton. Peyton didn't actually want Will dead, but she wouldn't mind if he suddenly winked out of existence. What was he thinking, telling Bianca that ridiculous story? Peyton stomped to the ladder, ready to climb up and sling the last of the shingles from the roof, maybe throwing them far enough to hit Will in the head and knock some sense into it. But maybe it was best if she calmed down before she climbed all the way up. In her current mood, if she didn't fall off the roof out of distraction, she might stomp a hole through the exposed tar paper in frustration. She turned instead toward the gate, walking out to the boardwalk that ran beside the cove. Stupid, stupid Will. And Henry, going along with it so easily. They were nuttier than Grandma Shellhouse's fruitcake, the both of them. A voice of reason, that's what she needed. She pulled her phone out and called her best friend. Addison would understand. "Hey," Addison answered, her voice cheerful. "What's up? How's the place coming?" "Almost ready for Matt to replace the roof. So the house is great, but we're not done with Hurricane Bianca." "I thought it petered out," Addison said with a trace of concern. "Is it reforming?" "No, I mean Will's Bianca." "Ah." "Yeah, she got wind that he was here with the gents, and now she's on her way to apologize to Will. But it's just another play to get him back." "And he'll go?" Addison had heard about the breakups through the years from Peyton. He thinks he won't because, get this, he came up with the world's dumbest plan to avoid it. He told her that he and I have fallen for each other because he's convinced she'll buy it and leave in defeat. "He what?" Addison's voice practically dripped with laughter. "You heard me. He wants me to fake being his girlfriend because he's scared of Bianca." "Oh man, you have the most mellow life right until you don't." She laughed again, and Peyton growled. "Oh, come on, it's funny. Except maybe not to Connor. What does he think about all this?" "That's the other reason I called. He dumped me." "He what?" Addison's screech of incredulity was deeply satisfying. "Why? When?" "Yesterday, because reasons? I don't know. They didn't make sense to me." "Okay, first, why didn't you call me immediately? I would have come over with ice cream and binged Riverdale with you again." "I know, but we're too old for Riverdale." "Speak for yourself. I have the soul of a teenager. Seriously, Pate. Give me an hour, I'll swing by the market and be there with Bluebell. Cookies and cream, even." "Aw, you love me." Addison loved Dutch chocolate. It was the sacrifice of a true friend to pick Peyton's favorite flavor. "But seriously, it's fine. I'm so tired after working all day that I've fallen to bed too tired to think, even about getting dumped. I save that for when I'm ripping shingles off the roof." "You're scary. I love it." "And I have a house full of men to keep me company," Peyton added. "I think they may relax around me in a way they don't with most people. It's like they see me as Will's girl half and let their guards down a little. They're nice guys." "Handsome?" "Obnoxiously so. Will's practically the homely one, if you can imagine." "Wow." Addison's voice was full of admiration. Will was by no means unattractive. "You're making me want to drive out there even more." "Soon enough. Let them get rid of their jet lag and I'll have you over for another cookout. One to which you should definitely not bring a date. How's the hurricane aftermath for you?" Addison worked as an environmental scientist for Sweetgrass Island, and she was married to her job. "Ah, long days in the field, trying to measure where the storm accelerated erosion in some fragile areas." Peyton settled in to hear more about it, and they chatted for another 20 minutes before a big yawn escaped her. "Putting you to sleep, huh?" Addison laughed. "It's not you," Peyton promised. "Just that exhaustion I was telling you about." "Go to sleep, but Pate, I think you should help out Will." "Don't worry, my shoulders are well used to his crying." "No, I mean, you should go along with his fake girlfriend plan." "Addison McRae, what is wrong with you? It's the dumbest idea he's ever had." "Maybe, unless it works. And if it works, he'll have broken Bianca's spell for the first time ever. He just needs to believe he can, and he'll be able to keep resisting her." But he's right that it wouldn't work with anyone else. It's got to be you. I cannot believe you're on board with this. Cannot. It's just that I know you'd do anything to help Will, same as you would for me, and this has a real shot of getting rid of Bianca forever. Peyton gave a seriously beleaguered sigh. Now I'm going to feel bad if I don't do it. Don't feel bad, Addison said. He's a big boy and he can and should take care of himself. Except now that you've pointed out how it might help him, I can't unsee it. I'm so mad at you right now. Next time I come over, I'll bring good wine. Ugh, fine, you're forgiven. One more thing to consider. Remember the summer of what if? Addison. Peyton loaded her voice with warning, but Addison ignored it as Addison was prone to do. You could find out, that's all I'm saying. You could give yourself the gift of play acting with Will. Get it out of your system and there's no what if left. No, this was an even dumber idea. Love you, Pei. Bye, Ads. But Addison's words stuck with her. After a wine-soaked night a couple of years ago, Addison had brought up the subject of what-if boys, what she called the relationships she wondered about. What would have happened if she said yes instead of no, or worked it out instead of leaving? And solely because of the wine, Peyton had confessed that after the kiss she and Will shared that one summer night in Italy, she'd sometimes wondered what would happen if he'd been sober, if he'd remembered. What if they had kissed again? She'd tucked away the curiosity long ago. Curiosity was a poor trade for a friendship as deep as hers and Will's had become. It had to be a bad sign that the only time the whole what if came up was when she was fresh off a breakup. Freshly dumped and vulnerable was not the time to take on a fake relationship with someone she had real affection for. Real friend affection. But Addison made a really good point. This scheme might be the thing that finally broke Bianca's grip on Will. Could Peyton really say no to that? Not if she was the good friend she'd always tried to be. Peyton found Will working on the far side of Mr. Cecil's property. "Hello," he said, leaning on his shovel as she approached. "Whose place is that?" He nodded to the sprawling property on the other side of the Wayfarer. "That belongs to the Aikens." She studied it with a frown. They'd sustained far worse damage than the Wayfarer. Shutters missing, chunks of the sunroom missing, broken windows, debris still filling the yard. Will had mentioned checking on it and worrying about the damage, but they'd all been prioritizing occupied properties. They don't come around much. They're about my parents' age, but their only daughter married into a North Carolina family, and now she's there in Asheville with their only grandkids. They spend most of their free time visiting with her. "It's a gorgeous place." "We've tried to let them know about the storm damage. Mr. Cecil and I have both left messages for them, but we haven't heard back." She studied it with another sigh, then shrugged. "So, about your plan." Now Theo and Henry stopped their hammering to listen. "I'll do it." She didn't miss the grin Theo and Henry exchanged. "Think that's funny, gents?" "Oh, this is the most amusing thing I've watched go down in ages," Henry said. "You'll play along, won't you, boys?" Will phrased it more as a demand than a question. "Try to stop us," Theo said. "I'm going on record as saying this is the dumbest idea ever. Again. And Bianca is not staying at my house. I don't want to have to keep up the act all day and night." "Of course not," Will promised. "Mr. Cecil said he'd put her up." "We're going to move over too," Theo said. "Makes it seem more cozy with just the two of you there." "Mostly we want to get out of your hair," Henry said. "I have 3 very loud brothers. Y'all are easy," she said. "Challenge accepted," Henry replied.
Challenge unaccepted, Will corrected. Definitely stay at the Wayfair. It sells the story better. He rubbed his hands through his hair and gave a dry laugh. How humiliated should I feel that I have to hide from Bianca behind my 3 best friends? I suppose we'd all throw ourselves in front of a speeding train for you too, Theo said. Same thing. Speak for yourself, Henry said. If he's dumb enough to walk in front of a train, let the train have him. Bianca, though, I have some sympathy there. You lot are hilarious, Will said. But his tone didn't suggest he found them hilarious at all. I'm to meet her flight at just after 6. Whoa there! Theo held up his hands like a stern traffic cop. You are not to go pick her up at the airport. Let her take an Uber. But that's not gentlemanly? Henry interrupted Will. Perhaps not, but airport pickups are for best friends, family, and girlfriends. Not toxic ex-girlfriends, Peyton agreed. Uber was good enough for the gents, so it was definitely good enough for her. It'll let her know you're serious about not falling in line again. You're right, he conceded. I'll text her and let her know. Is she in the air yet? Theo asked. Her flight leaves in an hour. Then wait until she's in the air, Theo said. Let that text greet her when she lands. Stop being so considerate. Cold, Peyton said in approval. I like it. Watching Will fall into old habits with Bianca before she even arrived only proved his point. Peyton was his last desperate play to get rid of Bianca forever. But man, cleaning up after 2 Biancas was so not fair. Chapter 13. Will. You know those stupid holiday movies you watch every year where the girl brings home a fake fiancé to fool her family? Will asked Peyton as she checked on the pork roasting in the oven. They're no stupider than your superhero movies. So much stupider, he said, momentarily distracted from his point. It's literally the same story every time. Big city girl returns to small country town, brings a fake fiancé to prove that she's not a loser in love. But they're not wearing tights and fighting people with magic. Not magic, superpowers. Literally the same thing. Well, it ruins it if you say it like that. He shot her a baleful look as he tore lettuce for the salad. Like you're trying to ruin my Christmas movies by boiling them down to a formula? Anyway, he said, you and I won't have the same problem all those women in your movies do. They always do that thing where they pick someone who's barely an acquaintance, and then there are some awkward comedic bits where they don't know the answers to simple questions about each other. But we don't have that problem. True, we don't. But seriously, leave my Christmas movies alone. Should we practice? Practice what? He wasn't sure. Hugging, maybe? I don't know. We always hug, Peyton said. We don't need to practice. Right. He went back to the salad, but Peyton moved the bowl away from him. If you tear those pieces any smaller, they'll be confetti. She leaned against the counter and studied him. You are so nervous. A bit. She's just a woman, not Superman, not even when she's wearing tights. I know. He sighed and leaned his hands on the counter, supporting his full weight. I should have told her not to come. You tried. She didn't listen. But we'll deal with it. You've got this. We've got this. Now let's get the table set. Peyton was feeding them all, including Mr. Cecil at the more formal dining room table. She doesn't deserve the kitchen table, Peyton had told Will, and it made him even gladder that she felt the gents did. He'd folded the last napkin using the simple triangle Peyton taught him and placed it on the last plate when the headlights of a car pulled into the drive. Don't recognize it, Peyton said. Must be her. She's supposed to go next door to the hotel, he said.
like she's going to willingly let you keep her at arm's length. Sure enough, Will watched through the large bay window as Bianca stepped from the car, tall, lithe, her dark hair cascading over her ivory shoulders, bared by her simple black dress. She was as stunning as ever. "That hides a rotten core," Peyton said, as if reading his mind. "Don't fall for it."
"I best go help her with her bags. She no doubt has many."
Peyton caught his elbow and shook her head. "Let the driver do it, and I'll answer the door. Go wait in the kitchen." He did as she ordered and fussed with the dials on the oven as nerves got the best of him. Seriously, he wasn't a schoolboy any longer, and Bianca was reducing him to one without even crossing the threshold. He ordered himself to lean against the counter and stay still while he waited. A few minutes later, a knock sounded at the door, followed by the soft creak of the hinges opening. Then Peyton's sweet voice welcomed Bianca, and her low, husky voice answered back. He couldn't leave Peyton to deal with Bianca by herself. He texted Theo and Henry, then schooled his face into the cool expression of someone meeting a casual acquaintance and walked out.
"Hello, Bianca," he said.
"Will, how wonderful to see you again." Bianca dropped the Louis Vuitton carry-on slung over her shoulder and hurried toward him with outstretched arms. He grabbed her hands instead, holding them and offering his cheek for a kiss.
"Good to see you too. I trust your flight was good and you enjoyed New York."
"Got in a bit of shopping, yes, and it's not such a bad flight from London when it's first class." She turned to Peyton. "This is a cute little place you've got here."
"Not so little," Will said, determined to declaw Bianca. "It's a rather generous property, but not to worry, Mr. Cecil is putting you up in a suite next door at the Wayfair."
As if on cue, Henry stepped through the door, Theo right behind him.
"Hello, Bianca. Lovely to see you. Why don't we take your bags over and we'll introduce you to Mr. Cecil," Theo said.
"Oh, don't be silly. I don't want to put you through all the trouble. I don't mind staying here one bit," she said. "I couldn't do that to you," Peyton said, sliding her arm around Will's waist. "Will's right. It would be too crowded. You deserve an entire floor to yourself, because no one else should have to deal with you." Peyton didn't say it, of course, but he knew her too well not to hear the subtext. Will settled his arm around her shoulders to sell the idea of their couple status.
"Let Theo and Henry get you settled and then you can all come back with Mr. Cecil for dinner," Peyton cooked. "She's aces in the kitchen," Henry said. "And at the grill," Theo added.
"So domestic," Bianca said with a wide smile. Will wondered if Peyton knew that Bianca was saying it with a heavy dose of irony. "Nothing's too good for my boys," Peyton said. Was that a slight emphasis on my, he heard?
"Come on, Bianca, we'll show you over."
Theo turned to the door, and Henry and Bianca followed him out. When it closed behind them, Peyton sagged a bit, and Will drew away from her with a light laugh.
"She's no match for you," he said. "I never thought I'd admire passive aggressiveness, but you're scarily good at it."
"It's a Southern specialty," she answered, heading back to the kitchen. "Wait until I teach you about bless your heart. Just know if someone blesses yours, you just either said or did something too stupid for words." Peyton would no doubt be blessing Will's heart right now if she knew what he was about to do, Will thought, as he pulled on a pair of running shorts and a t-shirt. He'd found it in Caleb's dresser drawer. It advertised some American beer he'd never heard of, complete with a fierce eagle. He owned nothing like it, which is precisely why he'd chosen it for this meeting with Bianca. She'd proposed a breakfast picnic by the bay, a move unlike her. Bianca was more of a lounger by the Caribbean kind of woman, not a quaint picnic by the quiet South Carolina shore type. As much as Will didn't particularly want to be alone with Bianca, it was inevitable, and this seemed a far safer way to have the conversation. In the morning, out in the open air, in full view of Peyton's house. He may as well let Bianca get out whatever she wanted to say, prove he was immune to it, and hopefully set her on a plane back to London, tomorrow at the latest. Peyton was gone when he'd woken up, and he texted the gents to let them know he'd be along to help with the fence after breakfast. Then he walked over to the Wayfarer and stepped into the lobby to meet Bianca.
"Morning," Mr. Cecil said. "Your friend said to let you know she'd be here in a minute." "Thank you, and thank you also for letting my friend stay here." "The boys are no problem," Mr. Cecil said. Will noticed he didn't include Bianca in his assessment. Lovely. He definitely needed to send her back home. Bianca emerged from the dining room carrying a canvas picnic tote with the Wayfarer's monogram on its side. She wore a silky swimsuit cover-up, a wide-brimmed straw hat, and sparkly sandals. She looked as if she ought to be in a mail-order catalog advertising beach chic. "Good morning," she said, gliding toward him. "Mr. Cecil, the blankets." Mr. Cecil set a blanket on the counter without comment. "Thank you, dear," she said. She sounded perfectly polite, but there was still something about the way she spoke to Mr. Cecil that rather set Will's teeth on edge. He didn't have time to analyze it before she tucked her arm through his and set off for the beach. "Have fun," Mr. Cecil said, but there was a doubtful note to it. "Did you and Mr. Cecil get along all right?" Will asked when they were out of earshot. "Certainly, darling man. A little fussy, but that's to be expected at a certain age." Fussy? That wasn't a word he described to his new friend. "You know, particular. I had to cajole him into bending on a couple of things, but I can always win people around to my way of thinking." More like bully them, or simply wear them down. Look how easily she'd managed to draw him out for this breakfast. It was as though he had known resistance was futile. Resistance to the breakfast, anyway. "You will remain strong against any other Bianca demands," he insisted to himself. Bianca picked a spot on the beach she found satisfactory, and Will spread out the blanket and settled down to get it all over with. But that was the very moment when he realized how poorly he'd calculated. Bianca took another minute to join him, and she spent that minute slowly removing her gauzy cover-up to reveal a tiny red bikini. Of course, Will thought. Begin every conversation with a seduction. How very Bianca-like. Will was no prude, and he certainly appreciated the work Bianca had apparently continued over the last year with her Pilates instructor. But his overwhelming reaction was to laugh. It was all so transparent of her. It was as if he could see right into her brain where she'd run an equation to get the results she wanted. Bianca plus bikini equals pliable Will. But Will had become a variable, he realized. He was no longer a constant. And with that new awareness, he leaned back on his hands, ready to enjoy whatever show his extremely ex-girlfriend was about to put on. "I'm so surprised to hear that you and Peyton are together," she started, and Will fought a smile. As barrister, he always looked for any signal the opposing attorney might give about his strategy, and now he knew exactly where Bianca planned to go. "Are you?" he asked lightly. "We've been friends for years. Some people might even say it was inevitable." "Well, sure, if you wanted to fall into a convenient relationship that doesn't require much effort. Why not? But you've never struck me as someone who's wanted an easy woman." Bianca offered him a seductive smile, and his urge to laugh grew stronger. How had he never seen through this? She wielded her beauty like a weapon, looking for weaknesses in his defenses where she could gain purchase. She would find none. Peyton is a fascinating woman. You're right that she doesn't come with any drama, but it's one of the things I like best about her. She's deep, but they aren't hidden depths. She cares profoundly, she lives fully, and she keeps her life simple. If that's what you're calling easy, I reckon I can't argue."
"That's lovely," Bianca said, but her voice sounded a touch cool. Good. Perhaps reality was sinking in.
"So what is it you came all the way here to say, Bianca?"
"Just getting right to business, She gave him her most Bianca smile, a hint of teasing around her full lips, as if she were inviting him into a shared joke. He simply waited. "Well, I feel so terrible about how things ended," she began.
"You mean how I saw more of your neighbor than I've ever wanted to see of another man, and on your sofa besides?" he asked.
"It was awful of me," she said. "I know it. I'm not here to defend it. It's just that I was seeing so little of you and feeling so neglected, and I sought out the wrong kind of attention. My therapist tells me it's very unhealthy."
This was a surprise. "You actually visit a therapist?"
"Well, I'm reading her book, and it's what she told another woman who had done a similarly hurtful thing. I've been working hard on forgiving myself."
"And now you want my forgiveness?"
"I don't deserve it," she said, with a tragic downturn of her lips, no doubt designed to demonstrate to him her fathomless sorrow. "I only wanted to apologize."
"A text would have been fine."
"Will, you're being rather beastly." He was, and he knew it. It wasn't even that he was angry. He just found her apology so terribly boring. But he fell back on the good manners that had been drilled into him from childhood.
"You're right. I'm sorry. I'll be more gracious."
"Thank you," she said, still sounding slightly wounded. Leave it to Bianca to find a way to play the victim here. "Anyway, you can't know how much I've felt like utter rubbish since that day, and I even changed flats so I wouldn't run into him again."
"Sounds like a smart course," Will said politely.
"Will," she said, leaning forward and stretching out her hands for him to take. He did, only because he wanted the awkward moment over as soon as possible. "You can't know how much I've missed you, how much I've regretted my behavior since, but I'm a changed woman, I swear it." She looked as if she were about to sweep his hands against her chest in a dramatic flourish, and he hurriedly slipped them out of her grip.
"That's kind of you to say. Your apology is accepted."
"Truly?" she asked, pressing her hands over her heart. "You mean that?" He did, he discovered with some surprise.
"Yes."
"I'm so glad," she breathed. "I've missed you so much." She swayed toward him slightly, as if she expected they would, as the Americans put it, hug it out.
"Have you?"
he asked, leaning away just as slightly.
"What have you missed? My long hours at work you always complained about. My inability to get away every time you wanted to run off to Spain or Paris."
Now she offered him a small pout. "I thought you said you've forgiven me."
"I said I accepted your apology, and I do, but nothing is different in my life. I work as much as I ever did. I have as little time as I ever had. Furthermore, I don't see any of that changing."
"And yet you're here," she pointed out, "lounging beside the waves in a beer t-shirt and playing at being an American."
"You're right. I guess I can make time for the people who really count."
It was a low blow, and the first truly satisfying one he'd landed since their last breakup. Maybe now she would see that he was done. With her. With the drama. With their vicious cycle. But no, he'd underestimated her. "You honestly think that your Peyton can fill my place? She doesn't understand you like I do. She doesn't have the faintest idea of the obligations and expectations you were born with. Being an earl means nothing here. She has no comprehension of the history or heritage. or your responsibility to your family and birth. He considered that, eyes scanning the water gently breaking against the shore.
It's true she doesn't understand the aristocracy, he conceded. Maybe you don't either. I'm never going to be an earl. Is that why you keep coming round? Best to drop that hope. And for the rest of it, I think Peyton may understand roots and responsibility better than even you or I do.
Bianca fell quiet at that, slumping as she too stared out over the water. His stomach growled.
Do you mind if I investigate the hamper?
How can you eat at a time like this? She demanded. Everything is falling apart.
No, he corrected. Everything blew up a year ago, but it had been falling apart for 5 years before that.
This time her quiet lasted far longer before she asked, Was it really so bad? Were you so miserable when we were together? He sighed, feeling like a heel for the first time.
Not all the time. We had some great moments too.
Only some? She asked, grazing his forearm with her finger. Goosebumps rose after it, despite himself. She noticed and offered him a beguiling smile. I remember so many good ones. It breaks my heart to think of them all gone, just like that. Will stifled an impulse to kick the sand in frustration. She was not getting it. Every time he offered a truce, simply to end the conversation, she tried to turn it into an opportunity to rekindle things. How was he supposed to get through to her? As he drew his arm away, he realized he had to find a way to convince her once and for all that they were over. What would it take?
Excuse me, he said, climbing to his feet. I need to walk along the water for a bit to clear my head. Please don't wait for me to eat. Go ahead, I'll be back soon.
But,
really, Bianca, I need a minute.
Not to escape her spell, as she probably assumed, but to put together a plan without frustration clouding his mind. The breeze off the Atlantic grew stronger near the ocean, and within a few minutes it truly had blown the fog from his mind. There was only one language Bianca would understand. She needed to see that he had clearly staked someone else as his territory, as she was trying to stake him now. Peyton wouldn't love this, but as he turned to look back at Bianca, feeling the weight of her calculating gaze even at a distance, he knew for sure that it would work. If Peyton didn't kill him first. Chapter 14. Peyton. You want me to do what? Peyton gaped at Will over the 5-gallon bucket of paint between them. Of all the moronic, harebrained... But it's not, he said. It will work. Let me get this straight. You're too scared to talk straight with your ex, so you want us to put on a fake couple performance at a fancy restaurant, and that will somehow convince her to leave you alone?
Bianca has to believe I'm so far gone on you that she'll only humiliate herself if she tries to compete. I did tell her straight to her face that she and I will never get back together again, but so long as she thinks I'm available, she'll believe she has a chance. But she would never compete with another woman if she thinks she'll lose, so she has to believe she will.
Peyton turned back to the wall of the Wayfarer. Matt was up working on the beach house roof, so she'd come over to help Will do some of the exterior painting for Mr. Cecil. On her bike ride that morning, Peyton had seen Bianca stripping down to her bikini at her cozy breakfast picnic when Peyton was coming home from a bike ride that morning. She'd kind of expected Will to say he was taking Bianca back after that, so she supposed this was a marginal improvement. A very marginal improvement. She slapped a dab of paint on the wall and let some of it splatter on Will. Didn't you already tell her we're supposedly together? She didn't believe you. How will this dinner change anything?
You have to understand, to Bianca, appearances are everything. She thinks I've settled for a relationship with you because it's easy. We have to give the illusion of the kind of mad, Twitter-pated love that her sense of drama requires."
"I sort of want to kill you," Peyton said gloomily.
"Oh, come on, it's not as bad as all that. Just one more go and I'll be rid of her forever."
She painted 6 feet of wall before she sighed and asked, "What's the plan?"
"Part of the problem is Bianca thinks she understands British society and my life there so well that I couldn't possibly be serious about an American. So, how do you feel about pretending you're as pretentious and highbrow as my upper-class London friends, so she believes it's part of why I'm with you? And also acting, how do you Yanks say it, into me?
Will,
think of it as a permanent Bianca removal."
She dropped her paintbrush to the drop cloth. It was hilarious to her that he thought she needed to pretend to understand navigating high society. There were mysteries yet between them, it would seem. She was careful not to let any of her amusement show on her face. It would serve him right. "I guess I can muddle along, maybe watch that old Princess Diaries movie where Anne Hathaway's character goes through royal etiquette training."
That's not really..."
"Fine, I'll do it. When are we supposed to put on this show?"
"Tonight? I was hoping to make a reservation at a fine dining place in Charleston, really put on the polish, let her see you in a different environment to sell the illusion."
"The illusion," Peyton mused, still careful not to smile. "I guess if that's what you think this will take."
"I do."
She heaved another annoyed sigh. "Fine. Call Husk and tell the hostess Peyton Shellhouse wants a table for 3.
4. Henry has agreed to escort Bianca. He loathes her slightly less than Theo does."
"All right. I'll have to go into town to find something appropriate in my closet. Text the reservation time and I'll meet you there." And she'd teach both Bianca and Will a little lesson about assumptions. "Time to pull a Thermopolis," Peyton announced when Addison answered her call an hour later. Addison's happy squeal had Peyton holding the phone away for 5 seconds until Addison got it out of her system. "Yes," Addison concluded. "I love nothing better than a good Thermopolis." This was their code name for going glam, borrowed from Anne Hathaway's character in The Princess Diaries, a movie Peyton did, in fact, adore. "So what's the occasion? Do you need my closet or yours?" Addison asked. "My dresses, your shoes," Peyton decided. "We're going to Husk, and Will wants me to pretend that I'm good at navigating in high-class society. And..." She paused to let Addison get a snort of laughter out of the way, then possibly act handsy and very in love with each other at the same time. "I would give so much to be sitting in Husk tonight. All right, text me when you pick a dress and I'll come over with shoes." When Peyton arrived at her apartment, she turned to her section of cocktail dresses, the kind she wore when her parents entertained the mayor at their dinner parties, or any of the highly connected old families in Charleston. She immediately disregarded her classic black Chanel dress. Bianca had already done that look when she arrived the night before. Peyton tapped her lips as she studied her options. This would take a deft touch. She needed something slightly sexy but elegant to demonstrate why Will would be attracted to her, but also how she could fit in refined circles. It must be stylish enough for Bianca not to even think the word colonial without a hint of vulgar showiness. Good thing that was her brand. Peyton grinned as she slipped the perfect dress from its hanger. She texted Addison the picture with a request for blue shoes, and Addison sent back 3 heart eye emojis and 4 flames. Oh, this was going to be fun. Shortly after 6, Addison knocked and let herself in, a pair of strappy turquoise stiletto sandals resting in the crook of her arm. "The curling iron is ready to go," Peyton said, standing in the hallway and striking her pose. "This is going to be so perfect." Laughter bubbled beneath Addison's words. "Let's go." Will had texted that the reservation was for 7, but one of Bianca's go-to moves was arriving at least a half-hour late to every function, what Caleb would call a flex, making her public wait so she could make her entrance, Peyton supposed. Peyton had immediately called Husk and told them to push it a half hour so they didn't waste the table. She didn't bother telling Will. Then Peyton applied the perfect amount of mascara to play up her lashes and an impossible dewy shade of pink lipstick with the barest shimmer of gloss. Addison gave her big, lush curls, and Peyton checked first her reflection, then her watch in satisfaction. Bianca would be arriving what she thought would be a half hour late, keeping Peyton waiting, which meant Peyton could make the short drive to Husk to arrive 10 minutes after Will and Bianca. Addison sent her out the door with a wolf whistle, and Peyton texted Will to assure him she was on the way, then drove over with the happy image of Bianca's annoyed face in her mind. It was a very stupid game Will was playing, but Peyton hadn't grown up with 3 competitive brothers not to play to win. Will had called in a ringer, and he didn't even know it. Chapter 15. Will. "She'll be here soon," Will reassured Bianca and Henry. Henry looked bored, and Bianca wore an air of faint annoyance. It wasn't that Peyton was even that late. It was that she was normally as punctual as Big Ben. A few minutes later, a tall, blonde vision in a gorgeous white dress walked through the dining room, escorted by the maitre d' who'd been rather high-handed with them when he'd seated them 10 minutes before. But now he escorted this patron with a fawning air of, oh heavens, that was Peyton. But it was Peyton as he'd never seen her. Her white dress fell from its strapless neckline to brush the top of her knees, in some sort of soft white fabric, and though it was loose, it somehow managed to hint at every curve he'd never really noticed Peyton had. It was demure and sexy at the same time, and the bright blue shoes gave her 5 inches of height and drew his attention to her calves. When had Peyton gotten sexy calves? What was happening right now? He flickered a look to Henry as he rose to greet her and caught a glint of pure deviltry in his friend's eyes, while Bianca looked stunned before she composed her face into a politely neutral expression of welcome.
"Here, Miss Peyton, when I realized it was you joining us, I made sure you got the best table in the house," the maitre d' announced, pulling her chair out for her. Indeed, they'd been positioned in the center of the dining room to be seen and discussed. It was the power table in any restaurant, and Will was suitably impressed that it was Peyton's name that had gotten it for them. He took his seat after Peyton was comfortably settled at the table. She leaned over and kissed him right on the lips, her hand squeezing his knee out of Bianca's sight. If she had seen it, she would have assumed it was affection, but Will knew it was Peyton's warning not to act surprised by the kiss. "She's really selling this," he thought, as she lingered a second longer than she needed to. It perfectly telegraphed "I'm so into you" without tipping toward vulgar. She was staking a claim, and Bianca stiffened. "Harris, could you make sure we get Shelley tonight for our service?" Peyton asked. "I haven't seen her in too long." "Of course," the maitre d' said, with a solicitous incline of his head. "And will you start with an aperitif?" "I'll have a rosé," Bianca announced. It was her way of asserting some control. "Oh no," Peyton said with a light laugh. "They have the most divine Albarino. Start us with a bottle, won't you, Harris?" "Right away, Miss Peyton." "Spanish wine," Henry said. "A bold choice."
Only if you've never had it, she said dismissively. It's hardly a gamble for a wine lover. Will stared. Who was this Peyton? She'd appeared like a Grecian goddess, self-possessed and deigning to dine with lesser mortals, and Bianca was ready to kill her. He could feel it. Well, he wasn't going to be the one to blow it by acting surprised. "Is this because of Ibiza?" he asked. "We were there last October. Perfect time to go," he told Bianca. He'd been no such place with Peyton, but Bianca had once refused to speak to him for 2 weeks, when he wouldn't postpone a trial to take her to Spain's most celebrated resort town. "You remembered," Peyton said, smiling at him. He laced his fingers through hers and lifted them to his lips, grazing her knuckles with a kiss. "It wasn't the kind of weekend you forget." Her eyes sparkled at his reference to their weekend that never happened. But he knew to Bianca it would look like Peyton was recalling a pleasurable trip. "I meant you remembered the wine," Peyton clarified. "You're right, no one could forget a weekend like that." Henry took a sip of his water, and Will could see him hiding a smile behind the gesture. Bianca's mouth had thinned. "You went to Ibiza?" Will and Peyton both ignored her. Then Peyton blinked and focused on Bianca again. "Sorry, did you say something?" This time Henry coughed. Will was sure he was covering a laugh. Peyton continued to be brilliant through the entire dinner. She carried herself with the same lack of self-consciousness that had always made her so easy to be around, but now with a gloss of sophistication that only came from someone who had been born into a life like this, used to power and status, used to taking the deference of staff as her due. And still she engaged with their server as graciously as she had with the gents at her breakfast table. She was a wonder, and Bianca was buying every bit of it. Bianca, never one to go down without a fight, made a few worthy jabs early on, but Peyton deflected them as easily as she might one of the gnats that hung round when she'd grilled their burgers. Throughout it all, she never missed a chance to touch him, brush her fingers across his arm, lean into him. He did his part too, dropping a couple of kisses on Peyton's willing lips, toying with her hair or resting his hand on her leg, well above her knee, when Bianca glanced their way sometimes. Each time, Peyton's eyes would flash at him, and he couldn't tell if it was amusement or the promise of future murder. Peyton was a revelation in the role he'd asked her to play. She conversed as easily as his mother did at dinners full of dignitaries. Peyton's light laugh only floating out often enough to be charming rather than coarse. He watched Bianca's gaze grow narrow and more calculating, and he braced for whatever his former girlfriend would attempt next. "Oh, gentlemen," Bianca said, as though she'd just thought of it. "Did either of you get a chance to attend the Gray exhibit? Rather remarkable what the Chatsworth have done with their estate, is it not?" Ah, so this would be her play. She would try to trip Peyton up with commentary on art or fashion that Peyton would know nothing about. He opened his mouth to change the subject, but Peyton had already leaned forward, as if totally engaged by the topic. "Is that Jeffrey Gray, the one who was recently uncovered as the anonymous artist G? His work is exceptional. I'd read a bit about it when his last piece was shown at the Fairfax Gallery, to lukewarm critical reviews, but it seems like the new curator understood the context for his work far better than the gallery did." Will tried not to laugh. He had no idea how Peyton knew of the splash his friend Jeffrey was making on the British arts scene, but it was deeply satisfying to watch Bianca try to school her expression, not to show shock and then bitterness. But Bianca wasn't done yet. "Yes, his new girlfriend is quite American," she said, as if apologetic that it was the descriptor she must use, as though American were problematic. It's caused some rifts in their relationship from what I hear. Really? Henry said, breaking in for one of his rare contributions. He'd seemed rather content to sit back and watch the farce unfold up to this point. That wasn't the impression I got when I ran into Geoffrey at Third Space lifting weights a couple of weeks ago. He's so taken with his Alice that I almost got a toothache from the sweetness. Some very un-Geoffrey-like gushing, in fact. Good to hear, Will said. Come to London, Peyton, and I'll introduce you to them. You and Alice can bond over your misfortune to have fallen for Brits instead of nice American boys.
Why haven't you been to London yet? Bianca asked. I hadn't heard word of Will and any American, and those things tend to get back to me.
This relationship is both very new and very old, Will said.
He paused to lift Peyton's hand to his lips and press a kiss into her palm. She responded by smiling and digging the very sharp point of her heel into his shoe.
We've realized over the last few months that our feelings run deeper than friendship, so when Peyton needed help with the hurricane cleanup, I couldn't resist the urge to don my shining armor. But mostly, it was because I wanted to see for myself if the...
Here he pretended to pause delicately and search for words.
Chemistry was on par with our emotional connection.
I thought you already spent a weekend in Ibiza together,
Bianca said. Will froze, cursing himself for already forgetting that lie. Oh, we did, Peyton said without missing a beat. But that's when we were just being friends with benefits, the way we sometimes have been between distractions. She gave Bianca a cool smile. I think Ibiza was my first inkling that this would turn real. How lovely, Bianca said. She probably thought it sounded like a purr, but it was much more akin to a growl. Will hid a smile behind another sip of his wine.
It makes sense, Henry said with a thoughtful air. You two even speak alike. Listening to Peyton is like listening to Will. The jokes, all of it.
Yes, I imagine you're like that with your brothers too,
Bianca said. Her eyes narrowed as if she'd finally found the crack to exploit.
It's just that Peyton and I are so much alike,
Will said, running his finger up Peyton's arm.
I always thought it was opposites that attracted, but it turns out that falling for someone like you is infinitely richer. It's like they're made especially for you.
Peyton smiled and lightly touched her forehead to his, grazing a soft kiss against his cheek before turning to smile at Bianca, redirecting the conversation with a request for Bianca's recommendation on where she should shop when she visited London. The discussion turned to a designer he knew his mother and Pippa favored for their gala gowns. Henry caught his eye and quirked his eyebrow with the faintest lift of his chin toward Peyton, as if to say, "She's killing it." And she was. But Will, while as dazzled by Peyton's ease in this environment as Bianca was annoyed by it, rather missed his Peyton as the night wore on. His laid-back friend with her fresh-scrubbed face and comfortable tees and shorts. By the time Shelley returned to tempt them with dessert, Bianca pleaded jet lag. And defeat, Will hoped. Could this mean she was ready to surrender her claim on him?
So sorry to cut the evening short, Bianca said, but I've got a headache brewing and I'd best have the gents take me back to the hotel.
Bless your heart, Peyton said, and Will nearly choked.
Of course, Henry said smoothly. But let's not make Peyton and Will cut their evening short too. I'll see you home.
That's so kind of you, Peyton said. We'll see you in the morning.
But she said it with her eyes glued to Will, clearly telegraphing to Bianca what their night would entail. Too bad Bianca couldn't see Peyton's stiletto digging into his foot again. He was going to pay for this the second Bianca was out of earshot, and he fought another urge to laugh.
Oh, Peyton, you are priceless.
Once Henry had escorted Bianca from the dining room, Will finally let his laughter out. Peyton regarded him with a very annoyed frown, but the longer he laughed, the more her mouth twitched until she broke down laughing too. "You are the literal worst, Will," she said finally, when they'd calmed down enough to speak. "I almost felt sorry for her."
You, in contrast, were the absolute best. You could have held your own with an entire drawing room full of my mother's snobbiest friends without breaking a sweat.
Of course I could, because Southern women don't sweat. We glow.
Much like English ladies.
Peyton smiled at him. You have to remember my family's company name is Shell House Construction, but the truth is that my father is one of the biggest developers in the region. My parents both come from old Charleston families, so they understand how to move in the most elite circles, and they've taught us to do the same. But they also taught us to stay grounded. Have you heard of code switching? He shook his head.
Are there secret codes involved in Charleston's society? He teased.
In a way, she answered seriously. But code switching is something most people do without realizing it. It refers to the way you interact with different people based on the unspoken rules of that group. So it's kind of how you might speak differently with your friends in everything from your posture to your slang. But when you go to your parents' formal events, you put on an entirely different set of manners.
Right, of course. I thought that was called survival.
She smiled at him. Guess it depends on how you feel about being there. For my family, I guess the analogy is that real life is what happens around my mom's kitchen table, but every single one of us knows how to act when company comes. They both feel natural to us. So in other words, we all did cotillion and I had a formal debutante debut. No, stop it, she said, holding up a hand to stem the joke she seemed to sense he was loading. But we spent way more time eating burgers on the deck in our swimsuits. I can do both. Sometimes I am both. But mostly I like hanging out at the beach house in my cutoffs, even though I have a whole rack of designer dresses.
How is it possible I never knew this about you? He asked. I've always seen you as so...
country, she supplied. Hick, or what a Brit might say, provincial.
None of those things. Simple, but in the best ways, he hurried to add, when her forehead wrinkled slightly. Down to earth. Grounded.
I'll take it, she said, and you can thank my mom for it. She's the reason that you'd never know from talking to him that my oldest brother Jake is rated the most eligible bachelor in the entire state. He considered the last time he'd seen Jake. Slightly shaggy hair like he'd forgotten to get a trim, a gray t-shirt bearing his university mascot, jeans, and a sturdy-looking truck.
True, I wouldn't have guessed.
That's because my parents told us that labels like that are only about what other people make us. But who we are is the kitchen table shell houses.
I'm going to have a deeper respect for that kitchen table from now on.
Good. Now can we talk about how I'm going to kill you? He grinned at her.
I know that performance was awkward as the dickens, but think about how many favors I'll owe you forever now.
That's true, she conceded. You can literally never repay me. You've dug yourself in too deep.
But at the same time, perhaps I've dug myself out. With Bianca, I mean. I think it all may have worked. I think she's convinced she'll lose if she plays.
I'm not so sure she'll give up that easily. She's liked having you on a leash for too long.
He winced. That characterization is insulting to my manhood.
Then your masculinity is fragile.
He outright grimaced. That's even worse.
Tell me it's not true. He sighed.
Fine. Maybe it used to be. It won't be anymore.
I guess we'll know when you talk to her tomorrow.
Regardless of which way Bianca's mood blows tomorrow, I'm so grateful you helped me with this.
She gave him a look like she was waiting for more. He tried to make it a bigger thank you.
And also, you're truly a queen among women?
And? He had no idea what he was supposed to add. She helped him out. And now you're ordering me 2 desserts, neither of which I'll have to share with you. He laughed and caught Shelley's eye, indicating with a small nod that he needed her.
Peyton, for that BAFTA-level performance, you should have 3.
We call them Oscars here, but yes, I'll take 3, and a 4th for Addison, because she loaned me great shoes. And Will paid the staggeringly high check without a complaint.
Well, that didn't go according to plan, Will grumbled to Mr. Cecil the next morning, as they watched Bianca sidle out of the hotel lobby toward the beach.
What plan is that?
Mr. Cecil asked. You're going to think I'm an idiot when I tell, Will said.
Then it won't change my current opinion of you in the least, the old man assured him.
What have I done to earn your bad opinion of me? Will asked.
It's what you haven't done, Mr. Cecil answered, his eyes twinkling. But go on and confess whatever it is that's got you riled this morning.
I convinced Peyton to pretend we're an item while Bianca is here. She didn't buy it when she got in 2 nights ago, so we all went out to dinner in Charleston, and Peyton and I put on a big show. She was fantastic, he informed the old man. Proved she understood elite society as well as Bianca does. Dressed the part, acted the part.
More like was the part, Mr. Cecil said. You do know who her family is, don't you?
I meant in regarding to us. You'd swear you'd never seen 2 people more smitten. I came over this morning expecting Bianca to tell me she was leaving, but instead she just patted my cheek and said Peyton was very sweet. But now Bianca feels responsible to help me see I'm making a mistake. I guess we weren't quite the actors I thought.
Mr. Cecil studied him for nearly a full minute, his mouth slightly open. When at last he spoke, it was only to grumble,
You're a bigger idiot than I thought.
I want her gone. What do I do?
Tell her to go.
Mr. Cecil said it as if it was as obvious as noting the sky was up.
You don't think I tried that? Many times.
Then you make her believe you, about you and Peyton.
But you should have seen our performance last night. It was foolproof.
Apparently not. Try harder. Now I've got some paperwork to do,
Mr. Cecil said, and he limped around the corner toward an office door Will hadn't noticed before.
Try harder? What more was he supposed to do to get through to Bianca?
The way she'd wrapped herself around him this morning for a hug was nothing short of an insult to his imaginary relationship with Peyton. He joined Theo and Henry on the side of the hotel to do more painting, while he considered his options. Henry kept Theo laughing all morning with reenactments of the dinner, portraying his and Peyton's escalating PDA and Bianca's rising fury.
I thought it was a ridiculous plan, but it sounds like it worked, Theo said. I sort of wish I'd been a fly on the wall for all of it. Except I'm not so sure it did work, Will complained. This morning, Bianca acted as if she didn't know or care that I have a girlfriend.
Fake girlfriend, said Peyton. He spun to find her standing there in the cutoffs she'd mentioned. Denim shorts with fraying hems and a plain white tank top. Her hair gathered in a simple ponytail, no makeup on her face. A completely unexpected wave of desire washed over him, a feeling he'd never once associated with Peyton, but it was unmistakable. Last night he'd found her beautiful, but this morning she was dead sexy. What on earth was happening? Chapter 16. Peyton. Is something wrong? Peyton frowned at Will, who was staring at her with the weirdest look. She fought the urge to reach up and check her face for stray bits of food from her breakfast. He blinked.
No, big swallow.
Nothing is wrong."
"All right," she said, but made her doubt clear in her tone. "Just letting you know that I'm heading over to the Magnolia Mug to work this morning. The router has been acting up since the hurricane knocked out the electricity, but I have a deadline for a client this afternoon, and I'm going to go work on the cafe's Wi-Fi. I'll be back when I'm done." She waved goodbye and returned to the beach house to gather up her laptop and bike, then enjoyed the 10-minute ride to the Mug. Or tried to. But it was no more restful than anything else had been since returning from dinner last night. The truth was, she could have worked just fine at the beach house. The Wi-Fi wasn't the problem. Will was. Their performance last night had been possibly the dumbest thing she'd done ever. Because instead of waking up this morning feeling a sense of virtue for having vanquished Bianca, she'd woken instead with a feeling for Will. Too many feelings for Will. There'd been a moment when he'd pressed a kiss into her palm and his eyes had sparkled with amusement. He'd kept his head carefully averted from Bianca so she wouldn't see the hilarity dancing in them, but something had changed between Peyton and Will. Or not between them, something had changed for Peyton. A hot lick of wanting had shivered through her at that touch, and appalled at the sudden jolt of desire, she dug her heel into Will's foot to remind him that, however they may be playing it for Bianca, between them it was still just a game. But Peyton had woken this morning feeling like she'd rolled the dice for fun last night, a low-stakes game for amusement, and instead discovered in the clear light of day that she'd lost everything. Her sense of humor, her sense of perspective. Worst of all, she sensed she was very close to losing her heart. This wasn't how it was supposed to go at all. And Will was supposed to be here for 6 more days. She parked her bike in front of Magnolia Mug and claimed a small table in the corner. She ordered avocado toast and a calming tea, but she had to admit an hour later that the tea hadn't calmed her even a little. How was she supposed to go home and face her best friend when he'd always been able to read her like a book? He'd only need a single glance to tell him that she was completely upside down inside. Oh no. What if that was why he'd looked at her so strangely at the Wayfarer? Maybe he'd already seen right through her. What was she supposed to do? She ordered another cup of calming tea, but it didn't work any better. Maybe she needed it in an IV? She tried to focus on her web design and muddled through the coding, but the whole time she was playing a game of whack-a-mole with thoughts about Will. Type a line of code. Wonder what it would be like if Will had the same lightning strike of lust. Take a sip of calming tea. Lecture herself to focus on her coding again. Repeat. She managed to piece together the last bits of the website and notify her client that it was ready to go live. But it was seriously like trying to watch a movie when everyone in the theater was on their cell phones and a kid was kicking her seat. When she pressed send, she packed up her laptop and got on her bike again. But instead of heading back home, she went for a ride along Bay Drive, waving as she saw friends and neighbors. Most people had gotten the worst of the debris cleaned from their yards. Many had blue tarps flapping in the light breeze blowing off the cove. Patches made over holes punched by falling branches and shingles the storm had ripped away. Lots of houses had missing shutters or fences blown down, but without fail, every person she saw smiled, waved, and most called her by name or asked after her folks. She could do this, she decided, pedaling with more energy. She would tell Will to stay at the Wayfarer too, convince him that Caleb needed his room back. Then beg Caleb to stay at the beach house for a night or two, just until this weird spinning feeling stopped, and Will took his proper place in her universe again, squarely in the friend zone. She'd make sure they took all their meals with the other gents, and she'd stop wandering over to check on them and chat throughout the day. She'd have to be careful Will didn't notice that she was withdrawing, and creating space between them, or he might pack up and return to London altogether, thinking she didn't want him around. She didn't, at the moment, not when her feelings were in a sudden jumble, but it wouldn't be fair to Mr. Cecil to deprive him of his willing volunteers just because she couldn't get her mind right. This was temporary. She'd keep Will at enough distance so she could think clearly, but not push him away so much that he left altogether. Simple. Feeling better about her new plan, she pointed her bike toward home and her responsibilities there. She'd been gone nearly 3 hours, and it was time to think about lunch. She texted Will, "Let the boys and Mr. Cecil know I'm picking up lunch for everyone. Meet you at the house." She picked up croissants and Mabel's famous chicken salad at Sweetgrass Specialties, as well as some locally bottled peach lemonade. She tucked everything safely into her bicycle basket, and with a deep breath and a determined set of her shoulders, she set off again toward home. She'd expected to find the gents assembled at the kitchen table ready to eat, but the house was empty when she got home. Maybe Will had misunderstood? Oh well, it was just as easy to assemble sandwiches in the Wayfarer's commercial kitchen. Sure enough, Mr. Cecil smiled from behind the reception desk when she walked in.
"How are you doing, Miss Peyton?"
"Fine, and you?"
"Every new day is a good one. If you're looking for your fella, he's out back trying to repair the wooden lounge chairs. I told him to leave it, but he won't listen."
"I'm looking for Will."
"That's what I said."
Peyton didn't like Mr. Cecil referring to Will as her fella, but she let it be. "I'm looking for all of you, really. I brought chicken salad sandwich fixings. Didn't he tell you?" Mr. Cecil shook his head.
"To be honest, that Bianca has been giving him fits this morning, hardly giving him a moment of peace. I think that's why he's out there banging on the chairs, getting out some aggression the old-fashioned way."
Well, that didn't sound promising. Had Bianca truly not believed their performance? "I'll go find him. Plan on lunch in about 15 minutes. Let the others know if you see them before I do."
"I will, honey."
She wound through the lobby to the service exit that led out back, the sound of hammering growing louder as she stepped outside. She spotted Will in the guest garden, stripped down to his shorts, t-shirt tucked into his waistband as he hammered. Her brothers did the same thing, hated working in the heat with their shirts on. But with Will? She swallowed, her mouth suddenly dry. The sun over the last 3 days had done a good job of gilding his skin, and he now had a light tan that only highlighted the muscles he worked for in the gym. "I brought lunch," she called from a safe distance. Will swung around and smiled when he saw her, setting down his hammer.
"How'd the coding go?"
"Fine." He held up his hand to his ear like he hadn't heard her. "I said it was fine," she called louder. He shook his head and waved for her to come closer. She glanced around, wondering where the other gents were. They were always underfoot lately. She wished they would pop up now. But no gents appeared. She reluctantly approached Will, better able to see the upturned chair he was hammering at. It was a wooden Adirondack, and it appeared he was trying to repair one of its legs. But Adirondack chairs had very sturdy legs. Her brothers would die laughing if they saw him now. Mr. Cecil was right, she decided. Will was pounding out some frustration, not fixing anything. "Something wrong?" she asked.
"No. Why would you think that?"
"Probably because you're hammering a chair that really doesn't need fixing." He pulled his t-shirt from his waistband and tugged it over his head, then used the hem to wipe away the sweat on his forehead. Good news, it hid his distracting chest. Bad news, now she had a peek at his abs. This was so stupid. This was Will. He glanced down at the chair and sighed.
"I guess not. But Theo and Henry are painting again, and I needed to do something more..."
"Violent?" Peyton suggested. She recognized the sign of a male working out romantic frustration. She'd seen her brothers do it often enough.
"Active,"
he corrected.
So what's wrong?
Bianca.
It came out as a growl. She seemed pretty put out last night. I expected to hear reports that she lit out on the first flight home.
I wish, he insisted. This morning she insisted that you and I were together only out of convenience, but that when I return to London my head will clear, and I'll see that it's really she and I who belong together.
Peyton's eyebrows snapped together as she scowled at Will. Are you telling me that you put me through that miserable show last night for nothing?
Come on now, it wasn't so miserable.
Speak for yourself.
All right, I will. I thought it was rather fun.
Of course he did. Will had always been prone to doing things that got a good laugh. He had a practical joker streak. The stress of his career had kept him too busy to get up to too many shenanigans in the last 2 years, but he'd always loved a good prank. No, she corrected. It was rather stupid, especially if Bianca didn't believe it. You're going to have to get rid of her the old-fashioned way. Set a boundary and stick to it.
Sure, except that has literally never worked. I have a better idea.
What? She asked, eyeing him warily. She didn't trust the speculative glint in his eye.
We give her such a thoroughly convincing show that she has no choice but to believe us, and I'm done with the Wicked Witch of the West End forever.
You want to double down on the strategy that already failed? She wasn't taking that gamble again. The price had already been too high.
Yes, we'll make it more convincing.
That's idiotic, she informed him.
It's not. Think about it.
He walked closer to her as he said it, the mischief still very much in his eyes. He hooked a finger through each of the front belt loops on her cutoffs and drew her towards him.
We just need a little practice, that's all, he said,
his voice growing husky as she braced her hands against his chest to keep her balance. Will, what are you... She cleared her throat. What are you doing? She's not going to believe us.
Bigger show, he repeated. Last night we had to be so mindful of being in public that we couldn't really fully express ourselves, now could we?
He slipped his arms around her waist, letting them rest at the small of her back.
There,
he said, a tiny smile turning up his lips as he gazed down at her.
Like this. Much more convincing, don't you think?
It was definitely fooling her heart, which pounded so loud it hurt her ears. This was insane. She should step away, slip out of his arms, and walk back inside to make sandwiches. But as she looked up to tell him so, her eyes locked with his, and the playful glint in them was the last straw. Will had never had to carry the memory of the kiss they'd shared in Rome. He'd never had to wonder what if over the last 5 years. If he had, he wouldn't play with all of this so carelessly. He needed to see for himself why he shouldn't open this door. Let him see for himself that this was a game where they would both lose. Let him finally carry the weight of a remembered kiss. Her temper was getting the better of her, and she knew it. But she didn't wait for the whisper of common sense to intrude like it always had. She would teach Will a lesson he'd never forget, and they could be done with this stupid argument once and for all. He could go back to solving the Bianca problem on his own. She slid her hands up his chest to brush through the hair at the nape of his neck. You think we need to be more convincing? She asked, meeting his eyes and letting a small smile of her own play over her lips. Like how?
Like this, he said, his voice slightly rough. Exactly what we're doing.
This, she said, letting her fingers play through his hair some more. Oh, this doesn't seem like enough. Maybe more like this. And she rose slightly on her toes to brush a kiss over his mouth, her lips slightly parted, smiling against his when his arms tightened around her waist.
It's a start, he said,
his breath puffing softly against her cheek.
Might take a bit more than a peck to convince her."
"Then maybe you mean like this," she said. She pressed lightly against the back of his neck, drawing his mouth down to hers, kissing him again. This time she poured the memory of Rome into it, determined to give him a kiss he'd be doomed to remember long after Bianca was gone, and this game was long ended. He returned the kiss, and Peyton had only a second to realize she'd miscalculated badly before she was lost inside of it. The guest garden and the Wayfarer and Brittany Cove all spinning away in a swirl of color and heat. She gave back as good as she got, and it was so very, very good. A deep and silky kiss that would have buckled her knees completely if Will hadn't been holding her so tightly against him. And she couldn't tell where the fire that exploded between them started and ended, only that it burned with a heat that terrified her, even as it drew her in further. Will groaned low in his throat and changed the angle of his head, as if he was desperate to leave no part of her mouth unexplored. And Peyton's hands fisted in his hair, trying to draw him as close to her as possible. She had no idea how long they stayed that way, tasting, tangling, anchored in a bubble free of every sound and smell and sensation except each other, before a very loud throat clearing penetrated the fog of desire, and she blinked and stepped back.
"Sorry to interrupt," Mr. Cecil said, trying not to laugh. He was flanked by the gents, who also looked as if they were struggling not to laugh, Bianca, who looked as if she were attempting to incinerate them with her eyes, and Caleb, who looked disgusted. "Sorry about that," Will said, sliding his hand down to capture Peyton's and draw her against his side. "I'm sure you didn't expect an audience," Mr. Cecil said. "We just thought we'd let you know we made the sandwiches, and we thought we could eat them out here. But we could—" He motioned toward the dining room, an unspoken question. Peyton finally found her voice and kept it even, though she was sure her face was flaming between the flush of desire and embarrassment washing over it, with the relentless rhythm of the bay waves. "Out here sounds great," she said. "Actually," Bianca said, "I just came to tell you that I'm flying out tonight, Will. I wondered if you'd be willing to drive me since you're the only one with access to a car." She pinned Peyton with a challenging look. "I have my truck. I'll do it," Caleb said, when Peyton sent him an unspoken plea, and Peyton silently blessed him. He may have no idea what he'd just walked into, but he'd have her back, no matter what. Bianca couldn't argue without looking ridiculous, so she gave a sharp nod and whirled to go back into the hotel. "We'll set up the table," Mr. Cecil said, nodding toward one that could fit all 5 of them comfortably. "Caleb, you best eat quick since you've got an airport run." They sat and picked up their sandwiches. Theo and Henry both looked like they wanted to laugh still, and Mr. Cecil calmly ate and remarked on the progress toward listing the hotel. Peyton didn't have much to say, but kept her gaze firmly off of Will, who sat beside her, also largely silent. Caleb's eyes kept darting in between them and frowning slightly. "I am the dumbest dummy in Dumbtown," Peyton decided, because that kiss had just made everything exponentially worse. Chapter 17. Will. "That kiss was perfect," Will told Peyton, an hour later when Caleb had left with an angry Bianca, and the others had returned to work. They stood in the living room of the beach house, and she looked desperate to be elsewhere. What it was." "Bianca totally bought it," he clarified when she couldn't finish her thought. "Oh, Bianca, yes." "I think it worked because she thought she'd interrupted us, which made it more believable." "You think so?" Peyton sounded disinterested, like she'd rather drop the whole discussion. "She's gone, isn't she? For good?" "If you say so."
Peyton was distracted, and it pricked at him. She'd excused herself from Mr. Cecil's on the grounds that she needed to tweak a few things for her client's website. But she'd already placed a huge emotional distance between them before she'd ever crossed the grounds to leave. She was withdrawing, and he was terrified to let her out of his sight completely, or at least not until he understood what had happened between them during that kiss, because it had figuratively knocked him on his back, and he wasn't sure how he was supposed to recover from it. Peyton was the one he always talked these things through with, but it was Peyton who seemed to want to drop the whole subject. Straight off a cliff, in fact.
Peyton, are you all right? Can we talk about...
Later, she said, with a vague wave of her hand. I need to take care of my client, and you need to pack.
Am I going somewhere?
To the Wayfarer. She looked at him strangely. Caleb will need his room back. Mr. Cecil already said it's fine for you to join the other gents.
Right, of course.
He watched as she climbed the stairs up to her room, studiously avoiding eye contact. Clearly, she didn't want to talk about what had passed between them, so much so that she was booting him from her house completely. His stomach clenched, a knot of anxiety forming inside it. Something extraordinary had happened during that kiss. He'd never felt anything like it. If she'd felt anything like he had, the simultaneous shock of lightning coupled with a sudden enlightenment worthy of the Buddha, she might need time to process it on her own. He could give her that. He could use a bit of head clearing himself. He climbed the stairs more slowly and slipped into Caleb's room, pulling his clothes from the drawers to pack and move over to the Wayfarer. But when his hands fell on his swim trunks, he decided that was a far better way to clear his head. A few minutes later, he waded into the cove for a swim, letting the warm water and cool breeze work their magic on him as he swam the breadth of the bay twice, his shoulders exhausted as he returned to the start. He waded back to shore and sat on the sand, letting the afternoon sun dry him as he considered the events of the afternoon. He'd experienced the most incendiary, spectacular kiss of his life with Peyton Shellhouse, his best friend. Was it the element of surprise that had made it so electric? He'd thought so in the first fuzzy minutes afterward when he'd struggled to make normal conversation over chicken salad sandwiches, like he hadn't just had a huge part of his life upended only minutes before. But now the calm of certainty, of the cove, of the sun, of Peyton's gentle essence settled over him. He hadn't seen her that way before, but there was no way to ignore the truth of that kiss. He'd been blind to the truth in front of him all these years. He and Peyton had something worth exploring, but unlike any of his relationships in his past, they had a solid footing of friendship to build on, a foundation as strong as the Colosseum's. It was a monument that had endured, and so had their friendship, because their friendship was real, and so was the flame that had burned between them during that kiss. He collapsed against the sand and threw an arm over his eyes to shield them while he thought about what to do next. It was the problem of putting the genie back in the bottle, he realized. The only way forward was, forward. There was no going back. He couldn't unknow what he had learned during that kiss. He was old enough and experienced enough to separate simple lust from something deeper. And his love for Peyton was already as deep as it got. But the kiss had peeled back a new layer he hadn't seen. He lay there for a while, remembering the shape and feel of her in his arms, and his mind drifted back even further, to the countless phone calls, FaceTimes, texts, and emails they'd exchanged over the years, The way they'd confided in each other over disappointments and losses, cheered for each other's successes, advised each other through sticky family and work situations. Finally, after lying still so long that a small brown bird had nestled into the sand beside him for a nap, Will sprang up, startling an indignant squawk from the little sandpiper. There was no question of what to do next. He knew. He knew in his bones what to do with the same surety that he knew the sun would greet him over Brittany Cove the next morning. The only real question was how it had taken him so long to realize it. Now to find Peyton. It proved harder than it sounded. She was nowhere in the house. His suitcase was waiting for him inside the door, and when he climbed the stairs to her room, he noticed that Caleb had already tossed a duffel bag on the bed to reclaim it. Fair enough. Will wouldn't be too keen on having a man he'd just caught kissing Pippa, with the ardor of a returning war hero, staying directly across the hall from her. But Peyton wasn't at the Wayfarer or anywhere on its grounds either. When she didn't return a few texts, it occurred to him to check the garage, and sure enough, her car was there, but her bicycle was gone. Well, at least he knew she was still on the island. That was something. But why wouldn't she answer his texts? He was bursting to tell her what he'd figured out. Peyton wasn't an overthinker. She accepted things as they were, never trying to take them apart and examine every nuance the way he always did. She was grounded, far more than he often was, and if the truth had dawned on him with such clarity, there was no doubt she'd see it too. But where was she? When it neared supper time and no one had heard from her, his worry ratcheted up. He went to find Caleb, who was on the roof, hammering down shingles.
Is it unusual for Peyton to be gone so long without a word?
No, Caleb said. She likes to roam.
But she hasn't returned my texts. You don't worry something has happened to her?
In Magnolia Bay? Caleb snorted. You're talking to the only crime spree this town has ever seen. Everyone knows her, and not only would none of them hurt her, they'd be the first to help if there was a problem. Don't worry about it.
Will hesitated, not wanting to push his luck with Caleb. He'd rather thought her brothers liked him when they'd all dropped by a few days before, but he'd sensed a distinct cooling from Caleb since he'd stumbled upon their kiss. But Will decided his concern for Peyton outweighed Caleb's protectiveness.
It's just that it's not usual for her to ignore my texts. Have you heard from her at all in the last 3 hours?
Caleb sighed loud enough that Will could hear him even from the younger man's perch far above him.
I'll text her, but...
He trailed off and squinted into the distance.
Never mind. She's coming. I see her on her bike. She'll be here soon enough.
Thank you, Will said. Caleb grumbled something in response, then disappeared to the other slope of the roof. Will walked to the gate to meet Peyton, brimming with so much energy that he had to divert it into pacing, or he'd turn into one giant twitch. At last, he saw her coming down the street, still in her cutoffs and tank top. How? How was that even sexier than the designer dress she'd worn the night before? The woman was a witch, he thought, with a small shake of his head as she slowed the bicycle. Hey, she said quietly.
Hello. I've been worried.
She waved a hand. No need in Magnolia Bay.
Can we talk?
She heaved a sigh much louder than the one he'd just gotten from Caleb. I guess so. Let me put the bike away. A minute later, she rejoined him on the sidewalk.
Walk by the bay? He asked.
She stepped from the sidewalk to cross to the beach in answer. He fell in step beside her, overcome with the need to slip his hand into hers and feel her next to him. But there would be time for all of that. This was new, and it would take a while to figure out the shape of things. When they'd walked along the water's edge for a few minutes, he cleared his throat.
So today at lunch, that was something.
It was something, she agreed.
I had no idea, he said. I was gobsmacked.
By what?
By the intensity, I suppose.
Good thing Bianca is gone, she said. Won't have to worry about that happening again. He stopped, and she continued a few steps before she realized he had. When she did, she also stopped and turned.
Wait, your conclusion after that kiss this afternoon is that it's a good thing Bianca is gone so we don't have to do that again?
He asked. He knew his voice was incredulous, but he couldn't help it. Surely they couldn't have drawn such wildly different conclusions. Yes, it was weird, wasn't it? She looked confused now, but it was nothing to the confusion in his own mind.
I prefer gobsmacked. Weird sounds like a bad thing.
What are you trying to say?
Am I the only one that feels like that kiss changed everything?
Her face fell. No, but it doesn't have to. We can fix this.
Fix it?
He closed the distance between them in 2 long steps and reached for her hands, smiling down at her.
I don't want to fix it. What are you Americans so fond of calling it when you mess up a thing to make it better? Disruption? That was the good kind of disruption. How could it not be when it shows me my best friend is the woman I've been looking for all along?
He wasn't wrong about her feelings for him. He was sure of it. There had been nowhere to hide in that kiss. Her hands tightened around his, and she swayed ever so slightly toward him before she caught herself. She slipped her hands free and stepped back. I don't think that's a good idea. We have too many years of friendship to risk throwing it away because we happen to be good at kissing each other.
Good? No, amazing.
At least she wasn't denying there'd been chemistry there.
I don't understand. You're always ready for a new adventure, and we've had this one dropped in our laps. We should see where this takes us.
As surely as that genie couldn't be put back into its bottle, it had given them this gift, and they would be foolish to ignore it. It's just a bad idea.
Why?
Because I know you so well. She was making less sense as this went on.
And I know you. That's what makes this perfect.
Maybe a perfect storm. She turned toward the water and laced her hands behind her head. It was her thinking posture. You're bored, Will. You've been bored for a while, since you dumped Bianca last time. Your work is too easy, even when there's a lot of it. And you've been dating the same kind of women for the last year, trying to find a spark. Perfect, professional, polished. You're looking for the same high that Bianca's theatrics gave you. I'm not that. She dropped her arms and turned toward him again. You absolutely did the right thing by closing that door on her permanently. But you're only into the idea of us right now because it's different, and you crave novelty and drama.
Did you just call me a drama queen?
Just when he thought he couldn't get any more incredulous. No, she said, finally offering him a small smile. But you live a life that was chosen for you at birth. From your schools to your career, you know exactly what kind of clients you'll always get, cases you'll always try, and if you're honest with yourself, the type of woman you need to marry who will fit into all that. That woman is not me. So what happens if I agree with you? What happens if I agree that we have enough chemistry, that we should explore it in the time you have left here?
We'd get answers, he said.
It couldn't be more clear than the blue of her eyes.
We'll find out exactly what lies between us.
I already know, she said. Convenience, opportunity, proximity. Take your pick. You can even have all 3. But the same streak that sent you to Rome for a semester, The same streak that drew you to Bianca all these years? That's the same thing telling you to throw yourself into this really poorly thought-out fling.
I would never think of you as convenient or a fling.
But you have before. The words were so soft, the breeze almost carried them away before he heard them.
Pardon?
You heard me.
I did, but I can't make sense of what you said. When have I ever treated you as a fling or a convenience?
She looked as if she were fighting some internal struggle, as if she were wanting to say something, but biting back words at the same time. In Rome. Whatever it was he expected, it wasn't that.
What about Rome?
She studied him for a long moment, and the wind whipped a piece of her hair from her ponytail, pushing it across her cheek. He wanted to reach out and tuck it behind her ear, but he didn't think she would welcome his touch. I've wondered if you remembered, at some level, she said slowly, but you really don't. He shook his head, helpless to know how to do better on the test he knew he'd just failed. 2 nights before we left Rome, you were trashed.
Bianca had dumped me again.
It had rained his last 2 days in Italy and the next few weeks back at Cambridge until they'd reconciled again. Yes, and you'd drowned your sorrows in wine. You said it was more fitting because it was Italy, so they must be drowned in wine and nothing else.
Then I was a proper idiot.
No argument, she said with a small smile. But maybe because it was wine, I didn't realize how drunk you actually were. And so when we sat on the roof of the pension that night, you waxing philosophical about love, she broke off to laugh at his wince. Yes, you waxed so much it's a wonder you didn't generate enough of it to make yourself a fake Bianca to carry home to London with you. Anyway, you went on and on about love and its roots and how it was only the Roman air that had fooled you into loving her, and how you wished she'd never come to visit you because you could have fallen in love with someone else, if only she would stay away. And then he sensed that he was about to hear a tale of epic idiocy, his own. He almost couldn't bear to hear it, but he stayed quiet, except for a small prompt to continue.
And then
you said we ought to see if it was true that any 2 people could find a spark to prove that it wasn't just Bianca. That the moon was full and I was pretty, and what did I think about testing your theory?
I didn't.
You did. She patted his arm in such a sisterly way that it set his teeth on edge. He didn't want her sisterly comfort. But to be fair, I'd had enough wine of my own to think it was a stellar idea, and so we kissed.
And
did he want to know what came next? No. No, decidedly not, but he needed to if he was going to understand her objections now. And it was nice, she said, after a pause longer than eternity.
Nice, he repeated. If ever there was a word that condemned by faint praise.
She smiled. The kiss doesn't matter. What matters is that it stuck more for me than it did for you. You had no memory of it the next afternoon, she amended. It took you a long time to sleep off that hangover, but I did. I remembered.
I'm so sorry. It sounds like I behaved like a tosser.
Nothing new where Bianca is concerned, she said, grinning at him. While he appreciated having his familiar teasing, smiling Peyton back, he didn't like that she reappeared the more she put herself firmly back into the friend zone. The thing is, that kiss did stick with me, but by the time I was ready to bring it up, you were back with Bianca, and I'd returned to finish my last college semester, and it seemed like it was working out for the best. Now, do you see? I've had the experience of working through how to see you as a friend when we could have been more. It wasn't fun. I don't recommend it. If it was tough after one drunken evening you don't remember, can you imagine how much worse it would be now?
I would like to go back in time and thoroughly thrash Will of Rome for his stupidity."
She laughed at that. Give him a break. He had some growing up to do. And watching you with Bianca these last few days, I think you've done it.
"Oh, now you're just lying to make me feel better," he said. "What kind of grown and emotionally mature man has to play games to get rid of an ex?"
He gave a low groan and scrubbed his hands over his face.
"I am a prize idiot."
"Don't be so hard on yourself," she said. "You've matured enough to recognize that you've outgrown her, and that's more than some guys do. There's no shame in asking for a little help." She sat on the sand, flowing down to it with the grace of someone completely in her element when caught between sand and ocean. She patted the spot beside her, and he sat too, thinking through everything she'd told him. Truly, how could he have been so blind 5 years ago, not to recognize the real prize when he'd had Peyton in front of him? How had he been so blind not to see it in the years since? Peyton seemed to think she'd convinced him that they were a bad idea. But if anything, her story only underscored the obvious. He'd always known, at some level, that Peyton was the one. He couldn't unsee it. He couldn't unknow it. But he couldn't change her mind in this moment. He knew her well enough to know that, too. He would bide his time and think hard about how to convince her. He slid his arm around her and drew her against his side. She relaxed into him, her head resting on his shoulder, a pose they'd assumed with each other many times over the years. In the past, it had always spoken to him of comfort and familiarity, and perhaps that's how Peyton viewed it now. But though he held his peace for the moment, he recognized this connection for what it was now. Not comfort, not familiarity, home. Peyton was home. They created a home for each other, in each other, that neither of them had anywhere else, and he would find a way to help her see it, however long it took. But he desperately hoped he could find it in the next 5 days, because this would get much harder when he had to return to London. Chapter 18. Peyton. Peyton left Will on the beach to think at his request. She returned home and showered the sand from her skin, then ducked into the kitchen to eat the stir-fry Caleb had made for her. "Thanks for coming," she said, as she sat down to her plate.
"Sure," he said. "Been itching to start on the repairs here anyway. Bonus is rescuing my big sister for once."
"I don't need rescuing," she protested. "I just wanted one of y'all to get going on that roof."
"Sure. That's why you called home the brother that would kick the Brit out of his bedroom, huh?"
"Shut up." He did, but only to nurse his cold beer in easy silence. He waited until she finished eating before he grilled her.
"So what's going on with you two anyway?"
"I didn't invite you here to ask nosy questions."
"Invite me?" he repeated with a snort. "Sis, I live here as much as you do."
"Nothing is going on with us," she muttered.
"A whole lot of nothing from what I could see from that makeout this morning."
"Did I say shut up yet? If not, I meant to." Caleb only grinned at her.
"I'm going to go watch some baseball. Holler if you need anything."
He disappeared into the family room, leaving her alone with a yogurt for dessert and her thoughts. She decided she'd rather think them on the deck, so she cleaned up and went outside to curl up in the glider to enjoy the evening breeze. As she rocked, her thoughts fell into rhythm with the swing. Will is my friend. Will is my friend. Will is my friend. That was what it all came down to. He was her friend, and she didn't want to do anything to risk that. Why had she agreed to his stupid plan? She should have put her time and energy into making him practice role plays or something. Rehearse telling Bianca no until he could say it like he meant it. She should not have flirted with him through dinner at Husk the other night. She should not have pretended they were in a relationship. She should not have kissed him. Her brain understood the distinction between reality and make-believe. Her heart just wasn't getting the message. Will's brain was screwed up too. It had to be for him to believe they made any sense as a couple. Even if their chemistry was real and not just circumstance, how was a relationship supposed to work between them? He was the son of an ancient English family. He had a career and obligations in London. She was the daughter of a family with their own proud heritage and roots as deep as it was possible to grow in South Carolina. She had a thriving career and she loved her life. The distance between them wasn't just figurative and cultural. It was quite literally an ocean. Stupid Atlantic. But also, thank goodness for the Atlantic, or Will might have convinced her this was a good idea. No, she loved Will, but not like that. Did she? The thought shook her too much for her to stay fixed on it, and she let the question flit away. She felt like she was starring in a sitcom plot, where everyone but Bianca, who had stumbled upon them kissing, thought of them as a punchline. Will had confused himself, that was all. The very fact that he'd stood on the beach and suggested they explore a relationship like it was so easy, that was the whole problem. She didn't even realize how long she'd been subconsciously guarding against the hurt that their forgotten kiss in Rome had caused until they'd kissed again today. And if that's how she felt after one kiss that only she'd remembered, how much damage would it cause for them to date only to inevitably fall apart? She pulled out her phone to text him. "I'm so glad we're friends." There. It would reinforce to him that this was how things needed to stay. But when her phone vibrated with an answering text, she wasn't so sure he'd gotten the message. His reply was simply, "It's a good place to start." To start? No, she was not going to be on the receiving end of Will's single-minded stubbornness. She'd said friends, and that's exactly what she meant. He'd see. She'd make him see. Chapter 19. Will. Peyton and Will were meant to be together. She'd see, Will vowed, as he answered her text, because now that he'd seen how it could be between them, he couldn't go back to how they were. The only move here was ahead, into new territory, into new adventures and possibilities. But Peyton would need to be convinced. No, he corrected himself, not convinced. He believed fervently in respecting boundaries. Wasn't it Bianca's refusal to accept his that had always sent them on their toxic merry-go-round? Peyton only needed to be shown that it was possible, that they were meant to be more than friends. The more he thought about it, the more roundly he cursed himself for not waking up to that truth sooner. Pippa had hinted at it once after Peyton had come to visit him in London, and Pippa had joined them for dinner. "She's lovely," she'd said, when Peyton had excused herself to the restroom. "That's who you should be with. She's worth 10 of Bianca, maybe even 100. But Will had laughed it off, dismissing it as one of Pippa's regular anti-Bianca complaints. In reality, his little sister had simply been telling him the truth. This would take a careful campaign. Grand gestures, the kind Bianca always demanded, would only make Peyton dismiss him as unserious. But he'd never been more serious about anything in his life. Not about Bianca, not about the law, nothing. None of it compared to how much he wanted to convince Peyton to give them a chance. He began his campaign carefully Saturday morning, getting up close to dawn and ordering shrimp and grits from Lou's. He ordered an extra portion for Caleb, but hoped the younger man would make himself scarce while they ate it. Then he let himself into the beach house to brew coffee. Truth be told, Peyton was liable to run away with any half-decent sort who appeared in her kitchen with freshly brewed coffee in the morning. But Will added a few touches only he could. He pulled up the New Yorker on his iPad and marked a story he thought she'd enjoy about digital art, and set her place with yellow napkins he found in the kitchen drawer, because he knew it was her favorite color. When she padded downstairs a few minutes later, lured by the scent of the brewing coffee, she stood in the kitchen doorway and blinked at him sleepily. Will? She was adorable, irresistible. How had he never noticed before?
Good morning, sunshine. I brought you breakfast, and some for Caleb, too. Have a seat, and I'll pour your coffee.
She wasn't awake enough to argue. She sat quietly and blinked at him some more. After a few sips, her gaze grew sharper. Peyton was waking up.
Any chance you can play hooky today? He asked.
No.
Yes, he countered.
That's not how this works. Haven't you heard no means no? She asked around another sip. She was definitely caffeinating if she sounded amused rather than annoyed.
All right then, why not play hooky?
Even if I could rearrange work, I still need to help Caleb with repairs.
Then I can help too.
We already talked about this. Mr. Cecil needs you.
No, he doesn't. Between the gents and Danny, they're handling the last of the major cleanup. I'd be underfoot over there.
He pretended mock indignation at the look she shot him.
Are you insinuating I'd only be underfoot here too?
Sorry, I didn't realize I wasn't coming through clearly. Let me say it outright. You'll just be underfoot here.
Have I not proven my worth with a hammer?
She studied him with narrowed eyes for a brief moment. I suppose you aren't the disaster I expected you to be.
Come on, Pete. I'm not around much longer. Why should I spend that time with the gents when I see them all the time? Let me work with you.
She sighed. Fine, but on the condition you don't talk anymore until I finish my coffee.
You got it.
Another minute passed. Well, I didn't mean sit there and stare at me either, she complained.
But I like looking at you.
And he did. Loved it, even. All the familiar contours of her face, the brightening blue of her eye, the perfection of her pink lips. How could he have overlooked this so long, distracted by Bianca's bold beauty? But Bianca's beauty was cold and carefully crafted with pots of cosmetics and complicated beauty routines. Peyton's was natural, like the outside was somehow an extension of her inner self, woven into her smile and gaze. She was objectively pretty, too, he knew, the kind of blonde who would turn appreciative heads. But Will saw more than that. Another layer that her inherent goodness added to the fine bone structure and dewy skin. Why do you want to hang out with me today? She asked. After a few more sips, she watched him with narrowed eyes, as if she suspected his motives.
The whole point of jumping on a plane was to come see you. We've hardly seen each other in the last 2 years. In fact, it's been since Rome that we've had this kind of time together. But it's running out. I'll need to get back to London soon, and I don't want either of us to wish we'd spent more time together after I'm gone.
I see, she said, setting her mug down to run her finger around the rim. So you're basically doing me a favor by inviting yourself to hang out with me?
Basically,
he said, grinning. She rolled her eyes. Fine, but new condition. You behave yourself. He feigned innocence.
Whatever do you mean?
You know exactly what I'm talking about. The beginning of a frown crept around the corners of her mouth.
You'd best spell it out for me in any case,
he said, enjoying this but pretending to be serious.
Don't want to mess up.
Will.
Peyton?
She gave something like a growl and sipped more coffee, but immediately set the mug down again. Rather harshly, actually. I mean, your Bianca is gone and there's no need to pretend anymore, so no more of that stuff. Will suppressed another smile.
What stuff?
Pretend dating stuff. No hand-holding or moony gazing, and definitely no kissing.
Moony gazing, he repeated. I'm not sure I follow on that one. Could you demonstrate for me?
When she only growled again, he laughed and rose to refill her coffee cup.
All right, no hand-holding or moony gazing or kissing.
He let his gaze linger on her lips a second too long, so she would have no doubt he was recalling the feel of them beneath his. The warm, silky, incredible feel. His voice was a bit huskier than he intended when he concluded,
We'll just be Will and Peyton in the best possible Will and Peyton way.
He was very careful not to say usual way, because he felt the old call to adventure in his blood, the one that had never failed to lead him to new and better things when he listened to it. Peyton would see they were meant to be together, but he only had a few days left to convince her. Chapter 20. Peyton. As the coffee kicked in, Peyton's mind began to buzz with everything still left to do around the grounds. Jake was sending out his glass guy today to handle the installation of a new window, and that would probably mean some repainting when he was done. They'd need to haul out the damaged living room set. Her mom had found a new sofa and love seat to replace the one damaged by the intrusive tree branch, and those would be delivered tomorrow. And Peyton would love to get some perennials in her mom's now bedraggled flower beds to surprise her when they bloomed this fall. That was a pretty full day, and it would be fun to have Will along. It always was. He'd seemed fine with her ground rules of no flirting. Too fine? She'd felt the strangest pang of disappointment when he'd agreed so easily. But no, that was stupid. Going back to normal was the absolute smartest way to handle all of this. Addison had spoken of what if, but Addison had meant, what if it's phenomenal between you and Will turns out to be the love of your life? For Peyton, it was, what if we try and it's a disaster and Will and I fall apart completely? She wasn't willing to risk their friendship to solve her ego just because he'd been recently dumped and the chemistry between them made her feel better. Still, Will loved the idea of hard to get. It was why he'd pined after Bianca for so many years. If there was any sneaky little corner of his heart that was still harboring a plan to change Peyton's mind, he'd soon see she meant it. They would stay friends. It was the only way to ensure they would always be friends in the future.
What's our first task today? Will asked when she came downstairs, freshly showered and dressed in shorts and a tank top. I feel overdressed.
He was wearing neatly pressed shorts and a collared shirt in a soft sage green that made his deepening tan even more gold. Peyton lost her train of thought for a minute. Will had always been objectively attractive, but his easygoing personality had often put him in the category of cute rather than sexy. Why did he suddenly look sexy?
Peyton,
he asked, and she realized she'd been staring at him. She blinked, a soft wave of warmth prickling her cheeks. You're probably overdressed. We'll be grubbing in dirt, painting, and hauling old furniture to the county dump. Maybe your painting clothes from yesterday would be better.
They reek.
She shrugged. I'm used to stinky boys after my brothers. But you'll probably be all right if you just change to a clean shirt. I'll find something for you.
All right, be back in a few.
Caleb's dresser yielded some truly obnoxious choices as T-shirts went, so she picked the least garish one and brought it back down for Will, who stepped back in wearing sneakers, his paint-spattered shorts, and nothing else. Wow, he really had been putting in some good work in the gym. Here. She thrust the T-shirt at him, and he pulled it over his head, her breath coming a little easier when his abs disappeared from view. He held out the hem so he could read the shirt upside down.
Sumter Original Brewery, S.O.B. Beer.
He squinted at Peyton. She snorted. If the shirt fits.
My mother is quite lovely, I promise, he said.
I believe you. Lady Highbury had been kind of distant the only time they'd met, but she'd seemed polite enough. It wasn't a hidden message. Caleb just likes beer shirts.
I like beer too, but I don't think I own this many shirts that say so.
I said he likes beer shirts. He mostly wears them because it drives my mom a little crazy. He doesn't even drink that much. Anymore. She muttered that last part under her breath. Thankfully, her little brother had settled down a bit in the last year.
Got it. Well, I'm ready. What's first?
We load a sofa and love seat into Caleb's truck and drive them to the dump. Pick up some flower bulbs while we're in town, come back and plant them while the window gets replaced, then repaint the back of the house when the window guy is done. Will wrinkled his nose.
Don't you literally own a company that employs people to do exactly this sort of thing for you?
She shrugged. They're busy trying to manage the damage at all the different projects we're building right now. Besides, shell houses like to do things ourselves. But you don't have to. Caleb can help me load the furniture, and the rest of it I can do myself.
No, I'm game, he said.
Never had her life more resembled an episode of Friends than in the next half hour, specifically where the friends tried to move Ross's new sofa into his apartment. At one point, Will even called, "Pivot," with the same level of desperation that Ross had howled it to Chandler, and Peyton had to set down her end of the sofa because she was laughing too hard. At last, they both got pieces into the back of Caleb's truck and headed across the bridge to Charleston, then drove another half hour to the county dump to offload. Next, it was time to go plant hunting. She avoided the big box stores that proliferated suburban Charleston. "I'm taking you to our favorite local nursery," Peyton said, as they passed one of the giant home improvement stores. "Whenever we can, we work with local businesses. It's part of why the community embraces shell house construction when they're usually deeply suspicious of developers." They pulled up to Bennett Gardens, a 4-acre dreamscape for gardeners and landscape architects. "You're going to be surprised by how much you enjoy this place."
A nursery?
He asked, his eyebrow rising.
It's not like I'm opposed to them, but enjoy feels like a bold prediction.
She only grinned at him as she climbed out of the truck. "You'll see." 10 minutes later, he was eating his words.
"All right, fine," he said, taking another bite of a fresh peach plucked from the small orchard Mr. Bennett kept as a model to teach budding gardeners. "I'm enjoying this place." Peyton glanced away, a touch alarmed by how watching the peach juice run down his chin tugged at something in her belly. This was getting ridiculous. Mr. Bennett's passion for teaching people principles of good gardening had made him a beloved Charleston fixture, and Peyton would almost rather die than give her money to a big box store before she gave it to kindly old Mr. Bennett. He always flirted with the ladies and chatted weather with the men, but when it was time to talk soil and seed, Mr. Bennett was all knowledge. And his fresh summer peaches, of course, were one of the biggest perks to visiting the nursery. "Lantana,
Mr. Bennet decreed when she explained that her mother's flower beds were east-facing.
"They'll thrive with all that sun and do well with the bay breezes. And you really ought to consider some jessamine. It's a gorgeous yellow flower vine, and it seems a shame to have any white picket fence not dripping in them."
"I'll think about it," she promised. "Today we probably best just start with the lantana." They spent an extra half-hour wandering the grounds, smelling different flowers, commenting on the fantastic blooms on the zinnias, and also touching. Had Will's arm always brushed hers so often? Had they bumped into each other so regularly? Had he always taken her elbow so often when he wanted to draw her attention to something he found interesting? Or placed his hand so often at the small of her back to gently shepherd her ahead of him when they rounded a new aisle of greenery? She stepped away from him, and it took no effort at all to break the connection. She had to be imagining this, she decided. They must have always interacted this way. They just saw each other so infrequently that she'd forgotten. And she was probably extra sensitive to it because of the kiss. The skin of her wrist still tingled where Will had touched it, and she rubbed at it almost absently. These goosebumps and prickles and little waves of heat were driving her crazy. She partly felt like she wanted to step into Will's arms and squeeze him tight, feel his arms wrap around her and let it all wash over her at once, then be done with it. But she mostly felt like she wanted to put the largest possible distance between them. And since that was the smarter play here, that was what she tried to do for the rest of the afternoon. But no matter where she moved in the yard as they weeded and prepared the soil, Will would slowly drift her way until they were working alongside each other, their hands brushing against each other as often as against the roots of the lantana they were transplanting. When the window installer had finished replacing the busted window, she and Will set up to paint, but somehow his elbow was always grazing her, or they would reach for the paint tray at the same time. By the time dinner rolled around, she pleaded exhaustion and ordered him back to the Wayfarer to eat whatever Mr. Cecil had made for the other gents, just so she could escape Will for a bit on her bicycle. She rode down to the Glass Dolphin to grab some lamb stew and eat it in peace on a grassy bluff overlooking the cove. It was quiet enough, she thought, glancing around, but somehow, without Will around, it also felt empty. She'd never felt that way before, not in a single square inch of Magnolia Bay. What was happening? The next day, she was determined to keep her boundaries firmly in place. She'd make sure she didn't accidentally initiate those fleeting touches that somehow sent prickles of wanting down her spine. She put Will to work, mowing first thing in the morning, after explaining literally every single step of the process to him. He'd learned to swing a hammer, but the man had never been taught to mow a lawn. That would only keep him busy for a half hour or so. She racked her brain to think of what else they could work on that would keep him physically distant from her without it looking like she was trying to put distance between them. Car washing, she decided. It was important to frequently rinse cars near the ocean, or the salt began to corrode the paint, or worse, the vehicle's undercarriage. She'd put him to work on her car and tackle Caleb's truck. "Where is Caleb?" Will asked, as they dragged out the bucket and other car wash supplies that afternoon. She glowered at the Wayfarer. Caleb was supposed to be here as an undercover chaperone. "He's clearing off the Aikens property. No one's been able to get hold of them, but he figures the longer it takes them to clear their property, the more it will stick out like a sore thumb as other properties begin to shape up. Mr. Cecil is worried it will drive down his asking price for the hotel if it's still looking derelict after the Wayfarer is in decent shape." While it was certainly nice of Caleb, he was pitifully absent as a chaperone. It wasn't doing anything to help her enforce her boundaries with Will. Will watched her carefully, like he was waiting for something. "What?" she asked, brushing a stray hair out of her eyes. "Do I have something on my face?"
"No, it's just—"
He gazed from his sponge to the bucket to the truck with a look of helplessness. "You've never washed a car?" He shrugged, his smile sheepish. "You'd be lost in this world without me," she teased.
"Yes," he said,
but there was no teasing in his voice, and she quickly dropped her eyes before she tried to read something in his that wasn't there. "Do it like this," she said, scooping up the hose. "Spray off everything, starting from top to bottom to knock the worst of the dirt off. Then you dunk your sponge, squeeze out the extra, and go back over everything with a good scouring, top to bottom again." She demonstrated rinsing her car. She'd assigned Will the truck since he was taller and could reach higher. Then she handed him the hose.
"I think I've got it,"
he said, promptly pressing the trigger of the nozzle and spraying her thoroughly.
"Oops,"
he said, when she shrieked at the splash of cold.
"Guess I don't."
But his tone made it clear it had been no accident. She pulled her damp shirt from her skin. It actually felt nice in the already warm air, but that wasn't the point. If she'd learned anything from having brothers, it was that her best weapon was taking revenge when they least expected it. It was the only thing that made them ever think twice before pulling one of their pranks. She narrowed her eyes at Will, already contemplating how she'd get even. He swallowed and looked nervous for once.
"I'm going to pay for that, aren't I?"
"Definitely. Now wash the truck." He did, and they fell into the same easy conversation they always did. He talked about an annoying woman who was hoarding books she didn't even want. Peyton told him about her fussiest design client, the one who asked for the moon because he fundamentally didn't understand the basics of coding. Will was a good listener. He always had been. They'd debriefed with each other this way so often over the years with phone calls or FaceTimes, where they shared a particularly challenging day or week. It was a distinct luxury to have Will near enough to touch, to hear the richness of his laugh, see the tiny changes in the emerging lines around his mouth, or eyes as his concern morphed from laughter to sympathy, while she told him about her difficult client. One day, those lines would etch themselves firmly as laugh lines. Will was the kind of man who would grow from boyish charm into distinguished handsomeness. He'd already begun to in the last year or so when she hadn't been looking.
"I think I'm done,"
he announced, as he finished spraying down her car. "I'm almost done," she said. "Can you hand me the bucket? I need more soap to get at a stubborn bit of sap." He handed it up at her request, but no sooner did she have a firm grip on the handle than she upended it over his head and soaked him thoroughly with dirty water.
"Oh, you're going to pay for that,"
he growled, reaching for the side of the truck bed as though he meant to vault into it and join her. She danced away from him with a laugh, jumping to safety just as he landed in the bed of the truck. She was too well practiced not to have anticipated his next move. She hit the concrete of the driveway and scooped up the hose, grinning at him from a safe distance. "Sorry about that," she said. "It was a dirty trick. Let me help you with that." She unleashed the hose on him, thoroughly soaking every bit of him the bucket had missed. Then, when he'd jumped down on the other side of the truck where the spray couldn't hit him, she dropped the hose and fled for the house, laughing all the way. She'd also had plenty of experience outrunning her brothers, but she'd never tried to outrun Will before. And too late, she realized she had badly miscalculated as his arms closed around her from behind, the safety of the front door still several yards out of reach.
"Not so fast,"
he rumbled next to her ear, and her stomach gave an alarming flip. His momentum turned his capture into more of a tackle, toppling them both to the soft grass. Will twisting at the last minute to make sure he took the brunt of their fall. A hard oof escaped her as she landed on top of him, but Will could only manage a wheeze. She tried to catch her breath, but it escaped her, and she knew with perfect clarity that it had nothing to do with having been knocked over and everything to do with the warm, solid chest now pressed against her palms. They lay there for a minute or two, Will appearing so dazed she wondered if she needed to check him for a concussion. Her blinking, trying to get her world back on its axis. Finally, she slid her arms to the ground on either side of him and pushed herself upright to sit beside him on the grass. Yeah, that helped her breathing. After another minute, Will struggled up too.
"Sorry about that," he said. "Didn't mean to knock you down."
She waved her hand to dismiss the worry in his voice. "I'm a veteran of Shell House family turkey bowls. Full tackle. It's fine." Will looked so perplexed by this that she burst out laughing. "Football? American style? On Thanksgiving Day? The day we celebrate having gotten away from England to do things our own way?"
"I thought that was 4th of July.
"It's both. We needed 2 full national holidays to express our joy at being out from British rule."
"I hadn't realized you colonists were still so salty about all of that."
"We have long memories." They grinned at each other, and she was glad for the moment of normalcy. She needed it. Desperately. Whatever that almost moment had been just now, she was tucking it safely away in a locked box, not to think about, or wonder about, or worry what if. There would be no what if, except the what if of what happened if she and Will ruined their chemistry completely over some temporary and unwelcome good old-fashioned lust. She absolutely never wanted to know the answer to that question. Chapter 21. Will. 2 days. 2 days was all he had left before he had to return to London. 2 days was how long he'd been waging a steady campaign to get Peyton to see how it could be between them. And it was 2 days he'd utterly wasted.
"I was too subtle," he told Theo and Henry.
He'd talked them into sitting on the beach to watch the sunrise. Henry had complained the whole way there, and Theo had still been too sleepy to protest. But now they both sat in silence and watched the sun paint the early morning sky.
"Sorry, what?" Theo asked. "I was too subtle with Peyton. I was trying to flirt with her and sort of wake her up to this connection we have, but I think I underplayed it, big time, and now I'm not sure there's a big enough gesture in the world to change her mind in the 2 days I have left."
"Just talk to her, mate." That was Henry, who had been rendered philosophical by the rising sun. His advice made Theo snort outright, and even Henry grinned at the apparent irony of himself, of all people, suggesting talking things out. He was the last person to ever do that in his own life.
"I tried. She said no."
"Then you're supposed to listen to her," Theo said. "You're supposed to respect her boundaries."
"Believe me, I would if I didn't know her so well."
He held up his hands as if to ward off the words he knew were coming.
"I know, it sounds like I'm saying I know her own mind better than she does." "Yes, patriarchy and all that," Henry drawled. "It won't do." "But what if I do?" Will asked. "What if I understand Peyton so well that I can see how easily she's letting her fear hold her back from the thing that's best for her?" "I think I'm going to have to smash the patriarchy if you keep up this talk," Theo said. "Seriously, you have to let her decide what she wants." "Even if it's fear that's making her decide it?" Will asked. "Even if," Henry confirmed. "Those don't seem like fair rules."
Will picked up a handful of sand and watched it run through his fingers. but it reminded him too much of an hourglass and time running out.
"That's because this isn't a game," Theo said. "Obviously, you have to decide what's more important, Peyton or snogging Peyton."
Will responded with a punch to Theo's arm. Theo ignored him.
"Peyton is," Will said. "Obviously, Peyton is the most important thing. So that means I just have to give up? There's no way to fight for her? For love, gentlemen?"
Henry fell back on the sand with a groan.
"Oh, you are truly gone. For love?" he mimicked,
in a dramatic, syrupy voice.
"Have some pride, man." "No," Will said. "I have none, and I'd give up a lot more for Peyton."
Theo sighed.
"Well, it doesn't sound like you two can go back to the way things were." "I can't," Will said. "My feelings for her have changed. Or not changed. I guess I've just woken up to them." "If it's true that she senses this grand love between you, what's she afraid of?" Theo asked. "No one walks away from an epic love story."
Will dropped his head to his hands.
"She thinks this is a rebound for both of us, that it's a temporary thing and will ruin the friendship if we act on it."
The gents all fell silent. At last, Theo spoke.
"She could be right."
Will shook his head.
"Not about my feelings. And she's dropped a couple of hints that make me believe with all my heart that it's not true about hers. At this point, I think we'll do more damage to this friendship by trying to pretend that it's all there is between us."
"Doomed if you do, doomed if you don't," Henry offered helpfully, still flat on the sand.
"Yes, how can I convince her it's worth the risk?" Will asked.
"Why does she think the two of you don't have a chance?" Theo asked. Will shrugged.
"Little things like living on different continents."
Henry snorted again.
"Be helpful, Hank," Will complained, deliberately using Henry's most loathed nickname. "You're just lying there snorting and cracking jokes."
Henry straightened.
"I think she's right. The small matter of your roots being in two totally different places is a very big deal. So unless you can prove to her that it's not, your problems start and end right there, before you ever get into questions of whether you're both rebounding or anything else."
Will stared out at the sky, which had found its muted early morning blue, the last traces of the dawn now gone.
"I don't know what to do." "Sorry, lad," Theo said. "I wish I had answers."
As the warmth began to creep in with the sunshine, the other two gents excused themselves to go hunt for breakfast. But Will stayed on the sand, staring out across the ocean. In an earlier century, he'd have been a sea captain. He just knew it. The lure of adventure was too strong. He'd have spent all his time exploring new lands and sailing the oceans, fighting the elements, making his own way in the world through his wits, cunning, and a handsomely outfitted clipper. Instead, he'd be flying, not sailing across it in 2 days' time, a trip made in a matter of hours to step into the bustle and anonymity of London to litigate the dead boring library Lady Smith Whittington insisted on quarreling over with her brother. Nothing in him wanted to go back, but what reason did he have to stay?
"What's bothering you, son?"
Mr. Cecil asked him a couple of hours later when he found him on the grounds of the Aiken house next door.
"What makes you think there's something wrong?"
Will asked. He'd talked far more than he usually did about his feelings already this morning. He had some sort of feelings hangover, and he didn't much want to dig into them again.
"In my experience, people only invent hard physical labor for themselves when they're trying to work something out. Can't think why else you'd be over here clearing debris for folks who don't even care about the property."
Will straightened and wiped the back of his wrist against his forehead.
"It's something to do, unless you've got something you can put me to work on."
Mr. Cecil shook his head.
"No, you fellas have done a real good job at my place. It's not the most ideal way I'd like to put it on the market, but I don't want to invest what it would take to get it all turned out fine. I'll do well enough selling it this way, I hope. I'm not as old as Peyton likes to treat me, but I'm old enough that I don't need a huge profit to fund my last years."
Will didn't like to think of Mr. Cecil leaving by dying or selling. He'd come to think of the old man as a fixture in just a short week.
"I can't imagine this place without you," he said. "You shouldn't. Won't be the same. It's the way of things, I suppose. They all change. Some better, some worse, some just different. But I'm ready, son. In fact, the real estate agent is coming first thing in the morning to give me an estimate and get this ball rolling."
"I suppose the only thing left to do is wish you good luck, then."
Will held out his hand for a shake.
"Appreciate it,"
Mr. Cecil said, grasping Will's hand with surprising strength.
"You'll be heading back home soon, I guess."
"Yes."
Will said it with such a weary sigh that it startled a laugh from Mr. Cecil.
"You sound thrilled about it."
"It's fine. It's just—"
He glanced in the direction of the beach house, though he couldn't see it from the Aiken yard.
"What's going on there anyway?" Mr. Cecil asked.
"Nothing, apparently."
"Oh, that's not it."
"It is, according to Peyton."
"But I'm right that you'd like to be more than her friend?"
Mr. Cecil asked in the tone of someone who already knew the answer. Will sighed, and it drew another laugh from Mr. Cecil.
"Y'all young people think you invented love and all its troubles. You didn't. They're old as time and not a new one under the sun."
"So how do I fix it?" Will asked.
"You don't," Mr. Cecil said. "Not this. You lean into what it is."
That cleared up nothing.
"Sorry, I don't know what that means."
But Mr. Cecil was already heading back to the Wayfarer with another laugh.
"I'd wish you good luck, Will, but I don't think you'll need it."
"Then what do I need?"
Will called after him.
"Courage,"
the old man called back, before disappearing around the fence to the Wayfarer grounds. Will considered Mr. Cecil's words for another hour as he cleared more debris from the Aiken's yard. The sun beat down hard, and the humidity stuck his clothes to him like a second skin. But still he dragged and heaved, and thought. He thought about the way Peyton's eyes glinted when she teased him, the way her brow furrowed when she worried about him, the way her mouth tightened when she felt indignant on his behalf, the way her smile stretched when she turned her face toward the sun, the way her body relaxed in this place more than he'd ever seen her relax. Peyton had never been a tightly wound person, but there was something in her that softened and unfolded completely here in Magnolia Bay. A part of herself that he'd never realized she held in reserve until he'd seen her in her element. He'd always wished he had a place like that. Not having one was probably the root of the restlessness that drove him to seek adventures. And when he couldn't pursue them, to drown out the call with endless briefs and court appearances and work. But now he could see the truth. His place of peace had never been a place at all. It had always been Peyton. As he stared out at the bay, at the sun and tides that had shaped her character, the answer came with perfect clarity. He knew what to do, and Mr. Cecil was right. This would take more courage than life had asked of him so far. That, a whole bunch of money, and 2 equally restless friends. Good thing he had all 3. Will found the other gents in the guest garden, staring at the empty fire pit, both of them quiet, neither of them particularly happy.
"I've got good reasons for wandering about with a long face, but why are you both sitting here looking like adverts for mood medicine?"
Henry glanced up at him.
"Just got a call from my father. He's angry I haven't submitted my plans for the Lansdowne estate restoration he wants to bid on."
"That would do it."
"They're perfectly capable of drafting their own plans. If they don't want to give you credit, they shouldn't expect you to do the work." If only it were that simple.
Henry's lips twisted into an even more sour expression.
They just say duty like it's a magic word and that's supposed to be the end of it.
Isn't it? Theo asked.
A magic word, I mean, because it has never failed to reel me back in.
What are you whinging about? Will demanded of Theo.
The constant burden of managing other people's millions, catering to them at every turn, and constantly dealing with their scrutiny of my choices and the expectation that I do magic with the markets.
Now Will's spirits flagged a bit. He shook his head to dispel the miasma of their gloom.
That's enough. Come on, we're going for a walk. I've walked through the whole cove. It takes 20 minutes to do a full circle. There's nothing left to see, Henry said.
Shut up and come on, Will said, and they both stood without further argument. There was something in their training as younger brothers that made them instinctively respond to a barked command. Will did it too. He'd just gotten used to doing as George said, whether it was, "Will, mix a drink for your friends, won't you?" or, "Will, don't be daft, you can't join the Royal Navy. Read law, far more sensible." The only time he'd disobeyed George in anything important was when George had said, "A semester in Rome? What a waste of time. No doubt you'll eat pasta and chase women until you're sick of both." And look how Rome had turned out. It had given him Peyton. He'd never regretted a single one of his adventures. So why had he quit going on them?
"Follow me,"
he ordered, marching them round the side of the building to the front of the sidewalk running in front of the Wayfarer.
"Now look, tell me what you see."
"A hotel past its prime," Henry said.
"Beat up, but better than when we got here." "I think it'll do all right for Mr. Cecil," Theo added. "I've been doing a bit of research, checked fair asking price and cost of living. He'll be fine so long as he doesn't gamble his nest egg or blow it on wine and women."
"You mean live like you?" Will teased him.
"That man's soul is married to his coral," Henry said. "No danger he's blowing his money on women."
"Ah, coral," Theo said with a nostalgia, like he too missed the woman. Will understood. She'd come alive for him through Mr. Cecil's stories of her.
"And you, Henry?"
He turned to the other man.
"What else do you see?"
"A missed opportunity," Henry said. Will watched his friend study the building, his eyes brightening, his gaze sharpening, an expression Will knew well. Henry's mind had begun rebuilding the Wayfarer, turning it into something that was both itself and far more than itself all at once.
"Almost correct," he told Henry.
"I didn't know this was a test," objected Theo.
"How am I almost right?" Henry demanded. "I'm always right."
Theo shoved him.
"You said the Wayfarer is a missed opportunity," Will said. "That's only half right. It's simply an opportunity."
"For what?" Theo asked. "Look at the cove," Will said, turning as he spoke. "Look out at the beach. How do you feel? How has it felt being here this week for you?"
"Hot," Henry offered.
"Sweaty," Theo agreed.
"And?"
Will asked. It was their habit to speak in jokes and insults. He wouldn't be deterred from leading them towards something real and true.
"When you're not pouring sweat from dragging branches and swinging hammers, when you've walked through the town or sat on the sand when the tide is in, how have you felt? Rested? Maybe even peaceful?"
Theo wouldn't meet his eye, but Henry studied him thoughtfully.
"I have at that, yes. Shame to go back to London." "Have you ever felt this relaxed anywhere else?" Will pressed. "Either of you?"
"Fiji," Theo said.
"But did you do any work there, or did you just lay on the beach drinking?"
"Study with the judgment, mate," Theo said. "That's exactly what you're supposed to do in Fiji."
"I know. It's my point, really," Will said. "You felt almost that relaxed here, even though you were doing hard physical labor all day. Have you slept or eaten this well in ages?"
"No," Henry said slowly.
"I haven't." Me either, Theo admitted. It's so wholesome. He appeared rather startled to hear himself using the word. You mentioned missed opportunity, Henry. Will turned to the other man. That was your architect self speaking. What did you mean? This was built in colonial style because that's the dominant narrative in the local architecture, Henry explained, gesturing toward the hotel behind them. But it's not a building in conversation with its setting. Now he nodded toward the blue waters of the cove. If the new developers have even an ounce of imagination, they'll design a building that marries the DNA of the cove to whatever they design. Do you think they'll do that? Will asked. Theo narrowed his eyes. You've gone barrister on us. That's the voice you use when you're building a case. What are you up to, bloke? Will smiled, prepared to deliver his concluding argument. Are either of you anxious to get on that plane tomorrow and return to London? Are you desperate to return to your lives there and the plans our parents have laid out for the next 50 years? As though you aren't preparing to do the exact same thing, Theo said. At least neither of us is leaving the woman of our dreams behind. I'm not either, Will said, refusing to be baited. Being here has only underlined for me how much I don't want to return to London. Not the city or my life. He crossed the road to the sand, and the gents followed as if towed along by the strangeness of his words. I think I worked impossibly long hours to drown out my own unhappiness, because too much time away from the office would make it clear how much I hate it there, and make returning a misery, and it has. Then why are you smiling? Henry demanded, as Will led them to the water's edge. You've just announced that you've realized you hate your work and your life. Not sure that warrants you smiling like the Buddha. Because I've also realized it doesn't have to be this way, and this... He swept his arms to indicate the cove, and the wayfarer at once. Is the answer. We've talked so many times over the years about how to build our own legacies, forge our own paths. This is it, he said. We buy the wayfarer. Theo looked at him, incredulity etched into every line of his face. You want us to buy an outdated hotel, recently wrecked by a hurricane, on a tiny island no one has ever heard of? Are you mad? Just the good kind of crazy, Will replied with a grin. But you're thinking too small. I'm talking about what Brits do best. Empire. Empire? Henry repeated. He'd turned around to eye the hotel again. Explain. I'm thinking that you're looking at the beginning of something huge. The first of many boutique hotels we'll build in undiscovered places all over the world. We can boost local economies by building hotels Henry designs to integrate with each location, reflecting the climate, people, and culture. Surely that sounds more fun than another stuffy restoration your father won't even credit you with anyway. It wasn't a question. He could see from Henry's face that he'd already begun to imagine the possibilities. You'll be the creative force behind our designs, Henry. My sister truly has a gift for interiors, and Pippa would love to handle branding the aesthetic. Each property will be so different from the next, but still undeniably a tri-gent holding. He turned to Theo, who, as always, kept his expression schooled in a faintly bored expression. That means you're the money man, Theo finished. You are the only international investment banker standing on the beach right now. Absolutely not, Theo said. And Will's chest tightened as he prepared to marshal his arguments. He'd been so sure Theo was as hungry to break free of lethargy as he was. Why not? He asked carefully. Tri-gent? Terrible name. Agreed, said Henry. I can't agree to this unless we change the name. Excitement replaced Will's anxiety. I suppose we can negotiate. What were you thinking? Theo gave him a smile, the first full smile Will could remember seeing on him in ages. Peerless Enterprises, of course. Henry gave a bark of laughter. Of course. Perfect for 3 chaps who never will be peers of the realm. I do have one other stipulation as an investor, Theo added. I don't want us to bring in outside partners. I want us to be the only ones with skin in the game, so we don't have to cede creative control to other stakeholders.
Henry's eyebrow rose.
I know we're all trust fund brats, but do we want to sink it all into this?
Will shot him a cocky grin, the kind of grin he'd have given to the first mate of a sailing ship, about to sail forth on their boldest adventure yet.
Is there anyone better to bet on than us?
Henry studied the hotel again, and Will could practically hear his gears spinning.
No, I suppose there isn't,
he said, smiling now.
It would be all yours, Henry. The design, the credit, all yours. What do you think? I think I like the idea of it, Henry said slowly, but I'm not so sure that even our trust funds will be enough to buy the land and build the new hotel I have in mind, and I'm going to need the full resources of Spencer and Sons to pull it off.
Henry worked for his father's architecture firm. Theo cleared his throat.
It'll be tight, but when I turn 28, I get the full disbursement from my inheritance. Based on current commercial real estate prices in the Sea Islands, we can afford the land purchase based on your trust funds, and I'll be able to cover the construction costs, which will run at least double that.
Will stared at him astonished.
You've already thought about this too.
Theo's lip twisted in another near smile.
Oh no, make no mistake. This story will definitely go down in gent history as the time we started a hotel empire so you could win back a girl. I guess that just leaves one question, Henry said. Who gets to tell Mr. Cecil?
Chapter 22. Peyton. "What time is your flight tomorrow?" Peyton asked Will as they sat at a table at Lou's. They'd ordered shrimp and grits, of course, but Peyton barely tasted them even as she lifted another forkful to her lips.
Noon. Puts me home rather late, but that's the time zone penalty. Gain coming here, Lou's returning.
She sent him a sharp look to see if that was a subtle dig at her for shutting down the idea of a relationship. But he didn't look any different than usual. Well, except for the dopey look he'd worn each time he'd eaten shrimp and grits so far. It was a pointless conversation, the kind of small-talk polite acquaintances made. But Peyton didn't have the energy to dig into more meaningful talk. Every one of those roads led to conversations she didn't want to have about things that would only hurt. About how Will was leaving. About how that would leave a larger hole in her life this time than it ever had. About how, despite her insistence that they stay friends, she was terrified she'd already tumbled into a far deeper feeling for him, one that it terrified her to feel for a man whose life was elsewhere. It would never be enough now to hear his voice on the phone, or wake up to one of his silly texts, or see his handsome, beloved face on her phone screen. It would never be enough after knowing how it felt to be held and kissed by Will, to be cradled in his hands, to be tucked against his chest and listen to his heartbeats. But it would have to be, because the only thing worse than Will across an ocean was no Will at all.
"You all right?"
Will asked. She realized the silence had stretched unusually long between them. "Fine, just thinking."
"What about?"
"You, us, the future we're not going to have." They were exactly at the place she'd never wanted them to be. This was literally the reason she'd shut down Will's suggestion that they explore a romantic relationship. "I seem to have fallen in love with you." The almost visceral need to say the words shook her so badly that she set her napkin on the table and gave him a weak smile. "Excuse me, I need the restroom." He rose as she left, ever the gentleman. In the bathroom, she splashed cold water on her cheeks. Was this supposed to work? She wondered. blinking the water from her eyes. Was this supposed to clear her mind and snap her out of it? It being love. She gave a soft groan and splashed her face again, but even after patting it dry, she didn't feel less in love, less bereft over a loss that wouldn't happen until tomorrow when Will went away. How weird that a splash of cold water couldn't fix anything. She threw the damp paper towels in the garbage can, wishing they had more heft to vent some of her frustration. She'd never really understood the impulse her brother sometimes had growing up to break and punch and throw things when they were mad. She got it now. She wished she could run all the way to the edge of the Atlantic and scream her frustration to the waves, kick at the surf, pound at the sand. Who was she even mad at? Will, for that kiss. Herself most of all. She'd known better since that night in Rome. This possibility had always lurked beneath the surface for her, this potential to fall for Will in every possible way. And she'd leaned into that kiss in the guest gardens anyway, had drunk him in like the Spanish wine they'd savored together, absorbing the taste and feel of him until she came to her senses far too late. Somehow, she rearranged her expression into one of neutrality, a face that said, "Hi, friend." But the second Will saw her walking back to the table, his brow furrowed.
"You sure you're all right?"
"No, I'm in love. I'm great. Much better. Worse. So much worse."
"Good."
They ate in silence. It felt painful to her, but the pleasant expression never left Will's face. Finally, she set her fork down with a loud clatter against her plate. "Do you even care that you're leaving tomorrow?" He looked up, startled.
"Of course. I hate my job, it turns out. Would rather loll on the beach indefinitely."
"Right, the beach. You don't seem stressed about returning."
"Saving that for the office."
They didn't say much for the next few minutes, until finally the server came to clear their plates. "I'll take the check," Peyton said.
"No, she won't," Will objected.
"It's the least I can do after all the help you've given us over the last 10 days. He looked as if he wanted to argue further, but eventually he gave a short nod and muttered something that sounded like,
"Best to start pinching pennies now."
They'd chosen to walk over in the mild evening air, and as they wandered back to the beach house, Peyton's fingers itched to slide between Will's, wrapped up in his warm, strong palm. Instead, she clasped her hands behind her. Will didn't seem to have any such thoughts on his mind, his hands resting casually in the pockets of his shorts, his eyes traveling over each house they passed, every little cafe or shop, each person on the sidewalk as if he were memorizing all of it. When they reached her gate, he stopped instead of following her up the walk. "Aren't you coming?" she asked, pausing halfway to the porch when he stayed put.
"I think I'd better turn in. It's going to be a packed day tomorrow."
"But it's your last night. I thought we could share a cold beer and hang out one last time."
"Hang out," Will mused. "No, I don't think so."
No follow-up, no explanation. Maybe he was upset with her after all.
"I'll see you in the morning, Peyton."
He turned and headed toward the hotel, and she watched him walk away with her heart. It hurt. It hurt in places her breakup with Connor couldn't touch. That had been about pride. This was about so much more. About the ways their lives had intertwined in ways she could only see now. She trudged into the house, straight up to her room, and collapsed on her bed to stare at the ceiling, wondering if she should run straight over to the Wayfarer and bang on Will's door, to insist they'd been wrong, to insist that they needed to explore this new facet of their relationship. She almost did. She got as far as her bedroom door once, but as her hand closed around the doorknob, she remembered the placid look on Will's face at dinner as he'd enjoyed his grits. Her hand fell away. He hadn't looked like a man on the verge of losing love. He'd looked like a man who'd thought, why not, about a vacation fling because she was there. And their ease with each other had lit a spark, and when she'd refused to fan the flames, he'd contented himself with grits and bay swims. It's what she'd feared all along, that she was a shiny diversion, a break in the monotony that stifled him in the rest of his life. She climbed back into bed and resumed studying the ceiling. It felt like she lay that way for hours, miserable. But at some point she'd fallen asleep because the sound of persistent knocking at her front door woke her up, morning light greeting her when she cracked her eyes open. It wasn't the watery light of first dawn either, but the full, warm rays of a day well underway. Then the doorbell rang. No one rang doorbells in Magnolia Bay, not unless it was urgent. She scrambled from the bed and hurried downstairs, still in the cotton sundress she'd worn to dinner, now wrinkled. She hadn't wanted to take a minute to change. "What's wrong?" she demanded when she jerked open the door to find Mr. Cecil on her doorstep.
"I was fixin' to ask you the same thing,"
he said, studying her, a bit taken aback.
"It's almost 9 o'clock. Thought you'd come see your friends off this morning."
"Right, yes, of course. I'll go change and come over."
"Never mind. All my guests checked out."
She blinked at him. Maybe her brain was still sleep fuzzy. They left without saying goodbye?
He nodded. "I'm guest-free. I'm surprised at you, girl. It's not like you to lapse in your manners like that."
"Oh, no," she said, scrubbing her hands through her hair, tugging at it like it would make the blood flow to her brain and wake it up. "They left without saying goodbye?" she repeated. But what she really wanted to say was, Will left without saying goodbye? It was a brand new heartache.
"It'll be all right," he said. "If they don't send you thank you notes, you still win the war of manners against those Brits. But that's not even why I came over. I got a buyer. Wanted you to come and meet your new neighbor."
"Didn't you just meet with the realtor?"
"I did, but the market was hotter than I expected. Sold it like that."
He snapped his fingers. "An out-of-town corporate conglomerate?" she asked. "Which one?"
"A local, actually."
Now he really had her attention. Families with places on Sweetgrass Island had money, true enough, but not buy a hotel money. "This I have to see," she said, stepping out on the porch.
"Not like that, you don't," he said. "Go run a brush through your hair, and maybe change into something that doesn't look like you slept in it."
She glanced down at her crinkled dress. "I did sleep in this."
"It wasn't a hard guess,"
he said dryly.
"I'll wait."
She went back upstairs and did a cursory brushing of her hair, gathering it into a tidy low ponytail. She changed her rumpled dress for a different one, a simple black cotton tank dress, and headed back down. "Don't tell me I'm dressed for a funeral," she warned Mr. Cecil, when she stepped out on the porch again. He grinned at her.
"You look sophisticated. Let's go."
He held out his arm for her, and she took it, accepting his escort to the Wayfarer. "Tell me about the buyer," she said as they walked over. She was trying to be excited for Mr. Cecil, but this was too many sad things at once. Whoever bought the hotel would have a huge impact on their quality of life at the beach house, and Mr. Cecil would be leaving. It was hard to be happy about that, especially when she was nursing the fresh hurt of Will leaving without a last goodbye. Maybe he'd tried to knock and she hadn't heard him. She hadn't even had a chance to check her phone for messages when she went up to change. It was dead, and she'd plugged in the charger, clinging to the hollow hope that when she turned it on that it would vibrate to life with at least a text from her dearest friend. How could she feel like she was losing him completely when the whole point of staying just friends was that she wouldn't lose him completely? How had this all gone so stupidly wrong?
"He's a good guy,"
Mr. Cecil said. She startled a bit, blinking at him in confusion.
"You asked about the buyer,"
he reminded her.
"Seen him around, but can't say I know him too well. You can say hello and make up your mind."
He gabbed for another minute or two about the small bungalow he was eyeing on Isle of Palms until they reached the hotel. But when they stepped into the lobby, it was empty.
"Must be out back,"
Mr. Cecil said.
"Come on."
He led her through the French doors that opened to the guest patio, and when she stepped through them, she found 3 handsome and very familiar gentlemen smiling at her. Will? She was relieved he hadn't gone yet, but also confused. She turned to Mr. Cecil. "I thought you said they left."
"I did not,"
he said, his voice nearly crackling with glee.
"I said my guests checked out."
"But—"
"Meet your new neighbors,"
he said, grinning. None of this made any sense. He patted her hand.
"I'll go get you some coffee."
"But—" she paused, trying to gather her thoughts. "Where's the new owner?" 3 hands gave her small waves, their smiles growing wider.
"That would be me," Will drawled.
"And me," Henry added.
"And me."
Theo even offered a slight smile. She really needed that coffee. This still made no sense. She stared at Mr. Cecil. "But you said the new owner was local."
"I am," Will said, "or will be soon. I'll get that coffee."
Mr. Cecil turned back toward the hotel.
"I'll help,"
Theo said, leaving Will's side.
"Me too,"
Henry said, following. When it was just the 2 of them left in the gardens, she took a couple of hesitant steps toward Will. "Explain this to me?" she asked helplessly. He moved toward her, holding his hands out for hers. She slid hers into his, and now, for the first time, the fuzzy edges of the world began to sharpen and resolve.
"You know how you didn't join your family's company because you wanted to make your own way in the world?"
She nodded.
"We've all felt the same for a long time. The gents, I mean. Henry did join his family's business, and Theo and I have each chosen careers in the handful of acceptable fields for men of our station. But we're shriveling. We're not even 30. We're too young to shrivel."
"So you bought a hotel?" The pieces were beginning to fall into place now, and she kept her tone light, even as her heart began to accelerate.
"Meet the first gem in what we hope will be a string of jewels. Boutique hotels in untapped markets, designed to blend into their surroundings while simultaneously boosting dozens of local economies."
He nodded at the wayfarer.
"We're thinking of renaming this one the Coral Monarch."
Coral was a grand lady. She squeezed his hands, too overcome with hope to tackle the implications of this new development. "She deserves to be called a queen."
"So do you," he said. "But unfortunately, I'm not even in line to be an earl, much less a royal. But everything I have, everything I hope to build, I want to share with you."
He cleared his throat and gave a hard swallow.
"I'm staying, Peyton. For us, and it doesn't feel like a sacrifice. It feels like the beginning of something new and exciting, but also deep and peaceful and real."
He released her hands to slip his arms around her waist and pull her closer.
"I love you, and I'll accept your decision if you still want us to stay just friends. But that's not the kind of love I feel. I feel the kind that turns into forever. Will you leap with me?"
She answered by throwing her arms around his neck and turning up her lips for his kiss, which he delivered with a half laugh and half groan. His mouth met hers, warm and firm, as he welcomed her home with a kiss that curled her toes and sent a wave of heat blazing through her. "I love you, Will," she whispered against his lips. I love you in a way that probably would have sent me racing to the airport to catch you and tell you before you left. I love you in a way that would have gotten me on a plane to London if I'd missed you, ready to drop everything and move there if that's what it took for this to work."
"I wish you'd said that before we bought this place,"
Theo complained behind them, and she whirled to find they had an audience. Mr. Cecil and Henry grinning at them too. "You're stuck now," Peyton said firmly. "I'm not letting any of you go." She thought she saw the faintest wash of pink on Theo's cheeks at her words.
"There's worse things, I suppose. Come on, gents,"
Theo said, ushering Henry and Mr. Cecil back into the hotel.
"I think there are about to be even more wildly un-English expressions of love and affection out here, and I'm simply not built for that."
They disappeared into the hotel, and Peyton turned her gaze up to meet Will's again. "They're both so grumpy," she said. "How is it possible I love them too?"
"They have a way of doing that to you if you let them hang round long enough."
Will tightened his arms around her waist.
"Just so long as you always make space for me in that heart of yours."
"No need to make space," she said, pressing a soft kiss against his mouth. "My whole heart is yours." And as Will liquefied her joints with a kiss so deep that her knees buckled, her last rational thought was that it always had been. Epilogue. Will's head poked through Peyton's apartment door.
"Are you ready? We need to go. We're going to be late for dinner."
"There is no such thing as late for dinner at Lou's," she reminded him. "Just let me finish up a few lines of code." He walked into her apartment, but instead of making himself comfortable on the sofa like he usually did, he began to pace. To the window, to the couch, to the window, to the couch. It took all of 2 minutes for Peyton to throw her hands up in frustration. "You're making me dizzy. Sit down. Relax. Pour yourself a glass of wine or something. I'll drive us to the bay."
"Sorry,"
he said. He sat on the sofa, but started fidgeting right away. First with the throw pillow he couldn't seem to position exactly how he wanted it. Then with the coasters on her coffee table. What had gotten into him? He'd leased an apartment in the same complex, and finally, last week, he'd been able to move in completely. The day he'd announced that the gents were buying the Wayfarer, he'd put in his notice with his firm and begun winding down his affairs there. Last weekend, he'd officially moved to Charleston, and the following Monday, the gents had taken ownership of the hotel. She'd seen him in plenty of moods in the 2 months since he'd announced his big plan to buy the Wayfarer. He'd been by turns frustrated and excited as he navigated this new world of business he was entering into, but she'd never seen him downright fidgety. "I give up," she said, saving her code. "I can't work with you fizzing like cheerwine over there. May as well go."
"Good,"
he said, bounding to his feet and grinning at her.
"Come on, then."
They drove the half hour to Sweetgrass Island in easy conversation. It was what she loved best about this new normal with Will. All the words of love and the delicious sweetness of their physical chemistry had done nothing to change who Peyton and Will were at their core. They still talked and shared and commiserated and supported the same way they always had. "Does life ever feel perfect to you?" she asked Will, as he set them on the bridge toward the bay.
"Sometimes I feel greedy that the good things keep piling up for us, but I wouldn't change it for anything."
"Nor would I." He sent her a quick glance and soft half-smile before he threaded his fingers through hers and rested them on the console between them, his thumb feathering over her knuckles. She loved it when he did that. Addison teased her that she had domesticated a wild Brit, getting him so comfortable with easy displays of affection. But Peyton saw it differently. This was a side of Will that had always been waiting to come out. She'd simply created space for it. When they exited the bridge, Instead of taking the turn that would lead them to lose, he kept straight. "Wrong way," she said.
"We're making a detour."
"To where?"
"You'll see."
When she realized he was heading to the east side of the island, she thought he might be stopping by the hotel. He checked it obsessively, even though her brother Jake wasn't sending out the first crews to start work until the following week. When Will turned south instead of north toward the bay, she grew even more confused. "Will?"
"Trust me."
Finally, he turned onto one of the small side streets about a mile south of the cove and parked a block from the beach, even though there was plenty of parking beside the sand.
"Come and see this,"
he said, releasing his seatbelt and coming around to open her door. "What am I looking at?" They stood in front of a tidy beach house, a Caribbean-style 2-story with white shutters and ironwork on the balconies, a for sale sign in front. "Are you thinking of getting into vacation rentals too?" He took her hands.
"No, more like the family business."
Her forehead knitted. "Like with Pippa? Doesn't she have her hands full handling the hotel design?" He laughed, a slight trace of self-consciousness in it.
"I was talking about us. Here, I know it's not in the cove, but it's near, and it's a quick bike ride to the beach house when your family is there."
But she hardly heard the end of his sentence. She was caught back on, "I was talking about us." "Here? Us? Like, someday?"
"Perhaps not so distant as that."
He swallowed hard and pulled her to the low gate that marked the edge of the property, unlatching it and guiding her through, his hand sure and warm around hers as always. But once they stood on the walkway to the porch, he let go to slide his hand into his pocket instead, and she immediately missed his touch. "I love the idea of someday," she said, smiling at him. He looked so nervous, but they'd talked about someday many times over the last 2 months, since they'd made the leap from friendship to love. There was nothing to be nervous about.
"I'm doing a terrible job of this," he said. "What I mean to say is that someday is too far away. What about now?"
He withdrew his hand from his pocket, and in it sat a ring box of deep blue velvet. He knelt and held it out to her, and Peyton's hands flew to her mouth to stifle a gasp of surprise.
"Peyton Shellhouse," he said, smiling up at her. "I know we've only been officially dating for 2 months, but we've known each other in all the ways that count for 5 years. I don't need any more time to be sure of my heart or my dreams. You are hopelessly woven into both. And I couldn't be happier about that. Will you dive all the way into these new adventures with me and do me the honor of becoming my wife?"
"Yes," she said, the words muffled by her hands. She dropped them and spoke it loud and clear. "Yes, William Charles Maxwell, I will marry you." And they sealed it with a kiss. I hope you enjoyed Peyton and Will's story. Get the next book in the Gentlemen of Magnolia Bay series, The Royal's Enemy. www.amazon.com. To sign up for my newsletter or to learn more about me and my books, find me at www.melaniejacobson.net. This has been The Royal's Best Friend, written by Melanie Jacobson, narrated by Lorena Hoops, audio copyright 2023.